Preface to The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information on the volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Preface. It has never before happened that in the latest edition of a book I have had to disown so much in preceding editions. My first imperfect and spontaneous idea has never before been so modified and transformed, the final form being, perhaps, not even yet altogether attained. The idea that genius was a special morbid condition had indeed often occurred to me, but I had always repelled it, and besides, without a sure experimental basis, ideas today do not count. Like stillborn children, they appear but for a moment to disappear at once. I had been enabled to discover in genius various characters of degeneration, which are the foundation and the sign of nearly all forms of congenital mental abnormality. But the exaggerated extension which was at that time given to theories of degeneration, and still more the vague and inexact character of that conception, had repelled me. So I had accepted the facts, but not their ultimate consequences. How, in fact, can one suppress a feeling of horror at the thought of associating with idiots and criminals, those individuals who represent the highest manifestations of the human spirit? But recent tautological researchers, especially those of Goggenbauer, have shown that the phenomena of atavistic retrogression do not always indicate true degeneration, but that very often they are simply a compensation for considerable development and progress accomplished in other directions. Reptiles have more ribs than we have, quadrupeds and apes possess more muscles than we do, and an entire organ, the tail, which we lack. It has been in losing these advantages that we have gained our intellectual superiority. When this is seen, the repugnance to the theory of genius as degeneration at once disappears. Just as giants pay a heavy ransom for their stature in sterility and relative muscular and mental weakness, so the giants of thought expiate their intellectual force in degeneration and psychosis. It is thus that the signs of degeneration are found more frequently in men of genius than even in the insane. And again this theory has entered today on so certain a path, and agrees so entirely with my studies on genius, that it is impossible for me not to accept it, and not to see it in an indirect confirmation of my own ideas. I find this confirmation in the characteristics of degeneration recently discovered, and still more in the uncertainty of the theories which we at first advanced to explain the problem of genius. Thus Joly affirms in a too convenient formula that it is not even necessary to refute the theory of insanity in genius. For he says, strength is not weakness, health is not disease, and for the rest of the cases quoted in favour of these hypotheses are only particular cases. But the physician knows that very often in delirious and epileptic, strength is precisely an index of disease. As to the second objection, it falls to the ground as facts accumulate. It is certain that there have been men of genius presenting a complete equilibrium of the intellectual faculties, but they have presented defects of effectivity and feeling, though no one may have perceived it, or rather recorded it. Up to recent years historians, being chroniclers rather than psychologists, very careful to transmit to us the adventures and patentries of princes and peoples, and the wars which have so much importance in the eyes of the multitude, had neglected everything which concerns the psychology of thought. They very seldom informed us concerning the disorders and degenerative characters which exist in men of genius and their families, while vanity, which is extreme in men of genius, has never allowed them, save in rare instances, such as Cardan, Roussel, J.S. Mill, Renan, to yield spontaneous revelations of themselves. If Reclus had not on one single occasion been caught in an epileptic fit, who could ever have guessed it? If it had not been for the recent works of Berthier and Mayer, who would have believed that Cavour twice attempted to kill himself? If Taine had not been one of those rare writers who understand what help psychiatry can give in the study of history, he would never have been able to surprise those characteristics which make Napoleon's moral insanity manifest to all. Carlyle's wife wrote the narration of her tortures. Few wives do as much, and, so tell the truth, few husbands are anxious to publish such narratives. Many persons still regard as an angelic being the celebrated painter Aywaslowski, who succoured hundreds of poor persons and left his own wife and children to die of hunger. It must be added that moral insanity and epilepsy, which are so often found in association with genius, are not among the forms of mental alienation which are most difficult to verify, so that they are often denied even during life, although quite evident to the alienist. There are still many estimable persons who doubt the insanity of King Ludwig of Bavaria and even openly deny it. There are also no individual cases in nature. All particular cases are the expression and effect of a law, and the fact, now unquestioned, that certain great men of genius have been insane permits us to presume the existence of a lesser degree of psychosis in other men of genius. But, adds Jolly, genius is often precocious. As Raphael at 14 years of age, Mozart at 6, Michelangelo at 16, and sometimes it is tardy with special characteristics, as in Alfieri. This is true. Precocious originality is one of the characteristics of genius, but precisely because genius is a neurosis, an accidental circumstance may provoke it even at a comparatively late age, and like every neurosis which depends on irritation of the cerebral cortex, it may take on different aspects, according to the spot attack, while preserving the same nature. Hales, in a much praised essay on genius and art, maintains that genius is a continuation of the conditions of ordinary life. Thus, as we all write prose, we must all have a little genius. But how then does it happen? Brunetière rightly objects that one individual alone becomes a great painter or a great poet. And how is it so that many philosophers affirm, and quite truly, that genius consists in an exaggerated development of one faculty at the expense of others? The man of genius is a monster, say others. Very well, but even monsters follow well-defined teratologic laws. Brunetière remarks that there have been men of talent, like Addison and Pope, who were lacking in genius, and men of genius like Sterne, who were lacking in talent. These two facts, however, are not contradictory. To be lacking in talent, or rather in good sense or common sense, is one of those characteristics of genius which witness to the presence of neurosis, and indicate that hypertrophy of certain psychic centers is compensated by a partial atrophy of other centers. As to the first assertion, it confirms rather than destroy my conclusions. Certainly talent is not genius, just as vice is not crime. But there is a transition from one to the other in virtue, and that law of continuity which may be observed in all natural phenomena. Natura non facit saltus. I must confess here that very often in this book I have had to confound genius with talent, not because they are not quite distinct, but because the line that separates them, like that which separates vice from crime, is very difficult to divine. A man of scientific genius, lacking in education opportunities, a Corini, for example, will appear more sterile than a man of talent, who has been favoured by circumstances from the first. For the rest, and this is the point which concerns us most, the morbid effects and analogies are the same in both, since the man of talent, even without genius, presents various slight but real abnormalities. A man of even ordinary talent may be so exalted as to exhibit the pathological central reactions of the most powerful genius, and to leave traces of degeneration in his offspring. And although it is rare, it is not impossible for the man of talent to descend from the neurotic and insane. This may easily be explained. Talent, like genius, is accompanied by cortical excitation, only in a less degree and in a smaller brain. The true normal man is not the man of letters or of learning, but the man who works and eats. Fruges consumere natus. But our nature, it is customary to say, revolts against a conception which tends to lower the most sublime manifestation of humanity to the level of the sorrowfully degenerate, to idiocy and insanity. It is sad, I do not deny, but has not nature caused to grow from similar germs, and on the same clod of earth, the nettle and the jasmine, the aconite and the rose? The botanist cannot be blamed for these coincidences, and since they exist, it is not a crime that he should record them as he finds them. Repugnance also is a sentiment, not a reason, and a sentiment, moreover, which has not been shared by the race generally, who long ago reached conclusions, repugnant to the academic world, which sometimes closes its eye in order not to see, entirely in harmony with the results he presented. We may see this in the most ancient etymologies. In Hebrew as well as in Sanskrit, the lunatic is synonymous with the prophet. We may see it too in Proverbs. Aimeti edai fanciali indovionano, Kinder and Narren sprechen die Wahrheit, unvorvismin an Saga. Sape enim est morio valde opportune locatus. The lunatic again, among the barbarous peoples, is feared and adored by the masses who often confide to him supreme authority. In modern times, the same conviction has been preserved, but in a form, it must be confessed, altogether disadvantageous to genius. Not only is fame, and until recent years even liberty, denied to men of genius during their lives, but even the means of subsistence. After death they receive monuments and rhetoric by way of compensation. And why is this? Neither the jealousy of rivals nor the envy of mediocre men is enough to explain it. The reason is that if we leave out certain great statesmen, although there are exceptions, Bismarck for example, men of genius are lacking in tact, in moderation, and in sense of practical life, in the virtues which are alone recognized as real by the masses, and which alone are useful in social affairs. Le bon sens vaut mieux que le génie, says an old French adage. And as Mirabeau said, good sense in the absence of every strong passion, and only men of strong passions can be great. Good sense travels on the well-worn paths, genius never, and that is why the crowd, not altogether without reason, is so ready to treat great men as lunatics, while the lettered crowd cry out when, as I have attempted to do here, this general opinion is attached to a theory. By some of those persons who have too much good sense, and who do not know that that destroys every great truth, because we reach truth more by remote paths than by smooth and ordinary roads. It has been objected, many of these defects that you find in great men may be found also in those who are not men of genius. This is very true, but it is by the quality and quantity that the abnormal character is marked, and above all by the contradiction with the whole of the other characters of their personality, and the abnormality appears. Cooks are vain, but in those matters which refer to their occupation, they are not so vain as to believe themselves gods. The noble man will boast of descent from a medieval hero, but not of being a sculptor. We are all forgetful sometimes, but not so far forgetful that we cannot recall our own names, while at the same time we have an extraordinary memory for our own discoveries. Many have said what Michelangelo said of monks, but they have not afterwards spent large sums in fattening monasteries. In short, it is the doubling and contradiction of personality and genius which reveals the abnormality. It has again been objected to me that these studies are deficient in utility. To this I might reply with Taine that it is not always necessary that the true should be useful, yet numerous practical applications arise out of these researches. They furnish us with explanations of those strange religious insanities which become the nucleus of great historical events. The examination of the productions of the insane supply us with new sources of analysis and criticism for the study of genius in art and literature, and above all, these data bring an important element to the solution of penal questions, for they overthrow for ever the prejudice by virtue of which only those are declared insane, and therefore irresponsible. Those reasons have entirely departed, a prejudice which has handed thousands of irresponsible creatures to the executioner. They show us, lastly, that literary madness is not only a curious psychiatric singularity, but a special form of insanity, which hides impulses the more dangerous because not easy to perceive, a form of insanity, which like religious insanity may be transformed into a historical event. C. Lombroso. End of preface. Section 1 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 1. The Characteristics of Genius. Chapter 1. History of the Problem. Aristotle, Plato, Democritus, Felix Planter, Pascal, Diderot. Modern writers on genius. It is a sad mission to cut through and destroy with the scissors of analysis the delicate and iridescent veils with which our proud mediocrity clothes itself. Very terrible is the religion of truth. The physiologist is not afraid to reduce love to a play of stamens and pistils, and thought to a molecular movement. Even genius, the one human power before which we may bow with the knee without shame, has been classed by not a few alienists as on the confines of criminality, one of the teratologic forms of the human mind, a variety of insanity. This impious profanation is not, however, altogether the work of doctors, nor is it the fruit of modern skepticism. The great Aristotle, once the father and still the friend of philosophers, observed that under the influence of congestion of the head, many persons become poets, prophets, and sibyls, and, like Marcus the Syracusan, are pretty good poets while they are maniacal, but when cured they can no longer write verse. And again, men illustrious in poetry, politics, and arts have often been melancholic and mad, like Ajax, or misanthropic, like Bellerophon. Even in modern times, such characters have been noted in Socrates, Empedocles, Plato, and in many others, especially poets. In the Phaedo, Plato affirms that delirium is by no means an evil, but on the contrary, when it comes by the gift of the gods, a very great benefit. In delirium, the prophetess of Delphi and Dodona performed 1,000 services for the citizens of Greece, while in cold blood they were of little use, or rather of none. It often happened that when the gods afflicted men with fatal epidemics, a sacred delirium took possession of some mortal and inspired him with a remedy for those misfortunes. Another kind of delirium, that inspired by the muses, when a simple and pure soul is excited to glorify with poetry the deeds of heroes, serves for the instruction of future generations. Democritus was more explicit, and would not believe that there could be a good poet who was not out of his mind. Exuldit sanos helicon poetas Democritus. It was evidently the observation of these facts, wrongly interpreted, and according to a common habit, transformed into superstitions, which cause ancient nations to venerate the insane as beings inspired from on high. We possess not only the witness of history to this effect, but also that of the words Navi and Mesogao in Hebrew, and Nigrata in Sanskrit, in which the ideas of insanity and prophecy are confused and assimilated. Felix Plato affirmed that he had known persons who, altogether, they excelled in certain arts, yet were mad, and betrayed their infirmity by a curious seeking for praise, and by strange and indecent acts. He had known in court an architect, a celebrated sculptor, and a distinguished musician who were mad. Pascal later on repeated that extreme intelligence was very near to extreme madness, and himself offered an example of it. Diderot wrote, "I conjecture that these men of sombre and melancholy temperament only owed that extraordinary and almost divine penetration which they possessed at intervals, and which led them to ideas, sometimes so mad and sometimes so sublime, to a periodical derangement of the organism. Then they believed themselves inspired, and were insane. Their attacks were preceded by a kind of brutish apathy, which they regarded as the natural condition of fallen man. Lifted out of this lethargy by the tumult within them, they imagined that it was a divinity which came down to visit and exercise them. Oh, how near are genius and madness! Those whom heaven has branded for evil or for good are more or less subject to these symptoms. They reveal them more or less frequently, more or less violently. Men imprison them and chain them, or raise statues to them." Many examples of men who were at once mad and highly intelligent were offered by Descartes in his Stiltitiana, or Petite Bibliographie des Fonds de Valenciennes par un homme de Demons, by Delapierre, an enthusiastic bibliophile, in his curious Histoire littéraire des Forces, 1860, by Forgues, in Revue de Paris, 1826, and by anonymous writer in Sketches of Bedlam, London, 1873. On the other hand, it was shown in Lelut's Démon de Socrate, 1836, and Amulet de Pascal, 1846, in Verga's L'Epimania del Tasso, 1850, and Mayon Pazia de Cardano, 1856, that there are men of genius who have long been subject to hallucinations, and even to monomania. Other proofs, the more precious because impartial, were supplied by Reviel Paris in his Physiologie et Hygiene des Hommes, Livres aux Travaux de l'Esprit, 1856. Moreau de Tours, who delighted in the least verisimilar aspects of truth, in his solid monograph Psychologie morbide, 1859, and J.A. Schilling in his Psychiatrische Brief, 1863, endeavoured to show by researchers that were very copious, although not very strict in method, that genius is always a neurosis, and often a true insanity. Hagen has more recently sought to prove a thesis which is partly the same in his Verwandtschaft des Genies mit im Irrsinn, Berlin, 1873, and indirectly Jürgen Mayer in his admirable monograph Genie und Talent from the Zeitschrift für Völkerpsychologie, 1879. These two writers have tried to explain the physiology of genius, and similarly they have reached conclusions which were reached more by intuition than through close observation by an Italian Jesuit, now quite forgotten, Bettinelli, in his book Del Entusiasmo nel bel arti, Milan, 1769. Reidstock in his Genie und Wahnsinn, Breslau, 1884, added little to the solution of the problem, as he merely copied for the most part from his predecessors, without profiting greatly by their work. Among recent writers I note Tarnowski and Tchukhinova, who, to the Russian translation of my book, St. Petersburg, 1885, have added many documents from the history of Russian literature. Maxime Duchamp, who in his curious Souvenirs littéraires, 1887, has shown how many modern French writers have concealed within them the sorrowful spirit of insanity. Ramos Mejia, who in his Neurosis de les Hombres Célebres de la Historia Argentina, Buenos Aires, 1885, shows how clearly all the great men in the South American republics were inebriate, neurotic, or insane. A. Tibaldi, who in his book Regione el Pazzia, Milan, 1884, brings fresh documents to the literature of insanity, and finally that acute thinker and brilliant writer Pisani Dozzi, who has given us a curious study, which is a monograph for madness in art. As in my Tre Tribuni, 1889, I have attempted to do with the insane and semi-insane in their relation to politics. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Genius and Degeneration. The signs of degeneration: height, rickets, pallor, emaciation, physiognomy, cranium and brain, stammering, lefthandedness, sterility, unlikeness to parents, precocity, delayed development, Misoneism, vagabondage, unconsciousness, instinctiveness, somnambulism, the inspiration of genius, contrast, intermittence, double personality, stupidity, hyperasthesia, Paraesthesia, amnesia, originality, fondness for special words. The paradox that confounds genius with neurosis, however cruel and sad it may seem, is found to be not devoid of solid foundation when examined from various points of view which have escaped even recent observers. A theory which has for some years flourished in the psychiatric world amidst a large proportion of mental and physical affections are the result of degeneration, of the action, that is, of hereditary, in the children of the inebriate, the syphilitic, the insane, the consumptive, etc., or the accidental causes such as lesions of the head or the action of mercury, which profoundly change the tissue, perpetuate neurosis or other diseases in the patient, and which are worse, aggravate them in his descendants, until the march of degeneration, constantly growing more rapid and fatal, is only stopped by complete idiocy or sterility. Alienists have noted certain characters which very frequently, though not constantly, accompany these fatal degenerations. Such are, on the moral side, apathy, loss of moral sense, frequent tendencies to impulsiveness or doubt, psychical inequalities owing to the excesses of some faculty, memory, aesthetic, taste, etc., or defect of other qualities, calculation for example, exaggerated mutism or verbosity, morbid vanity, excessive originality, and excessive preoccupation with self, the tendency to put mystical interpretations on the simplest facts, the abuse of symbolism, and of special words which are used as an almost exclusive mode of expression. Such, on the physical side, are prominent ears, deficiency of beard, irregularity of teeth, excessive asymmetry of face and head, which may be very large or very small, sexual precocity, small or disproportion of the body, left-handedness, stammering, rickets, phthisis, excessive fecundity, neutralized afterwards by abortions of complete sterility, with constant aggravations of abnormalities in the children. Without doubt, many alienists have fallen into exaggerations, especially when they have sought to deduce degeneration from a single fact. But taken on the whole, the theory is irrefutable. Every day brings fresh applications and confirmations. Among the most curious are those supplied by recent studies on genius. The signs of degeneration in men of genius they show are sometimes more numerous than in the insane. Let us examine them. Height. First of all, it is necessary to remark the frequency of physical signs of degeneration, only masked by the vivacity of the countenance and the prestige of reputation which distracts us from giving them due importance. The simplest of these, which struck our ancestors and has passed into a proverb, is the smallness of the body. Famous for short stature as well as for genius were Horace, Lepidussimum, Homunculum, Dicabat, Augustus, Philopoemen, Narcissus, Alexander, Magnus Alexander, Gorpor, Parvus Craft, Aristotle, Plato, Epicurus, Chrysippus, Laertius, Archimedes, Diogenes, Attila, Epictetus, who was accustomed to say, "Who am I? A little man." Among moderns one may name Erasmus, Socinus, Linnaeus, Lipsius, Gibbon, Spinoza, Huey, Montaigne, Mezeray, Lalande, Gray, John Hunter, 5 foot 2 inches, Mozart, Beethoven, Goldsmith, Hogarth, Thomas More, Thomas Campbell, Wilberforce, Hayne, Meissonier, Charles Lamb, Beccaria, Maria Edgeworth, Balzac, De Quincey, William Blake, who was scarcely 5 feet in height, Browning, Ibsen, George Eliot, Thiers, Mrs. Browning, Louis Blanc, Mendelssohn, Swinburne, Van Does, called the drum because he was not any taller than a drum, Peter Van Laer, called the puppet, Lully, Pompanazzi, Baldini, were very short. So also were Nicholas Piccinini, the philosopher Dati and Baldo, who applied to the sarcasm of Bartholo, Minuit praesentia fama, with the words Ogbate catera virtus, and again Marsilio Ficino, of whom it was said, Vix in lumbos viris stabat. Albertus Magnus was of such small size that the Pope, having allowed him to kiss his foot, commanded him to stand up, under the impression that he was still kneeling. When the coffin of St. Francis Xavier was opened at Goa in 1890, the body was found to be only 4.5 feet in length. Among great men of tall stature, I only know Volta, Goethe, Petrarch, Schiller, Diaz Ziglio, Helmholtz, Foscolo, Charlemagne, Bismarck, Monti, Mirabeau, Dumas, Pere, Schopenhauer, Lamartine, Voltaire, Peter the Great, Washington, Dr. Johnson, Sterne, Arago, Flaubert, Carlyle, Turgenev, Tennyson, Whitman, Rickets, Agesilaus, Tyrtaeus, Aesop, Gildo, Aristomenes, Kretz, Galba, Brunelleschi, Magliabechi, Parini, Scarron, Pope, Leopardi, Talleyrand, Scott, Owen, Gibbon, Byron, Dati, Baldini, Moses, Mendelssohn, Fluxman, Hooke, were all either rachitic, lame, hunchbacked, or club-footed. Pallor. This has been called the colour of great men. Pulchrum sublimum virorum florum. S. Gregory Orations, 14th. It was ascertained by Marrow that this is one of the most frequent signs of degeneration in the morally insane. Emaciation. The law of the conservation of energy which rules the whole organic world explains to us other frequent abnormalities, such as precocious greyness and baldness, leanness of the body, and weakness of sexual muscular activity, which characterize the insane, and are also frequently found among great thinkers. Camus has said that the greatest geniuses have the slenderest bodies. Caesar filled the lean face of Causis. Demosthenes, Aristotle, Cicero, Giotto, St. Bernard, Erasmus, Salmacis, Kepler, Sterne, Walter Scott, John Howard, D'Alembert, Fenelon, Boileau, Milton, Pascal, Napoleon were all extremely thin in the flower of their age. Others were weak and sickly in childhood. Such were Demosthenes, Bacon, Descartes, Newton, Locke, Adam Smith, Boyle, Pope, Flaxman, Nelson, Haller, Corner, Pascal, Wren, Alfieri, Renan. Ségur wrote of Voltaire that his leanness recalled his labours, and that his slight bent body was only a thin transparent veil, through which one seemed to see his soul and genius. Lemnius was a small, almost imperceptible man, or rather a flame chased from one point of the room to the other by the breath of his own restlessness. Physiognomy. Mind, a celebrated painter of cats, had a cretin-like physiognomy. So also had Socrates, Skoda, Rembrandt, Dostoevsky, Machiavelli, Pope, Carlyle, Darwin, and among modern Italians, Schiaparelli, who holds so high a rank in mathematics. Cranium and brain. Lesions of the head and brain are very frequent among men of genius. The celebrated Australian novelist Marcus Clarke, when a child, received a blow from a horse's hoof which crushed his skull. The same is told of Vico, Gratry, Clement VI, Malebranche, and Cornelius, hence called a Lepide. The last three are said to have acquired their genius as a result of the accident, having been unintelligent before. Mention should also be made of the parietal fracture in Fusinari's skull, of the cranial asymmetry of Pericles, who was on this account surnamed Squillhead by the Greek comic writers, of Romagnosi, of Bicart, of Kant, of Chenevix, of Dante, who presented abnormal development of the left parietal bone, and to osteomata of the frontal bone. The plagiocephaly of Brunacchi and of Machiavelli, the extreme prognathium of Foscolo, 68 degrees, and his low cephalic spinal and cephalic orbital index, Dilocephaly of Fusinarelli, index 74, contrasting with the ultra brachycephaly, which is characteristic of the Venetians, 82 to 84. The Neanderthal skull of Robert Bruce, of Cayley, of San Marce, index 69, and the ultra Dilocephaly of O'Connelly, index 74, which contrasts with the mesocephaly of the Irish, the median occipital fossa of Scarpa, the transverse occipital structure of Kant, the ultra brachycephaly 88.5 degrees, platycephaly, index of height 71.1, and disproportion between the superior portion of his occipital bone, more developed by half, and the inferior or cerebral portion, is the same with the smallness of the frontal arc compared with the parietal. A color plate is displayed on the previous page, displaying a series of 4 figures. Figures 1 to 3, Kant's skull. Figures 4, Volta's skull. Figures 5 to 6, Fusinarelli's skull. Figures 7 to 8, Foscolo's skull. In Volta's skull, I've noticed several characters which anthropologists consider to belong to the lower races, such as prominence of the styloid apophysis, simplicity of the coronal suture, traces of the median frontal suture, obtuse phalangeal angle, 73 degrees, but especially the remarkable cranial sclerosis, which at places attains a thickness of 16 mm, hence the great weight of the skull, 753 grams. The researches of other investigators have shown that Manzoni, Petrarch, and Facinieri had receding foreheads. In Byron, Massacre, at the age of 32, Humboldt, Meckel, Foscolo, Simons, and Donizetti, there was solidification of the sutures. Submicrocephaly in Resori, Descartes, Foscolo, Tissot, Guido, Reni, Hoffmann, and Schumann, sclerosis in Donizetti and Tiedemann, who moreover presented a bony crest between the sphenoid and the basilar apophysis, hydrocephalus in Milton, Linnaeus, Cuvier, Gibbon, etc. The capacity of the skull in men of genius, as is natural, is above the average, by which it approaches what is found in insanity. D. Quatrefages noted that in the greatest degree of macrocephaly was found in a lunatic, the next in a man of genius. There are numerous exceptions to which it descends below the ordinary average. It is certain that in Italy, Volta, 1,860 cubic centimeters, Petrarch, 1,602 cubic centimeters, Bordoni, 1,681 cubic centimeters, Brunassi, 1,701 cubic centimeters, St. Ambrose, 1,792 cubic centimeters, and Fusinari, 1,604 cubic centimeters, all present a great cranial capacity. The same character is found to a still greater degree in Kant, 1,740 cubic centimeters, Thackeray, 1,660 cubic centimeters, Cuvier, 1,830 cubic centimeters, and Turgenev, 2,012 cubic centimeters. Le Bon studied 26 skulls of French men of genius, among whom were Boileau, Descartes, and Jourdain. He found that the most celebrated had an average capacity of 1,732 cubic centimeters, while the ancient Parisians offered only 1,559 cubic centimeters. Among the Parisians of today, scarcely 12% exceed 1,700 cubic centimeters, a figure surpassed by 73% of the celebrated men. But submicrocephalic skulls may also be found in men of genius. Wagner and Bischoff, examining 12 brains of celebrated Germans, found their capacity very great and 8 very small in 4. The latter was the case with Liebig, Dollinger, Horstmann, in whose favour advanced age may be advanced as an excuse, but this reason does not exist for Guido Reni, Gambetta, Harles, Foscolo, 1426, Dante, 1493, Hermann, 1358, Lasker, 1300. Shelley's head was remarkably small. A table is displayed in a footnote on the previous page. We have 2 sections. The first is Wagner, Das Heiligengewicht, 1877, gives the measurements of scientific men of Göttingen. There are 4 columns table with the name, profession, the age, and the capacity. Dirichlet, mathematician, age 54, 1,520 grams. Fuchs, physician, age 52, 1,499 grams. Gauss, mathematician, 78, 1,492 grams. Hermann, philologist, age 51, 1,358 grams. Horstmann, mineralogist, age 77, 1,226 grams. Bischoff, Höhengewichte by Munchater Gilberhern, gives the following measurements. Hermann, geometrician, age 60, 1,590 grams. Pfeffer, physician, age 60, 1,488 grams. Bischoff, physician, age 79, 1,452 grams. Melchior Mayer, poet, age 61, 1,415 grams. Arnoldi, Orientalist, age 85, 1,730 grams. Thackeray, novelist, age 52, 1,660 grams. Abercrombie, physician, age 64, 1,780 grams. Cuvier, naturalist, age 63, 1,829 grams. Doel, archaeologist, age 85, 1,650 grams. Schiller, poet, age 46, 1,580 grams. Huber, philosopher, age 47, 1,499 grams. Feldmayer, historian, age 74, 1,349 grams. Liebig, chemist, age 70, 1,352 grams. Deutmann, physiologist, age 79, 1,254 grams. Harles, chemist, age 40, 1,238 grams. Dollinger, physiologist, age 71, 1,207 grams. The measurement of the cerebral area often gives superiority even to those men of genius who present a feeble weight. Fuchs had a cerebral surface of 221,005 square cubic centimeters and Gauss of 219,588, while with the same weight, the same surface in an unknown woman was 204,115, and a workman 187,672. In the face of all these facts, I shall not be taxed with temerity if I conclude that, as genius often expiated by inferiority in some psychic functions, it is often associated with anomalies in that organ which is the source of its glory. Reference should be made to the ventricular dropsy of Rousseau's brain, to the meningitis of Grossi, of Donizetti, and of Schumann, to the cerebral oedema of Liebig and of Tiedemann. In last name, besides remarkable thickness of the skull, especially at the forehead, Bischoff noted adherence to the dura mater to the bone, thickening of the arachnoid and atrophy of the brain. In the physician Fuchs, Wagner found the fissure of Ronaldo interrupted by a superficial convolution, an anomaly which Giacomini found only once in 356 cases, and Heschel once in 632. Pascal's brain showed grave lesions of the cerebral hemispheres. It has recently been discovered that Cuvier's voluminous brain was affected by dropsy. In Lascaux there was softening of the corpora strata. Pachimeningitis, hemorrhage, and endoteritis, deformans of the artery of the fissure of Sylvius. In 18 brains of German men of science, Bischoff and Rödinger found congenital abnormalities in cerebral convolutions, especially the parietal. In the brains of Wolfert and Huber, the third left frontal convolution was greatly developed with numerous meanderings. In Gambetta, this exaggeration became a real doubling, and the white quadrilateral lobule is divided into two parts by a furrow which starts from the occipital fissure. Of these two parts, the inferior is subdivided by an incision with numerous branches arranged in the form of stars, and the occipital lobe is small, especially on the right. The comparative study of these brains, writes Harvey, shows that individual variations of the cerebral convolutions are more numerous and more marked in men of genius than in others. This is especially the case in regard to the third frontal convolution, which is not only more variable in men of genius, but also more complex, especially on one side, while in ordinary persons it is very simple both on the left and on the right. Without doubt, the individual arrangements which may be presented by the brains of men of remarkable intelligence may also be found in ordinary brains, but only in rare exceptions. I refer those who wish to form an idea of the development reached by Broca's centre in some of the brains of the Munich collection of Rödinger's monograph, and to the beautiful plates which accompany it. One remarks especially at the enormous size and numerous superficial folds at the foot of the left convolution in the Juris Wolfert, who was remarked among other qualities for his great oratorical talent. On the other hand, the convolution is much reduced and very simple on the left, and much developed in all its parts on the right. In the brain of the pathologist Bull, a professor whose speech was clear and facile, but who was left-handed, or at all events ambidextrous. To these facts others may be added, showing the morphological complexity of Broca's convolution in distinguished men. In the brains, for instance, of various men of science, described and figured by R. Wagner. Among these was the illustrious geometrician Gauss. Compared with Gauss's brain, that of an artesian called Krebs, which much less complicated, and notably narrower in the frontal region. The frontal convolutions were also inferior in the development of those of Gauss, and the anterior lobes were voluminous. And another celebrated mathematician, Professor De Morgan, whose brain is in Bastien's possession. Stammering. Men of genius frequently stammer. I will mention Aristotle, Aesop, Demosthenes, Alcibiades, Cato of Attica, Virgil, Manzoni, Erasmus, Malherbe, Cid Lamb, Turenne, Erasmus and Charles Darwin, Moses Mendelssohn, Charles V, Romiti, Cardan, Tartaglia. Left-handedness. Many have been left-handed. Such were Tiberius, Sebastian del Piombo, Michelangelo, Fletcher, Nigra, Bull, Raphael of Montelupo, Bertillon. Leonardo da Vinci sketched rapidly with his left hand any figure which struck him, and only employed the right hand for those which were the mature result of his contemplation. For this reason his friends were persuaded that he only wrote with his left hand. Mansinism, or left-sidedness, is today regarded as a character of atavism and degeneration. Sterility. Many great men have remained bachelors. Others, although married, have had no children. The noblest works and foundations, says Bacon, have proceeded from childless men, which have sought to express the images of their minds where those of their bodies have failed. So the care of posterity is most in them that have no posterity. And, La Bruyere said, these men have neither ancestors nor descendants, they themselves form their entire posterity. Crocker, in his edition of Boswell, remarks that all the great English poets had no posterity. He names Shakespeare, Ben Jonson, Milton, Otway, Dryden, Rowe, Addison, Pope, Swift, Gay, Johnson, Goldsmith, Cowper, Hobbes, Camden, and many others avoided marriage in order to have more time to devote to study. Michelangelo said, "I have more than enough of a wife in my art." Among celibates may be mentioned also Kant, Newton, Pitt, Fox, Fontenelle, Beethoven, Gassendi, Galileo, Descartes, Locke, Spinoza, Bayle, Leibniz, Malebranche, Gray, Dalton, Hume, Gibbon, Macaulay, Lamb, Bentham, Leonardo da Vinci, Copernicus, Reynolds, Handel, Mendelssohn, Meyerbeer, Schopenhauer, Camoens, Voltaire, Chateaubriand, Flaubert, Foscolo, Alfieri, Cavour, Pellico, Mazzini, Alerdi, Gorazzi, and among women, Florence Nightingale, Catherine Stanley, Gaetana Agnesi, the mathematician, and Luigia Laura Bassi. A very large number of married men of genius have not been happy in marriage. Shakespeare, Dante, Marzullo, Byron, Coleridge, Addison, Landor, Carlyle, Ary Scheffer, Rovani, Comte, Haydn, Milton, Sterne, Dickens, etc. St. Paul boasted of his absolute continence. Cavendish altogether lacked the sexual instinct and had a morbid antipathy to women. Flaubert wrote to George Sand, "The muse, however indestructible, gives fewer sorrows than women. I cannot reconcile one with the other. One must choose." Adam Smith said he reserved his gallantry for his books. Chamfort, the misanthrope, wrote, "If men followed the guidance of reason, no one would marry. For my own part, I will have nothing to do with it, lest I should have a son like myself." A French poet has said, "Les grands esprits d'allures très estimables ont très peu de talent pour former leurs semblables." Unlikeness to parents. Nearly all men of genius have differed as much from their fathers as from their mothers. Foscolo, Michelangelo, Giotto, Haydn, etc. That is one of the marks of degeneration. For this reason, one notes physical resemblances between men of genius belonging to very different races and epochs. For example, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and Giovanni of the Black Bands, or Casti, Sterne, and Voltaire. They often differ from their national type. They differ by the possession of noble and almost superhuman characters, elevation of the forehead, notable development of the nose and of the head, great vivacity of the eyes, while the cretin, the criminal, and often the lunatic differ by the possession of ignoble features. Humboldt, Virchow, Bismarck, Helmholtz, and Holzendorf do not show a German physiognomy. Byron was English neither in his face nor in his character. Manny did not show the Venetian type. Alfieri and D'Azeglio had neither the Piedmontese character nor face. Carducci's face is not Italian. Nevertheless, one finds very notable and frequent exceptions. Michelangelo, Leonardo da Vinci, Raphael, and Cellini presented the Italian type. Precocity. Another character common to genius and to insanity, especially moral insanity, is precocity. Dante, when 9 years of age, wrote a sonnet to Beatrice. Tessa wrote verses at 10. Pascal and Comte were great thinkers at the age of 13, Fournier at 15. Niebuhr at 7, Jonathan Edwards at 12, Michelangelo at 19, Gassendi, the little doctor at 4, Bossuet at 12, and Voltaire at 13. Pico de la Mirandolo knew Latin, Greek, Hebrew, Chaldee, and Arabic in his childhood. Goethe wrote a story in 7 languages when he was scarcely 10. Wieland knew Latin at 7, meditated an epic poem at 13, and at 16 published his poem, Die Vollkommenswelt. Lopez de la Vega composed his first verses at 12, Calderon at 13. Kotzebue was trying to write comedies at 7, and at 18 his first tragedy was acted. Schiller was only 19 when his epoch-making Roboer appeared. Victor Hugo composed Tamine at 15, and 20 had already published Han de Island, Bag-Jargal, and the first volumes of Odes et Ballades. The Menaias at 16 dictated their paroles the Uncroyant. Pope wrote his Ode to Solitude at 12, and his Pastorals at 16. Byron wrote verses at 12, and at 18 published his Hours of Idleness. Moore translated Anacreon at 13. Meyerbeer at 5 played excellently on the piano. Claude Joseph Vernet drew very well at 4, and at 20 was already a celebrated painter. At 13, Wren invented an astronomical instrument and offered it to his father with a Latin dedication. A scholar at 15 published a book on the relation of the dialects of Wallachia and Friuli. Metastasio improvised at 10. Ernius Quirinus Visconti excited the admiration of all at 16 months, and preached when 6 years old. At 15, Fenelon preached at Paris before a select audience. When at 5 could read and translate Latin, Greek and Hebrew. And at 10, knew Chaldee, Syriac and Arabic. Mirabeau preached at 3 and published books at 10. Handel composed a mass at 13. At 17, Corinda and Nero, and at 19 was the director of the opera at Hamburg. Raphael was famous at 14. Restif de la Bretonne had already read much at 4. At 11 he had seduced young girls, and at 14 had composed a poem on his first 12 mistresses. Acorn, Mozart and Pabler gave concerts at 6. At 13 Beethoven composed 3 sonatas. Weber was only 14 when his first opera, Das Waldmädchen, was represented. Cherubini at 13 wrote a mass which filled his fellow citizens with enthusiasm. Bacon conceived the Novum Organum at 15. Charles XII manifested his great designs at the age of 18. This precocity is morbid and atavistic. It may be observed among all savages. The proverb, "A man has genius at 5 is mad at 15," is often verified in asylums. The children of the insane are often precocious. Savage knew an insane woman whose children could play classical music before the age of 6, and other children who at a tender age displayed the passions of grown men. Among the children of the insane are often revealed aptitudes and tastes, chiefly for music, the arts, and mathematics, which are not usually found in other children. Delayed development. Delay in the development of genius may be explained, as Beard remarks, by the absence of circumstances favourable to its blossoming, and by the ignorance of teachers and parents who see mental obtusity or even idiocy where there is only the distraction or amnesia of genius. Many children who become great men have been regarded at school as bad, wild, or silly, but their intelligence appeared as soon as the occasion offered, or when they found the true path of their genius. It was thus with Thiers, Pestalozzi, Wellington, Du Guesclin, Goldsmith, Burns, Balzac, Fresnel, Dumas Pere, Humboldt, Sheridan, Boccaccio, Pierre Thomas, Linnaeus, Volta, Alfieri. Thus Newton, meditating on the problems of Kepler, often forgot the orders and commissions given him by his mother, and while he was the last in his class, he was very clever in making mechanical playthings. Walter Scott, who also showed badly at school, was a wonderful storyteller. Klaproth, the celebrated Orientalist, when following the courses at Berlin University, was considered a backward student. In examination once, a professor said to him, "But you know nothing, sir." "Excuse me," he replied, "I know Chinese." It was found that he had learnt this difficult language alone, almost in secret. Gustave Flaubert was the very opposite of a phenomenal child. It was only with extreme difficulty that he succeeded in learning to read. His mind, however, was already working, for he composed little plays which he could not write, but which he represented alone, playing the different personages and improvising long dialogues. Domeniccio, whom his comrades called the Great Bullock, when accused of being slow and not learning so fast as the other pupils, replied, "It's because I work in myself." Sometimes children have only made progress when abandoned to their own impulses. Thus Cabanis, although intelligent, was regarded at school as obstinate and idle, and was sent home. His father then decided to risk an experiment. He allowed his son at 14 years of age to study according to his own taste. The experiment succeeded completely. Misoneism. The men who create new worlds are as much enemies of novelty as ordinary persons and children. They display extraordinary energy in rejecting the discoveries of others, whether it is that the saturation, so to say, of their brains prevents any new absorption, or that they have acquired a special sensibility, alert only to their own ideas, and refractory to the ideas of others. Thus Schopenhauer, who was a great rebel in philosophy, has nothing but words of pity and contempt for political revolutionaries, and he bequeathed his fortune to men who had contributed to repress by arms the noble political aspirations of 1848. Frederick II, who inaugurated German politics, and wished to foster a national art and literature, did not suspect the worth of Herder, of Klopstock, of Lessing, of Goethe. He disliked changing his coats so much that he had only 2 or 3 during his life. The same may be said of Napoleon and his hats. Rossini could never travel by rail, and when a friend attempted to accustom him to the train, he fell down fainting, remarking afterwards, "If I was not like that, I should never have written the Barbiere." Napoleon rejected steam, and Richelieu sent Solomon de Claus, its first inventor, to the Bicêtre. Bacon laughed at Gilbert and Copernicus. He did not believe in the applications of instruments or even of mathematics to the exact sciences. Baudelaire and Nodier detested freethinkers. Laplace denied the fall of meteorites, for he said with an argument much approved by the academicians, "How can stones fall from the sky when there are none there?" Bayard denied the undulatory theory. Voltaire denied fossils. Darwin did not believe in the Stone Age nor in hypnotism. Robin laughed at the Darwinian theory.
Vagabondage. Love of wandering is frequent among men of genius. I will mention only Heine, Alfieri, Byron, Giordano Bruno, Leopardi, Tasso, Goldsmith, Sterne, Gautier, Musset, Linnell. "My father left me his wandering genius as a heritage," wrote Foscolo. Hölderlin, after his much-loved wife had entered a convent, wandered for 40 years without settling down anywhere. Everyone knows of the constant journeys of Petrarch, of Paisiello, of Lavoisier, of Cellini, of Cervantes, at a time when travelling was beset by difficulties and dangers. Meyerbeer travelled for 30 years, composing his operas in the train. Wagner travelled on foot from Riga to Paris. One knows that sometimes, at the universities, professors are seized by the desire of change, and to satisfy it, forget all their personal interests. Unconsciousness and Instinctiveness. The coincidence of genius and insanity enables us to understand the astonishing unconsciousness, instantaneousness, and intermittence of the creations of genius. Whence its great resemblance to epilepsy, the importance of which we shall see later, and whence also a distinction between genius and talent. Talent, says Jürgen Mayer, knows itself. It knows how and why it has reached a given theory. It is not so with genius, which is ignorant of the how and the why. Nothing is so involuntarily as the conception of genius. One of the characters of genius, writes Hagen, is irresistible impulsion. As instinct compels the animal to accomplish certain acts, even at the risk of life, so genius, when it is dominated by an idea, is incapable of abandoning itself to any other thought. Napoleon and Alexander conquered, not from love of glory, but in obedience to an all-powerful instinct, so scientific genius has no rest. His activity may appear to be the result of a voluntary effort, but it is not so. Genius creates, not because it wishes to, but because it must create. And Paul Richter writes, "The man of genius is in many respects a real somnambulist. In his lucid dream he sees farther than when awake and reaches the heights of truth. When the world of imagination is taken away from him, he is suddenly precipitated into reality." Haydn attributed the conception of the creation to a mysterious grace from on high. "When my work does not advance," he says, "I retire to the oratory with my rosary, and say an Ave. Immediately ideas come to me. When Milly produces, almost without knowing it, one of her marvellous poems, she agitates, cries, sings, takes long walks, and almost becomes a victim of an epileptic attack." Many men of genius who have studied themselves, and who have spoken of their inspiration, have described it as a sweet and seductive fever, during which their thought has become rapidly and involuntarily fruitful. It has burst forth like the flame of a lighted torch. Such is the thought that Dante has engraved in 3 wonderful lines. "Ai mi sonanci quando amore spira noto ed in quel modo ci dita detro vo significando." Napoleon said that the fate of battles was a result of an instant, of a latent thought. The decisive moment appeared, the spark burst forth, and one was victorious. Morale. "Cou's most beautiful poems," writes Bauer, "were dictated in a state between insanity and reason. At the moment when his sublime thoughts came to him, he was incapable of simple reasoning." Foscolo tells us in his Epistolario, the finest monument of his great soul, that writing depends on a certain amiable fever of the mind, and cannot be had at will. "I write letters not for my country, nor for fame, but for the secret joy which arises from the exercise of our faculties. They have need of movement, as our legs of walking." Mozart confesses that musical ideas were aroused in him even apart from his will, like dreams. Hoffmann often said to his friends, "When I compose, I sit down to the piano, shut my eyes, and play what I hear." Lamartine often said, "It is not I who think, my ideas think for me. Alfieri, who compared himself to a barometer on the account of the continual changes in his poetic power, produced by a change of season, had not the strength in September to resist a new, or rather renewed impulse, which he had felt for several days. He declared himself vanquished and wrote 6 comedies. In Alfieri, Goethe, and Ariosto, creation was instantaneous, and even being produced on awakening. This domination of genius by the unconscious has been remarked for many centuries. Socrates said that poets create, not by virtue of inventive science, but thanks to a very certain natural instinct, just as diviners predict, saying beautiful things, but not having consciousness of what they say. All the manifestations of genius, wrote Voltaire to Diderot, are the effects of instinct. All the philosophers of the world put together would not be able to produce Quinault's Armide, or the Animaux Malades de la Peste, which La Fontaine wrote without knowing what he did. Corneille composed Horace as a bird composes its nest. Thus the great conceptions of thought, prepared, so to say, by former sensations, and by exquisite organic sensibility, suddenly burst forth and developed by unconscious celebration. Thus also may be explained by profound convictions of prophets, saints, and demoniacs, as well as the impulsive acts of the insane.
Somnambulism. Bettinelli wrote, "Poetry may almost be called a dream which is accomplished in the presence of reason, which floats above it with open eyes." This definition is the more exact, since many poets have composed their poems in a dream or half-dream. Goethe often said that a certain cerebral irritation is necessary to the poet. Many of his poems were, in fact, composed in a state bordering on somnambulism. Klopstock declared that he had received several inspirations for his poems in dreams. Voltaire conceived during sleep one of the books of his Henriade. So did he, A Theory on the Flageolet. Seckendorf, his beautiful Ode to Imagination, which in its harmony reflects his origin. Newton and Cardan resolved mathematical problems in dreams. Naudé composed Lydia, together with a complete theory of future destiny, as the result of dreams which succeeded each other, he wrote, with such redoubled energy from night to night that the idea transformed itself into a conviction. Muratori, many years after he had ceased to write verse, improvised in a dream a Latin pentameter. It is said that La Fontaine composed in a dream his Deux Pigeons, and that Condillac completed during sleep a lesson interrupted in his waking hours. Coleridge's Kubla Khan was composed in ill health during a profound sleep produced by an opiate. He was only able to recall 54 lines. Holde's Fantasie was composed under somewhat similar conditions. Genius and inspiration. It is very true that nothing so much resembles a person attacked by madness as a man of genius when meditating and moulding his conceptions. Aut insanit homo, aut versius facit. According to Réveil Paradis, the man of genius exhibits a small, contracted pulse, pale, cold skin, a hot, feverish head, brilliant, wild, injecting eyes. After the moment of composition, it often happens that the author himself no longer understands what he wrote a short time before. Maredi, when writing his Adone, did not feel a serious burn on the foot. Tasso, during composition, was like a man possessed. Lagrange felt his pulse become irregular while he wrote. Alfieri's sight was troubled. Some, in order to give themselves up to meditation, even put themselves artificially into a state of cerebral semi-congestion. Thus Schiller plunged his feet into ice. Pitt and Fox prepared their speeches after excessive indulgence in porter. Paisiello composed beneath a mountain of coverlets. Descartes buried his head in a sofa. Bonnet retired into a cold room with his head enveloped in hot cloths. Cujas worked lying prone on the carpet. It was said of Leibniz that he meditated horizontally, such being the attitude necessary to enable him to give himself up to the labour of thought. Milton composed with his head leaning over his easy chair. Thomas and Rossini composed in their beds. Rousseau meditated with his head in the full glare of the sun. Shelley lay on the hearthrug with his head close to the fire. All these are instinctive methods for augmenting momentarily the cerebral circulation at the expense of the general circulation. It is known that very often the great conceptions of thinkers have been organized, or at all events have taken their start, in the shock of a special sensation which produced on the intelligence the effect of a drop of salt water on a well-prepared voltaic pile. All great discoveries have been occasioned, according to Malshock's remark, by a simple sensation. Some frogs which were to furnish a medicinal broth for Galvani's wife were the origin of the discovery of galvanism. The moment of a hanging lamp, the fall of an apple, inspired the great symptoms of Galileo and Newton. Alfieri composed or conceived his tragedies while listening to music, or soon after. A celebrated cantata of Mozart's Don Giovanni came to him on seeing an orange, which recalled a popular Neapolitan air heard 5 years before. The sight of a porter suggested to Leonardo da Vinci his celebrated Guida. The movements of his model suggested to Thorwaldsen the attitude of his seated angel. Salvator Rosa owed his first grandiose inspirations to the scenes of Posillipo. Hogarth conceived his grotesque scenes in a Highgate tavern after his nose had been broken in a dispute with a drunkard. Milton, Bacon, Leonardo da Vinci liked to hear music before beginning to work. Bourdaloue tried an air on the violin before writing one of his immortal sermons. Reading one of Spenser's odes aroused poetic vocation in Cowley. A boiling tea kettle suggested to Watt the idea of a steam engine. In the same way, a sensation is the point of departure of the terrible deeds produced by impulsive mania. Humboldt's nursemaid confessed that the sight of the fresh and delicate flesh of his child irresistibly impelled her to bite it. Many persons at the sight of a hatchet, a flame, a corpse, have been drawn to murder, incendiarism, or the profanation of cemeteries. It must be added that inspiration is often transformed into a real hallucination. In fact, as Bettinelli well says, the man of genius sees the objects which his imagination presents to him. Dickens and Kleist grieved over the fates of their heroes. Kleist was found in tears after finishing one of his tragedies. She is dead, he said. Schiller was as much moved by the adventures of his personages as by real events. T. Grossi told Verga that in describing the apparition of Prina, he saw the figure come before him, and was obliged to relight his lamp to make it disappear. Briere de Boismont tells us that the painter Martina really saw the pictures he imagined. One day, someone having come between him and the hallucination, he asked this person to move so that he might go on with his picture. Contrast intermittence, double personality. When the moment of inspiration is over, the man of genius becomes an ordinary man. He does not descend lower in the same way personal inequality, or according to modern terminology, double or even contrary personality, is the one of the characters of genius. Our greatest poets, Isaac Disraeli remarked in Curiosities of Literature, Shakespeare and Dryden are those who have produced the worst lines. It was said of Tintoretto that sometimes he surpassed Tintoretto, and sometimes was inferior to Caracci. Great tragic actors are very cheerfully in society, and of melancholy humour at home. The contrary is true of genuine comedians. John Gilpin, the masterpiece of humour, was written by Cowper between 2 attacks of melancholia. Gaiety was in him the reaction from sadness. It was singular, he remarked, that his most comic verses were written in his saddest moments, without which he would probably never have written them. A patient one day presented himself to Abernethy. After careful examination, the celebrated practitioner said, "You need amusement. Go and hear Grimaldi. He will make you laugh, and that will be better for you than any drugs." "My God," exclaimed the invalid, "but I am Grimaldi." Devereux, in like manner, went to consult an alienist about his melancholy. He was advised to go to Devereux. Klopstock was questioned regarding the meaning of a passage in his poem. He replied, "God and I both knew what it meant once, now God alone knows." Giordano Bruno said of himself, "In hilarate tristis in tristita hilaris." Oviedo justly remarked concerning the contradictions in Tasso's style that when the inspiration was over, he lost his way in his own creations, and could no longer appreciate their beauty or be conscious of it. Renan described himself as a tissue of contradictions, recalling the classic Hieroseph with 2 natures. "One of my halves is constantly occupied in demolishing the other, like the fabulous animal of Ctesias, who ate his paws without knowing it." "If there are 2 such different men in you," said his mistress to Alfred de Musset, "could you not, When the bad one rises, be content to forget the good one. Musset himself confesses that, with respect to her, he gave way to attacks of brutal anger and contempt, alternating between fits of extravagant affection and exaltation carried to excess, made me treat my mistress like an idol, like a divinity. A quarter of an hour after having insulted her, I was at her knees. I left off accusing her to ask her pardon, and passed from jesting to tears. Stupidity. The doubling of personality, the amnesia, and the Misoneism so common among men of science are the key to the innumerable stupidities which intrude into their writings. Quandoque bonus dormitat Homerus. Flaubert made a very curious collection of these, and called it the Dossier de la Sottise Humaine. Here are some examples. The wealth of a country depends on its general prosperity. Louis Napoleon. She did not know Latin, but understood it very well. Victor Hugo in Les Miserables. Wherever they are, fleas throw themselves against white colours. This instinct has been given them in order that we may catch them more easily. The melon has been divided into slices by nature in order that it may be eaten en famille. The pumpkin, being larger, may be eaten with neighbours. Bernardin de Saint-Pierre in Harmion de la Nature. It is the business of bishops, nobles, and the great officers of the state to be the depositaries and the guardians of the conservative virtues, to teach nations what is good and what is evil, what is true and what is false, in the moral and spiritual world. Others have no right to reason on these matters. They may amuse themselves with the natural sciences. What have they to complain of? De Maistre, in Sories de St. Petersburg, 8th Intermittence, page 131. When one has crossed the bounds, there are no limits left. Ponsard. I have often heard the blindness of the council of Francis I deplored in repelling Christopher Columbus, when he proposed his expeditions to the Indies. Montesquieu, in Esprit des Lois, Livre 21, chapter 22. Francis I ascended the throne in 1515, Columbus died in 1506. Bonaparte was a great gainer of battles, but beyond that the least general is more skilful than he. It has been believed that he perfected the art of war, and it is certain that he made a retrograde towards the childhood of art. Chateaubriand, Les Bonaparte et les Bourbons. Voltaire is nowhere as a philosopher, without authority as a critic and historian, out of date as a man of science. De Panloup, Haute Education Intellectuelle. Grocery is respectable. It is a branch of commerce. The army is more respectable still, because it is an institution, the aim of which is order. Grocery is useful, the army is necessary. Jules Noriac in Les Nouvelles. Let us recall Pascal, at one time more incredulous than Diderot, at another writing like a father of the church, or Voltaire, believing something in destiny which causes the growth and the ruin of states, sometimes in fatality which governs the affairs of the world, sometimes in providence. Hyperasthesia. If we seek with the aid of autobiographies the differences which separate a man of genius from an ordinary man, we find that they consist, in very great part, in an exquisite and sometimes perverted sensibility. The savage and the idiot feel physical pain very feebly. They have few passions, and they only attend to the sensations which concern more directly the necessities of existence. The higher we rise in the moral scale, the more sensibility increases. It is highest in great minds, and is the source of their misfortunes as well as of their triumphs. They feel and notice more things, and with greater vivacity and tenacity than other men. Their recollections are richer, and their mental combinations more fruitful. Little things, accidents that ordinary people do not see or notice, are observed by them, brought together in 1,000 ways, which we call creations, and which are only binary and quaternary combinations of sensations. Haller wrote, "What remains to me except sensibility, that powerful sentiment which results from a temperament vividly moved by the impressions of love and the marvels of science. Even today, to read of a generous action calls tears from my eyes. This sensibility has certainly given to my poems a passion which is not found elsewhere. Diderot said, "If nature has ever made a sensitive soul, it is mine. Multiply sensitive souls, and you will augment good and evil actions." The first time that Alfieri heard music, he experienced, as it were, a dazzling in his eyes and ears. He passed several days in a strange but agreeable melancholy. There was an efflorescence of fantastic ideas. At that moment he could have written poetry, if he had known how, and expressed sentiments, if he had had any to express. He concludes with Sterne, Rousseau, and George Sand that there is nothing which agitates the soul with such unconquerable force as musical sounds. Berlioz has described his emotions on hearing beautiful music. First a sensation of voluptuous ecstasy, immediately followed by a general agitation with palpitation, oppression, sobbing, trembling, sometimes terminating with a kind of fainting fit. Malibran, on first hearing Beethoven's symphony in C minor, had a convulsive attack and had to be taken out of the hall. Musset, Goncourt, Flaubert, Carlyle had so delicate a perception of sounds that the noises of the streets and bells were insupportable to them. They were constantly changing their abodes to avoid these sounds, and at last fled in despair to the country. Schopenhauer also hated noise. Urquiza fainted on breathing the odour of a rose. Baudelaire had a very delicate sense of smell. He perceived the odour of women in dresses. He could not live in Belgium, he said, because the trees had no fragrance. Guy de Maupassant says of Gustave Flaubert, "From his early childhood, the distinctive features of his nature were a great naivete and a horror of physical action. All his life he remained naif and sedentary. It exasperated him to see people walking or moving about him, and he declared in his mordant, sonorous, always rather theatrical voice, that it was not philosophic. One can only think and write seated, he said. Sterne wrote that intuition and sensibility are the only instruments of genius, the source of the delicious impressions which give a more brilliant colour to joy, and which make us weep with happiness. It is known that Alfieri and Foscolo often fell at the feet of women who were very unworthy of them. Alfieri could not eat on that day when his horse did not neigh. Everyone knows that the beauty and love of the Fornarina inspired Raphael's palette, but very few know that he also composed 100 sonnets in her honour. Dante and Alfieri fell in love at 9 years of age. Scarron at 8, Rousseau at 11, Byron at 8. At 16, Byron, hearing that his beloved was about to marry, almost fell into convulsions. He was almost suffocated, and although he had no idea of sex, he doubted if he ever loved so truly in later years. He had a convulsive attack. Moore tells us on seeing King act. The painter Francia died of joy on seeing one of Raphael's pictures, and Pierre was so sensitive to the beauties of nature that he thought he would die of happiness on seeing the magnificent shores of Genoa. In one of his manuscripts he had left the journal of an unfortunate passion. Newton was so affected on discovering the solution of a problem that he was unable to continue his work. Gay-Lussac and Davy, after making a discovery, danced about in their slippers. It is this exaggerated sensibility of men of genius, found in less degree of men of talent also, which causes great part of their real or imaginary misfortunes. This precious gift, writes Mantegazza, this rare privilege of genius, brings in its train a morbid reaction to the smallest troubles from without. The slightest breeze, the faintest breath of the dog, days become for these sensitive persons the rumpled rose petal which will not let the unfortunate Sybarite sleep. La Fontaine perhaps thought of himself when he wrote, Un souffle, un ombre, un rien lire donne la fièvre.
Offences which for others are but pinpricks for them are sharpened daggers. When Foscolo heard a mocking word from one of his friends, he became indignant, and said to her, "You wish to see me dead. I will break my skull at your feet." So saying, he threw himself with great violence and lowered head against the edge of the marble mantelpiece. A charitable bystander promptly seized him by the collar of his coat and saved his life by throwing him on the ground. Boileau and Chateaubriand could not hear any one praised, even their shoemakers, without a certain annoyance. Hence the manifestations of morbid vanity which often approximate men of genius to ambitious monomaniacs. Schopenhauer was furious and refused to pay his debts to anyone who spelled his name with a double P.
Paraesthesia could not sleep with grief because of the printing of his Genie. The accent on the E was divided into two. Winston said he ought not to have published his refutation of Newton's chronology, as Newton was capable of killing him. Pushkin was seen one day in the crowded theatre, in a fit of jealousy, to bite the shoulder of the wife of the Governor-General, Countess Z., to whom he was then paying attention. Anyone who has had the rare fortune to live with men of genius is soon struck by the fallacy with which they misinterpret the acts of others, believe themselves persecuted, and find everywhere profound and infinite reasons for grief and melancholy. Their intellectual superiority contributes to this end, being equally adapted to discover new aspects of truth and to create imaginary ones, confirming their own painful illusions. It is true also that their intellectual superiority permits them to acquire and to express, regarding the nature of things, convictions different from those adopted by the majority, and to manifest them with an unshakable firmness which increases the opposition and contrast. But the principal cause of their melancholy and their misfortunes is the law of dynamism which rules in the nervous system. To an excessive expenditure, then development of nervous force succeeds reaction or enfeeblement. It is permitted to no one to expend more than a certain quantity of force without being severely punished on the other side. That is why men of genius are so unequal in their productions. Melancholy, depression, timidity, egoism are the price of the sublime gifts of intellect, just as uterine catarrhs, impotence, and the tabs torsalis are the prices of sexual abuse, and gastritis of abuse of appetite. Milly, after one of eloquent improvisations which are worth the whole existence of a minor poet, falls into a state of paralysis which lasts several days. Mahomet, after prophesying, fell into a state of imbecility. 3 surahs of the Koran, he said one day to Abu Bakr, have been enough to whiten my hair. In short, I do not believe there has ever been a great man who, even at the height of his happiness, has not believed and proclaimed, even without cause, that he was unfortunate and persecuted, and who has not at some moment experienced the painful modifications of sensibility which are the foundation of melancholia. Sometimes this sensibility undergoes perversion. It consumes itself, and is agitated around a single point, remaining indifferent to all others. Certain series of ideas or sensations acquire, little by little, the force of a special stimulant on the brain, and sometimes on the entire organism, so that they seem to survive life itself. Heine, who in his letters declared himself incapable of understanding the simplest things, Heine, blind and paralytic, when advised to turn towards God, replied in his dying agony, Dieu me pardonnera si est un métier, thus crowning with a stroke of supreme irony the most aesthetically cynical life of our time. The last words of Aretino, after extreme unction, were, it is said, "Keep me from the rats, now I am anointed." The dying Rabelais enveloped his head in his domino, and said, Beati qui in domino morinter. Malherbe, in his last illness, reproached his nurse with the solecisms she committed, and rejected the counsel of his confessor on account of its bad style. The last words of Balhours, the grammarian, were, Je vais sur je va mourir, le an let lecture se descent. For a scholar confesses that, very active in some directions, he was not as inferior to a man, to a woman, to a child. He has known that Corneille, Descartes, Virgil, Addison, La Fontaine, Dryden, Manzoni, Newton, were almost incapable of expressing themselves in public. D'Alembert and Menage, insensible to the sufferings of a surgical operation, wept at a slight critical censure. Lusty Lanceval smiled when his legs were amputated, but could not endure Geoffrey's criticisms. Linnaeus, at the age of 60, rendered paralytic and insensible by an apoplectic stroke, was aroused when carried near to his beloved herbarium. Lagny was stretched out comatose, insensible to the strongest stimulants. When it occurred to someone to ask him the square of 12, he replied immediately, 144. Sibuya, the Arab grammarian, died of grief because the Caliph Harun al-Rashid did not agree with him on some grammatical point. It should be observed here that men of genius, at all events, if men of science, often present that species of mania which Nekrov and Letourneur have called monotypic. Such men occupy themselves throughout their whole lives with one single problem, the first which takes possession of their brains, and which henceforth rules them. Otto Beckmann was occupied during the whole of his life with the pathology of the kidneys, Fresnel with light, Meyer with ants. Here is a new and striking point of resemblance with monomaniacs. On account of this exaggerated and concentrated sensibility, it becomes very difficult to persuade or dissuade either men of genius or the insane. In them the roots of error, as well as those of truth, fix themselves more deeply and complexly than in other men, for whom opinion is a habit, an affair of fashion, or of circumstance. Hence the slight utility of moral treatment as applied to the insane, hence also the frequent fallibility of genius. In the same way we can explain why it is that great minds do not seize ideas that the most vulgar intelligence can grasp, while at the same time they discover ideas which would have seemed absurd to others. The greater sensibility is associated with a greater originality of conception. In exalted meditation, thought deserts the more simple and easy paths which no longer suit its robust energy. Thus Mond resolved the most difficult problems of a differential calculus, and it was embarrassed in seeking an algebraic root of the second degree which a schoolboy might have found. One of Lully's friends used to say habitually on his behalf, "Pay no attention to him, he has no common sense, he is all genius."
Paraesthesia. To the exhaustion and excessive concentration of sensibility must be attributed all those strange acts showing apparent or intermittent anesthesia and analgesia, which are to be found among men of genius as well as among the insane. Socrates presented a photoparesthesia which enabled him to gaze at the sun for a considerable time without experiencing any discomfort. The Goncourts, Flaubert, Darwin had a kind of musical Daltonism. Amnesia. Forgetfulness is another of the characters of genius. It is said that Newton once rammed his niece's finger into his pipe. When he left his room to seek for anything, he usually returned without bringing it. Rouelle generally explained his ideas at great length, and when he had finished he added, "But this is one of my arcana which I tell to no one." Sometimes one of his pupils rose and repeated in his ear what he had just said out aloud. Then Rouelle believed that the pupil had discovered the arcanum by his own sagacity, and begged him not to divulge what he had himself just told to 200 persons. One day, when performing an experiment during a lecture, he said to his hearers, "You see, gentlemen, this cauldron of the flame? Well, if I were to leave off stirring it, an explosion would at once occur, which would make us all jump." While saying these words, he did not fail to forget to stir, and the prediction was accomplished. The explosion took place with a fearful noise. The laboratory windows were all smashed, and the audience fled to the garden. Sir Everard Home relates that he once suddenly lost his memory for half an hour and was able to recognize the house and the street in which he lived. He could not recall the name of the street, and seemed to hear it for the first time. It is told of Ampere that when travelling on horseback in the country he became absorbed in a problem, then dismounting began to lead his horse, and finally lost it. But he did not discover his misadventure until on arrival. It attracted the attention of his friends. Babinet hired a country house. After making the payments, returned to town. Then he found that he had entirely forgotten both the name of the place and from what station he had started. One day, Buffon, lost in thought, ascended a tower and slid down by the ropes, unconscious of what he was doing. Like a somnambulist, Mozart, in carving meat, so often cut his fingers, accustomed only to the piano, that he had to give up this duty to other persons. Of Bishop Munster, it is said that singing at the door of his own antechamber the announcement, "The master of the house is out," he remained there awaiting his own return. Of Tocherel, it is told by Arago that he once even forgot his own name. Beethoven, on returning from an excursion in the forest, often left his coat on the grass, and often went out hatless. Once at Neustadt he was arrested in this condition, and taken to prison as a vagabond, where he might have remained, as no one would believe that he was Beethoven, if Herzog, the conductor of the orchestra, had not arrived to deliver him. Goya, in the excitement of composition, wrote a chapter on the table of his bureau instead of on paper. The Abbe Beccaria, absorbed in his experiments, said during Mass, "Ete experimentia facta est." Saint Dominic, in the midst of a princely repast, suddenly struck the table and exclaimed, "Conclusam est contra manetios." It is told of Ampere that having written a formula,
with which he was preoccupied, on the back of a cab. He started in pursuit as soon as the cab went off. Diderot hired vehicles which he then left at the door and forgot, thus needlessly paying coachmen for whole days. He often forgot the hour, the day, the month, and even the persons to whom he was speaking. He would then speak long monologues like a somnambulist. Rossini, conducting the orchestra at the rehearsal of his Barbiere, which was a fiasco, did not perceive that the public and even the performance had left him alone in the theatre until he reached the end of the act. Originality. Hagen notes that originality is the quality that distinguishes genius from talent, and Jürgen Meyer, the imagination of talent reproduces the state of fact, the inspiration of genius makes it anew. The first disengages or repeats, the second invents or creates. Talent aims at a point which appears difficult to reach, genius aims at a point which no one perceives. The novelty, it must be understood, resides not in the elements, but in their stock. Novelty and grandeur are the two chief characters which Bettinelli attributes to genius. For this reason, he says, poets call themselves troubadours or trouvères. Cardan conceived the idea of the education of deaf mutes before Harriot. He caught a glimpse of the application of algebra to geometry and geometric constructions before Descartes. Giordano Bruno divided the modern theories of cosmology and of the origin of ideas. Colle de Rienzi conceived Italian unity, with Rome as capital, 400 years before Cavour and Mazzini. Stoppani admits that the geological theory of Dante, with regard to the formation of seas, is at all points in accordance with the accepted ideas of today. Genius divides facts before completely knowing them. Thus Goethe described Italy very well before knowing it, and Schiller the land and people of Switzerland without having been there, and it is on account of those divinations which all precede common observation, and because genius, occupied with lofty researches, does not possess the habits of the many, and because, like the lunatic, and unlike the man of talent, he is often disordered, the man of genius is scorned and misunderstood. Ordinary persons do not perceive the steps which have led the man of genius to his creation, but they see the difference between his conclusions and those of others, and the strangeness of his conduct. Rossini's Barbiere and Beethoven's Fidelio were received with hisses. Boito's Mephistophel and Wagner's Lohengrin have been hissed at Milan. How many academicians have smiled compassionately at Marzolo, who has discovered a new philosophic world? Bolyai, for his invention of the fourth dimension in anti-Euclidean geometry, has been called the geometrician of the insane, and compared to a miller who wishes to make flour of sand. Everyone knows the treatment accorded to Fulton and Columbus and Papin, and in our own days to Piatti and Praga and Abel, and to Schliemann, who found Ilium where no one else had dreamed of looking for it. Well-learned academicians laughed. There never was a liberal idea, wrote Flaubert, which has not been unpopular, never an act of justice which has not caused scandal, never a great man who has not been pelted with potatoes or struck by knives. The history of human intellect is the history of human stupidity, as M.D. Voltaire said. In this persecution, men of genius have no fiercer or more terrible enemies than the men of academies, who possess the weapons of talent, the stimulus of vanity, and the prestige by preference accorded to them by the vulgar, and by governments which in large part consist of the vulgar. There are, indeed, countries in which the ordinary level of intelligence sinks so low that the inhabitants come to hate not only genius but even talent. Originality, though usually of the aimless kind, is preserved with some frequency among the insane, as we shall see later on, and especially among those inclined to literature. They sometimes reach the divinations of genius. Thus Bernardi, at the Florence Asylum of 1529, wished to show the existence of language among apes. In exchange for this fatal gift, both the one and the other have the same ignorance of the necessities of practical life, which always seems to them less important than their own dreams. At the same time, they possess the disordered habits which renders this ignorance dangerous. Fondness for special words. This originality causes men of genius as well as the insane to create special words marked with their own imprint, unintelligible to others, but to which they attach extraordinary significance and importance. Such are the dignata of Viso, the individuata of Carrara, the Ordo Serato of Alfieri, the Albero Epogonico of Marzolo, and the Imirasi and Interasi of the Entomater of Dante. End of Chapter 2. Section 3 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. Latent Forms of Neurosis and Insanity in Genius. Chorea and Epilepsy, Melancholy, Megalomania, Folie du doute, Alcoholism, Hallucinations, Moral Insanity, Longevity. It is now possible to explain the frequency among men of genius, even when not insane, of those forms of neurosis or mental alienation which may be called latent, and which contain the germs, as it were, the outlines of these disorders. Chorea and Epilepsy. Many men of genius, like the insane, are subject to curious spasmodic and choreic movements. Linneo and Montesquieu left upon the floor of their rooms the signs of the movements by which their feet were convulsively agitated during composition. Buffon, Dr. Johnson, Centennial, Crebillon, Lombardini exhibited the most remarkable facial contortions. There was a constant quiver on Thomas Campbell's thin lips. Chateaubriand was long subject to convulsive movements of the arm. Napoleon suffered from habitual spasms of the right shoulder and of the lips. My anger, he said, one day after altercation with Lau, must have been fearful, for I felt the vibration of my calves, which has not happened to me for a long time. Peter the Great suffered from convulsive movements which horribly distorted his face. Carducci's face at certain moments, writes Mantegazza, is a veritable hurricane. Lightnings dart from his eyes, and his muscles tremble. And Pierre could only express his thoughts while walking, and when his body was in a state of constant movement. Socrates often danced and jumped in the street without reason, as if by a freak. Julius Caesar, Dostoevsky, Petrarch, Molière, Flaubert, Charles V, St. Paul, and Handel appear to have been all subject of attacks of epilepsy. Twice upon the field of battle, the epileptic vertigo nearly had a serious influence on Caesar's fate. On another occasion, when the Senate had decreed him extraordinary honours, and had gone out to meet him with the consuls and praetors, Caesar, who at the moment was seated at the tribune, failed to rise, and received the senators as though they were ordinary citizens. They retired showing signs of discontent, and Caesar, suddenly returning to himself, immediately went home, took off his clothes, and uncovered his neck, exclaimed that he was ready to deliver his throat to anyone who wished to cut it. He explained his behaviour to the Senate as due to the malady to which he was subject. He said that those who were affected by it were unable to speak standing in public, and they soon felt shocks in their limbs, giddiness, and at last completely lost consciousness. Convulsions sometimes hindered Melior from doing any work for a fortnight at a time. Mahomet had visions after an epileptic fit. An angel appears to me in human form. He speaks to me. Often I hear, as it were, the sounds of cats, of rabbits, of bells, and I suffer much. After these apparitions, he was overcome with sadness and howled like a young camel. Peter the Great and his son, by Catherine, were both epileptics. It may be noted here that artistic creation presents the intermittence, the instantaneousness, and very often the sudden absences of mind which characterize epilepsy. Paganini, Mozart, Schiller, and Alfieri suffered from convulsions. Paganini was even subject to catalepsy. Pascal, from the age of 24, had fits which lasted for whole days. Handel had attacks of furious and epileptic rage. Newton and Swift were subject to vertigo, which is related to epilepsy. Richelieu, in a fit, believed he was a horse, and neighed and jumped. Afterwards he knew nothing of what had taken place. Maudsley remarks that epileptics often believe themselves patriarchs and prophets. He thinks that by mistaking their hallucinations for divine revelations, they have largely contributed to the foundation of religious beliefs. Anne Lee, who founded the sect of Shakers, was an epileptic. She saw Christ come to her physically and spiritually. The vision which transforms St. Paul from a persecutor to an apostle seems to have been of the same order. The Siberian shamans who profess to have intercourse with spirits operate in a state of convulsive exaltation and choose their pupils by preference from among epileptic children. Melancholy. The tendency to melancholy is common to the majority of thinkers and depends on their hyperasthesia. It is proverbially said that to feel sorrow more than other men constitutes the crown of thorns of genius. Aristotle had remarked that men of genius are of melancholic temperament, and after him Jürgen Meyer has affirmed the same. Tristes philosophi et severi, said Varro. Goethe, the impassible Goethe, confesses that my character passes from extreme joy to extreme melancholy, and elsewhere that every increase in knowledge is an increase in sorrow. He could not recall that in all his life he had passed more than 4 pleasant weeks. I am not made for enjoyment, wrote Flaubert. Guesti was affected by hypochondria, which reached to delirium. Sometimes he thought he had hydrophobia. Corradi has shown that all the misfortunes of Leopardi, as well as his philosophy, owe their origin to an exaggerated sensibility and a hopeless love which he experienced at the age of 18. In fact, his philosophy was more or less sombre according to his health, was better or worse, until the tendency was transformed into a habit. Thought, he wrote, has long inflicted on me and still inflicts such martyrdom as to produce injurious effects, and it will kill me if I do not change my manner of existence. In his poems, Leopardi appears the most romantic and philanthropic of men. In his letters, on the other hand, he appears cold, indifferent to his parents, and still more to his native country. From the publications of his host and protector, Ranieri, may be seen how little grateful he was to his friends, and that he was eccentric to the verge of insanity. Desiring death every moment in verse, he took exaggerated pains to cling to life, exposing himself to the sun for hours together, sometimes eating only peaches, at other times only flesh, always in extremes. No one hated the country more than he, who so often sang its praises. He hardly reached it before he wished to return, and stayed with difficulty an entire day. He made day night, and night day. He suspected everyone. One day he even suspected that he had been robbed of a box in which he preserved old combs. The great list of men who have committed suicide is almost endless. It opens with the names of Zeno, Aristotle, Hegesippus, Cleanthes, Stilpo, Dionysius of Heraclea, Lucretius, Lucan, and reaches to Chatterton, Clive, Creech, Blount, Haydon, David. Domenichino was led to commit suicide by the contempt of a rival, Spagnoletto by the abduction of his daughter, Norrit by the success of Dupré. Gross could not survive the decadence of his genius. Robert, Chateaubriand, Cowper, Rousseau, Lamartine on several occasions nearly put an end to their lives. Burns wrote in a letter, "My constitution and frame were ab origine, blasted with a deep incurable taint of melancholia, which poisons my existence." Schiller passed through a period of melancholy which caused him to be suspected of insanity. In B. Constant's letters we read, "If I had my dear opium, it would have been the moment in honour of ennui to put an end to an excessive movement of love." Dupuytren thought of suicide even when he had reached the climax of fame. Paraisset and Cavour were only saved from suicide by devoted friends. The latter twice attempted to kill himself. Lessman, the humorous writer who wrote the Journal of a Melancholiac, hanged himself in 1835 during an attack of melancholia. So died also the composer of Massanello, Fischer, Romilly, Eötz von Berg, Hugh Miller, Gorig, Koch, the friend of Mendelssohn, James Uberti, Tannehill, Prevost Paradol, Kleist, who died of his mistress, and Majlath, who drowned himself with his daughter. George Sand, who seems, however, free from all neurosis, declared that whether it was that bile made her melancholy, or that melancholy made her bilious, she had been seized at moments of her life by a desire for eternal repose, for suicide. She attributed this to an infection of the liver. It was an old chronic disorder experienced and fought with from early youth, forgotten like an old travelling companion whom one believes one has left behind, but who suddenly presents himself. This temptation, she continues, was sometimes so strange that I regard it as a kind of madness. It took the form of a fixed idea and bordered on monomania. The idea was aroused chiefly by the sight of water, of a precipice, of files. George Sand tells us that Gustave Planche was of strangely melancholy character. Ergo Quinet suffered at times from unreasonable melancholy in his taking after his mother. Rossini experienced, about 1848, keen grief because he had bought a house at a slight loss. He became really insane and took it into his head that he was reduced to extreme misery, so that he must beg. He believed that he had become an idiot. He could indeed neither repose nor even hear music spoken of. The care of Sansone, of Ancona, gradually restored him to fame and to his friends. The great painter Van Leyden believed himself poisoned, and during his latter years never rose from his bed. Mozart was convinced that the Italians wished to poison him. Molière had numerous attacks of melancholia. Voltaire was hypochondriacal. With respect to my body, he wrote, it is moribund. I anticipate dropsy. There is no appearance of it, but you know that there is nothing so dry as a dropsical person. Diseases, more cruel even than kings, are persecuting me. Doctors only are needed to finish me. All this, travels, pleasure, etc., said Grimm, did not prevent him from saying that he was dead or dying. He was even very angry when one dared to assure him that he was still full of strength and life. Zimmermann was afraid sometimes of dying of hunger, sometimes of being arrested. He actually died of voluntary starvation, the result of a fixed idea that he had no money to pay for food. The poet Gray, the melancholy Gray, was of a gloomy and extremely reserved character. Abraham Lincoln was a victim of constitutional melancholy, which assumed a most dangerous form on one or two occasions in his earlier years. Chopin, during the last years of his life, was possessed by a melancholy which went far as insanity. An abandoned convent in Spain filled his imagination with phantoms and terrors. One day, G. Sand and her son were late in returning from a walk. Chopin began to imagine and finally believed that they were dead. Then he saw himself dead, drowned in a lake, and drops of frozen water fell upon his breast. There were real drops of rain falling upon him from the roof of the ruin, but he did not perceive this, even when George Sand pointed it out. Some trifling annoyance affected him more than a great and real misfortune. A crumbled petal, a fly, made him weep. Cavero from youth believed himself deprived of domestic affections. He saw no friends around. He saw above him no ideal to realize. He found himself alone. His condition reached such a point that, to avoid greater evils and to lead an insipid life, he wished to kill himself. He hesitated only because he was doubtful about the morality of suicide. But while this doubt exists, it is best for me to imitate Hamlet. I will not kill myself. No, but I will put up earnest prayers to heaven to send me a rapid consummation which may carry me off to the other world. At a very youthful age, he sometimes gave himself up to strange attacks of bad temper. One day at the castle of Dailuzes at Balaguero, he threw himself into so violent a rage on being asked to study that he wished to kill himself with a knife and throw himself from the window. These attacks were very frequent, but of brief duration. When the hopes of war raised by the words of Napoleon III to Baron Hubner seemed suddenly to give place in the Emperor's mind to thoughts of peace, Cavour was carried away by such agitation that some extreme resolution was apprehended. This is confirmed by Castelli, who went to his house and found him alone in his room. He had burnt various papers and given orders that no one should be admitted. The danger was plain. He looked fixedly at Castelli, who spoke a few calm words calculated to affect him, and then burst into tears. Cavour rose, embraced him convulsively, took a few steps distractedly about the room, and then slowly, "Be at rest, we will brave everything, and always together." Castelli ran to reassure his friends, but the danger had been very grave. Chateaubriand relates in his memoirs d'Outre Tombe that one day as a youth he charged an old musket, which sometimes went off by itself, with 3 balls, inserted the barrel into his mouth, and struck the stock against the ground. The appearance of a passer-by suspended his resolution. Gerard de Nerval was never so much inspired as in those moments when, according to the saying of Alexander Dumas, his melancholy became his muse. Werther, Rene, Anthony Sistemas never uttered more poignant complaints, more sorrowful sighs, tender words, or more poetic cries. J.S. Mill was seized during the autumn of 1826 at the age of 20 by an attack of insanity, which he himself can only describe in these words of Coleridge's: "A grief without a pang, void, dark, and dear, a drowsy, stifled, unimpassioned grief, which finds no natural outlet or relief. in word or sigh or tear. I quote these lines the more willingly as they show in their extreme energy that Coleridge himself was affected by the same malady. To this same mind succeeded another in which Mill sought to cultivate the feelings. Among other preoccupations, he feared the exhaustion of musical combinations. The octave consists only of 5 tones and 2 semitones, which can be put together in only a limited number of ways, of which but a small proportion are beautiful. Most of them, it seemed to me, must have been already discovered, and there could not be room for a long succession of Mozarts and Webers to strike out, as these had done, entirely new and surprisingly rich veins of musical beauty. This source of anxiety may perhaps be thought to resemble that of the philosophers of Laputa, who feared lest the sun should be burnt out. Megalomania, delusions of grandeur. The delirium of melancholia alternates with that of grandiose megalomania. The title Son of David, writes Renan, was the first which Jesus Christ accepted, probably without taking part in the innocent frauds by which it was sought to make it certain. The family of David had, in fact, long been extinct. Later on he declared himself the Son of God. His Father had given him all power. Nature obeyed him. He could forgive sins. He was superior to David, to Abraham, to Solomon, to the prophets. It is evident, Renan continues, that the title of Rabbi, with which he was first contented, no longer satisfied him. Even the title of prophet or messenger from God no longer corresponded to his conception. The position which he attributed to himself was that of a superhuman being. He declared that he was come to give sight to the blind, and to blind those who think they see. One day his ill humour with the temple called forth an imprudent expression. This temple made by human hands, he said, I could, if I liked, destroy, and in its place build another, not made by human hands. The Queen of Sheba, he adds, would rise up at the judgment against the men of today and condemn them, because they came from the ends of the earth to hear Solomon's wisdom. Yet a greater than Solomon is here. The men of Nineveh will rise up at the judgment against the men of today and condemn them, because they represent the preaching of Jonah, yet a greater than Jonah is here. Dante's pride, legitimate as it may have been, is proverbial. It is well known that he placed himself sesto fra cotanto seno, and declared himself superior to his contemporaries in style and the favourite of God. Er forsi nanto, chai le anno e le altro, cacera di nido, perci tanta, grasa in te luc prima cesi modo. At the Institut Dumas said, with truth of Hugo, Victor Hugo was dominated by a fixed idea to become the greatest poet and the greatest man of all countries and all ages. It is this, according to Dumas, which explains the entire life and all the changes in Victor Hugo, who began by being a Catholic and monarchist. He could not submit to being shut up within a government and a religion where he had not the right to say anything and the chance to be first. The glory of Napoleon long haunted Victor Hugo, but the day came when he could no longer tolerate that anyone should have glory equal to his own. The great captain must give way to the great poet. The giant of action must efface himself before the giant of thought. Is not Homer greater than Achilles? Victor Hugo came to believe himself superior to all human beings. He did not say, I am genius, but he began to believe firmly that the world would say so. His personages do not possess the characters of reality nor the proportions of man. They are always above and beyond humanity, sometimes reversed, not to say upside down. That was because nature had for him aspects that were seen by no other. His eyes enlarged everything. He saw herbs as tall as trees. He saw insects as large as eagles. Hegel believed in his own divinity. He began a lecture with these words, I may say with Christ, that not only do I teach truth, but that I am myself truth. Man is the vainest of animals, and the poet is the vainest of men, wrote Heine, who knew, and in another letter, do not forget that I am a poet, and as such, convinced that men must forsake all and read my verses. Every one knows, wrote George Sand of a friend Balzac, how the consciousness of greatness overflowed in him, how he loved to speak of his works and to narrate them. Genial and ingenious, he asked advice from children, but never waited for the answer, or else opposed it with all the obstinacy of his superiority. He never instructed, but always talked very well indeed of himself alone. One evening, having on a beautiful new dressing gown, he wished to go out, thus clothed with a lamp in his hand to excite the admiration of the public. Chopin directed in his will that he should be buried in a white tie, small shoes, and short breeches. He abandoned the woman whom he tenderly loved because she offered a chair to someone else before giving the same invitation to himself. Giordano Bruno declared himself illuminated by superior light, a messenger from God, who knew the essence of things, a Titan who would destroy Jupiter, and what others see far ahead I leave behind. And again, Nam medias alter, vetentius circli meliores son mediocrium, destinat, aut veluti, media de plebe, magistrum. The poet Lucilius did not rise when Julius Caesar entered the College of Poets because he believed himself his superior in the art of verse. Ariosto, after receiving the laurel from Charles V, ran like a madman through the streets. The celebrated surgeon Porter would not suffer any medical paper to be read at the Lombard Institute without murmuring and showing his contempt. As soon as a mathematical or philological paper was brought forward, he became quiet and attentive. Comte gave out that he was the high priest of humanity. Wetzel entitled his works Opera die Wetzeli. Rouelle, the founder of chemistry in France, quarrelled with all his disciples who wrote on chemistry. They were, he said, ignorant bunglers, plagiarists. This latter term assumed so odious a significance in his mind that he applied to the worst criminals. For instance, to express his horror of Damiens, he said he was a plagiary. Many men of genius, while avoiding these excesses, nevertheless believed that they embody in themselves absolute truth. They modify scientific conclusions in their own interests, in accordance with the part they are themselves able to take. Delacroix, becoming incapable of drawing beautiful lines, declared, "Colour is everything." Ingres said, "Drawing is honesty, drawing is honour." Chopin charged Schubert and Shakespeare with temerity because in these men he always sought a correspondence with his own temperament. The Princess Conti having said to Malherbe, "I wish to show you some of the most beautiful verses in the world, which you have not yet seen," he replied immediately with emotion, "Pardon me, madame, I have seen them, for since they are the most beautiful in the world, I must have written them myself." Folie du doute. Among men of genius, we often find the phenomena which characterizes that disorder termed by alienists folie du doute, one of the varieties of melancholia. In this form of insanity, the subject has every appearance of mental health. He reasons, writes, and speaks like other people. Everything goes well until he has to execute a definite action, and in this he finds all sorts of imaginary dangers. Thus I have treated a woman who, when she had to get up in the morning, would hesitate for hours beside her bed, with one arm on the sleeve of her chemise, and the other sleeve hanging down, until her husband came to her help. Sometimes her husband was obliged to give her a few slight blows to induce her to take action. If she went for a walk and knocked against a stone, or came across a puddle, she would remain motionless. Her husband had then to carry her for a few instants. In conversation she seemed the best and most sensible of mothers, but wrote to the unfortunate person who dropped any word she regarded with suspicion, such as devil, death, God. She immediately seized him and cried out until he repeated a certain formula, declared a dozen times that the word had not been uttered to injure her. A peasant affected by the same disorder was incapable of attending to his work lest someone was there to watch over him. For, said he, "I cannot make up my mind whether I ought to dig or to hoe, to go to the field or to the hill, and my uncertainty is so great that I end by doing nothing." When Johnson walked along the streets of London, he was compelled to touch every post he passed. If he omitted one, he had to return. He always went in or out of a door or passage in such a way that either his right or his left foot, Boswell was not certain which, should be the first to cross the threshold. When he made any mistake in the movement, he would return, and having satisfactorily performed the feat, rejoin his companions, with the air of a man who had got something off his mind. Napoleon I could not pass through a street, even at the head of his army, without counting and adding up the rows of windows. Manzoni, in a letter addressed to Giorgi Briano, which has become famous, declared that he was incapable of giving himself up to politics because he did not know how to decide on anything. He was always in a state of uncertainty before every resolution, even the most trifling. He was afraid of drowning in the smallest puddle. He could never resolve to go out alone. He confessed on various occasions that from his youth up he had suffered from melancholy. He passed whole days without being able to apply himself to anything, so that in a month there were 5 or 6 useful days, during which he worked 5 hours, and then he became incapable of thinking. Ugo Foscolo said that every active in regard to some things, he was in regard to others less than a man, less than a woman, less than a child. Tolstoy confesses that philosophic skepticism had led him to a condition approximating to madness. Let us add to folie du doute. I imagine, he said, that there existed nothing outside me, either living or dead, that the objects were not objects, but vain appearances. This state reached such a point that sometimes I turned suddenly round and looked behind me in the hope of seeing nothing where I was not. The deplorable mania of doubt exhausts me, cried Flaubert. I doubt about everything, even about my doubts. I am embarrassed and frightened at my own ideas, wrote Maine Brain. Every expression stops me and gives me scruples. I have no confidence in anything that I publish. I am always tempted to withdraw my works when they scarcely appeared, to substitute others which would certainly be worthless. I always call those happy who are tied down to fixed labour, who are not submitted to the torment of uncertainty, to the indecision which poisons men who are masters of their time. I am always trying to strength. I commence and recommence again and again. It is my fortune to be useless, to be wanting in measure, never to feel my existence, never to have confidence in my capacity. I am never happy wherever I am, because I carry with my own organism a source of affliction and unrest. I have only sufficient feeling of my own personality to feel my impotence, which is a great torture. I am always ready to do a number of things, and I do nothing. The little miseries of existence were tortures of Carlyle. To have to pack his portmanteau was a grave affair of state. The idea of ordering coats or buying gloves crushed him. I have long renounced the omnibus, wrote Renan in his Souvenirs des Jeunes. The conductors refuse to regard me as a serious traveller. At the railway station, unless I have the protection of an inspector, I always obtain the worst place. I see too well that to do a good turn to one is usually to do a bad one to another. The vision of the unknown person I am injuring stops short my zeal. Renan, indeed, is a most singular instance of these characteristics in connection with genius, from his earliest years. At Mass his childish eye wandered over the roof of the chapel, and he thought of the great men told of in books. It was his dream to write books. My gentleness, he writes, which often arises from indifference, my indulgence, which is very sincere and which depends on a clear perception of the injustice of men to each other, the conscientious habits which are a pleasure to me, the indefinite endurance of ennui which I possess, having perhaps been inoculated in my youth, may be explained by my surroundings, and the deep impressions I have received. The paradoxical vow to preserve the clerical virtues without the faith which serves as basis for them, and a world for which they are not made, produce, so far as I am concerned, the most amusing incidents. If ever a comic writer wishes to amuse the public at my expense, he needs but my collaboration. I could tell him things far more amusing than he could invent. A layman and a skeptic, he preserved, involuntarily, the vow of poverty. My dream would be to be housed, fed, clothed, and warmed, without having to think about it, by someone who would take charge of me and leave me free. The competence which I possessed came late, and in spite of myself, I always thought about writing. It did not occur to me it could bring me any money. What was my astonishment when I saw a gentleman of agreeable and intelligent appearance enter my garret, compliment me on some articles I had published, and offer to collect them in a volume. He brought a stamped paper stipulating conditions I thought astonishingly generous, so that when he asked me to include all my future writings in the same contract, I consented. The idea came to me to make some observations, but I paused at sight of the documents. The thought that beautiful sheet of paper would be lost stopped me. I did well to stop. The politeness which he wrongly believed he learnt at the seminary is not the raw and cold politeness of the priest, but the special and excessive timidity of genius. He could not, he says, treat even a dog with an air of authority, but authority is the chief characteristic of priests. To imagine as he does that men are always good and deserving could only be, as he himself justly notes, a continual danger. Notwithstanding all my efforts to the contrary, I was predestined to be what I am, a romantic protesting against romanticism, and utopian preaching materialistic politics, an idealist uselessly giving himself much trouble to appear bourgeois, a tissue of contradictions. It is as a great observer Chamelin Lacour had excellently said, he thinks like a man, feels like a woman, and acts like a child. I do not complain, since this moral constitution has procured me the most vivid intellectual joys that may be tasted. But the most striking example of this permanent state of doubt is supplied by another philosopher, the author of a journal of his own life, Amiel. He was so tormented by doubt that the strength of his genius was only shown after his death, when in his journal he revealed with absolute exactness the wound which gnawed him. Let us read a few of the most remarkable passages. As life flees, he says, I mourn the loss of reality. Thought is sad without action, and action is sad without thought. The real is spoilt when the ideal has not added its perfume. But the ideal, when not made one with the real, becomes a poison. I have never learnt the art of writing. It would have been useful to me, but I was ashamed of the useful. On the other hand, I have acquired two opposite intellectual habits, to note immediately passing impressions, and to analyze them scientifically. This journal will be useful to no one. Even for me it will serve rather to plan out life than to practice it. It is a pillar of idleness, and even in style I am unequal, always energetic and correct, the results from my existence. I see before me several expressions, and I do not know which I ought to choose. The unique expression is an act of courage, which implies confidence in oneself. The discovery very early that it is easier to give up with a wish than to gratify it. The idea may be modified, but not the action. So I abhor it, for I fear useless remorse. I thrust aside the idea of a family, because every lost joy is a stab of a knife, because every hope is an egg from which may proceed a serpent as well as a dove. Action is my cross, because it would be my dream, but to be false to the ideal would soil the conscience and be an unpardonable error. It is my passion to endure my interests. When a thing attracts me, I flee from it. Everyone may see the glorious kinship to genius of all these forms of disease, and everyone will think of the great poet alienist who divided insanity and genius, and left of it a monument portrait in Hamlet, the man afflicted by folie du tout. It is scarcely necessary to add that these great disordered minds must not be confused with the poor inmates without genius of our asylums, although as diseased persons they belong to the same category and have some of the same characters. They must not be identified with them. While ordinary lunatics are reduced to inaction or the agitation of sterile delirium, these disordered men of genius are the most active in the ideal life because the less apt for practical life. Further, when we analyze more delicately this form of insanity, or rather of impotence for practical action, so common among men of genius, we see that it is distinct from the other forms. In scientific work, these men do not lack precision or decision or audacity, but by expending their strength on theoretical problems, they end by failing with reference to practical things. By carrying their glance above and beyond, these sublime, far-sighted persons become, like astronomers, unable to perceive neighbouring objects. The effects seem partially identical, but the nature of the phenomena and their causes are absolutely different. In his Dialogue of Nature, Leopardi, after having shown how the excellence of genius involves a greater intensity of life, and consequently a more vivid sense of individual misfortune, makes nature address him thus: Besides, the delicacy of your own intelligence and the vivacity of your imagination will shut you out, for a great part, from your empire of yourself. The brutes follow easily the ends that they propose to themselves, with all their faculties and all their strength. But men very rarely utilize all their power. They are usually stopped by reason and imagination, which create for them 1,000 uncertainties in deliberation, 1,000 obstacles in execution. Those who are less apt or less accustomed to consider the balanced motions are the most prompt in taking a resolution, the most powerful in action. But those who are like you, the elect souls, continually folded on themselves and outrun, as it were, by the greatness of their own faculties, consequently powerless to govern themselves, are most often subjected, either in deliberation or execution, to irresolution, which is one of the greatest penalties which afflict human life. Add to this that the excellence of your aptitudes will enable you to surpass, easily and briefly, all other souls in the most profound sciences and the most difficult researches, but nevertheless, it will always be impossible or extremely difficult for you to learn, or to put in practice a great many things, insignificant in themselves, but absolutely necessary in your relations with other men. At the same time, you will find these things learned and easily applied by minds, not only inferior to yours, but altogether contemptible. Alcoholism. Many men of genius have abused alcoholic drinks. Alexander died, it is said, after having emptied 10 times the goblet of Hercules, and it was without doubt in an alcoholic attack, while pursuing naked the infamous Thais, that he killed his dearest friend. Caesar was often carried home on the shoulders of his soldiers. Neither Socrates, nor Seneca, nor Alcibiades, nor Cato, nor Peter the Great, nor his wife Catherine, nor his daughter Elizabeth were remarkable for their abstinence. One recalls Horace's line, Narrator et prisci Catonis sepi mero calusi vertas. Tiberius Nero was called by the Romans Biberius Mero. Septimus Severus and Mohammed II succumbed to drunkenness or delirium tremens. Among confirmed drunkards must be counted the Constable de Bourbon and Avicenna, who it was said devoted the second half of his life to showing the uselessness of his studies to which he had devoted the first half. So also have been many famous painters, such as the Caracci, Jan Steen, Barbatelli, on this account nicknamed Bocchetta, G. Morland, Turner, and many poets and novelists, such as Mercer, Gerard de Nerval, Alfred de Musset, Kleist, Poe, Hoffman, Addison, Steele, Carew, Sheridan, Burns, Charles Lamb, James Thompson, Mudgelath, Hartley, Coleridge. Tessa wrote in a letter, I do not deny that I am mad, but I believe that my madness is caused by intoxication and love, for I know that I drink too much. Coleridge, on account of his lack of will and his abuse of alcoholic drinks and opium, never succeeded in executing any of his gigantic projects. He was offered 30 guineas for a poem he had improvised, but he never succeeded in getting it onto paper. His son, Hartley, a distinguished writer, gave himself up to drink, so entirely that he died of it. It was said of him that he wrote like an angel and drank like a fish. Savage, during the last days of his life, almost lived on wine and died in a Bristol prison. Helios, a German poet of the 16th century, affirmed that it was the greatest of shames to be beaten in drinking. Shenstone said of his comrade in poetry, Somerville, that he was forced to drink himself into pains of the body in order to get rid of the pains of the mind. Madame de Stael and de Quincey abused opium. The latter has left a vivid picture of his excesses in the Confessions of an Opium Eater. Many musical composers were great drinkers, such as Dussek, Handel, and Gluck, who used to say that he loved money, wine, and fame for an excellent reason. The first enabled him to obtain the second, and the second, by inspiring him, procured him fame. But besides wine, he liked brandy, and one day he drank so much that he died of it. One may say the same of Rovani and of Praga. Hallucinations. We have already seen that hallucinations are so clearly connected with artistic and genial creations that Brayer de Bosmont associated them with the physiology of great men. Everyone knows the celebrated hallucination of Cellini and Issel, those of Brutus, of Caesar, of Napoleon, of Swedenborg, who believed that he had visited heaven, conversed with the spirits of the great dead, and seen the Eternal Father in person. Van Helmont declared that he had seen his own soul in the form of a brilliant crystal. Kerner was visited by a spectre. Shelley thought he saw a child rise from the sea and clap its hands. Clare, after having read some historical episode, imagined that he was himself spectator and actor. Blake thought he really perceived the fantastic images procured by his pencil. A celebrated professor was often subject to a similar illusion, and he believed himself changed into Confucius, Papirius, and Tamerlane. Holmes confessed that he could not go in the dark without thinking that he saw visions of the dead. Bunyan heard voices. When Columbus was cast on the shores of Jamaica, he had an hallucination of hearing. He heard a voice reproaching him for giving himself up to grief and for having but a weak faith in God. What happens to you today is deserved punishment for having served the masters of the world and not God. All these tribulations are engraved on marble, and are not brought about without reason. Later Columbus declared that in him was accomplished an ancient prophecy announcing the end of the world on the day on which the universal diffusion of Christianity would be realized. According to the same prophecy, only 156 years of existence remained for humanity. Malebranche declared that he had distinctly heard within himself the voice of God. Descartes, after a long seclusion, believed himself haunted by an invisible person who charged him to follow up the search for truth. Byron sometimes imagined he was haunted by a spectre. He afterwards explained this himself by the extreme excitability of his brain. Dr. Johnson distinctly heard his mother call him Samuel, although she was living in a distant town. Pope, who suffered much from the bowels, one day asked his doctor about an arm which seemed to protrude from the wall. Goethe assures us that one day he saw his own image coming to meet him. When Oliver Cromwell was lying on his bed, kept awake by extreme fatigue, the curtain opened and a woman of gigantic proportions appeared, announced that he would be the greatest man in England. Moral insanity. Complete absence of moral sense and of sympathy is frequently found among men of genius, as well as among the morally insane. It is an old proverb that quo quisque est doctior, eo est nequior. Aristotle, in reply to the question, why the most learned man is of all living beings the most unjust, replies, because he aims always at pleasures which can only be attained by injustice. And besides, knowledge resembles a stone which is good to sharpen instruments on, but may also serve the murderer's turn. And Philip of Comines says, Doctrina vel meliors reddit homines vel pejores pro cuiasque natura. And Cardan, sapientes cum calidissimi natura sint ac humidissimi, nisi philosophia proficent, pessimi omnam sant, aduvant ad scelera perpetrana industria quum ex studiis acquiserent, et melancholia, quae resulto humoro pingoro guiter ex superfluis studis, atque vigilis, etc. The older I grow, wrote George Sand, the more I reverence goodness because I see that this is the gift of which God is most avaricious. Where there is no intelligence, that which is called goodness is merely stupidity. Where there is no strength, the pretended goodness is apathy. Where there is strength and intelligence, goodness can scarcely be found, because experience and observation has given birth to suspicion and hate. The souls devoted to the noblest principles are often the most rough and bitter, because they have become diseased through deceptions. One esteems them, one admires them still, but one cannot love them. To have been unhappy without ceasing to be intelligent and good implies a very powerful organization, and it is such that I seek and love. I am sick of great men, forgive the expression. I should like to see them all in Plutarch. They do not make one suffer on the human side. Let them be cut in marble or cast in bronze, and let them be silent. So long as they live they are wicked, persecuting, fantastic, despotic, bitter, suspicious. They confuse in the same proud contempt the goats and the sheep. They are worse their friends than their enemies. God protects us from them. Be good, stupid if you will. I regret, said Valerius Maximus, to speak of the youth of Themistocles, when I see on the one hand his father disinheriting him with ignominy, and on the other his mother, from shame of such a son, hanging himself with grief. Sallust, who wrote such beautiful tirades on virtue, passed his life in debauchery. Speusippus, the disciple of Plato, was killed in the act of adultery. Democritus is said to have blinded himself because he could not look at a woman without desiring her. Aristippus, under the mask of austerity, abandoned himself to debauchery. Anaxagoras denied to deposit confided to him by strangers. Aristotle basely flattered Alexander. Theognis wrote moral maxims, particularly on a happy death, and bequeathed his patrimony to a prostitute, leaving his own family destitute. Euripides, Juvenal, and Aretino remarked that women of letters were nearly always licentious. The Sappho, Philena, and Elephantina were prostitutes, as was Leontion, philosopher and priestess, who gave herself to all the philosophers, and Demophila, who told little love stories and put them in practice. At the Renaissance, Veronica Franco, Telia of Aragon, and other prostitutes were as well known for their licentiousness as for their poetry, for he considers that immorality was a characteristic feature of the Renaissance period. In my Uomo Delinquente, I have considered criminal genius. Sallust, Seneca, and Bacon were accused of peculation. Grimani was a forger. Dem a poisoner. One may also refer to Casanova, who was declared to have forfeited his nobility for a crime the nature of which is not known, and Avicenna, an epileptic who in old age plunged into debauchery and took opium in excess, so that it was said of him that philosophy had not enabled him to live honestly, nor medicine to live healthily. Among poets and artists, criminality is unfortunately well marked. Many among them are dominated by a passion which becomes the most powerful spur of their activity. They are not protected by the logical criticism and judgment with which men of science are armed. This is why we must count among criminals Bonfadio, Roussel, Aretino, Ceresa, Brunetto Latini, Franco, Foscolo, possibly Byron. Observe they leave out of the question ancient times and barbarous countries among which brigandage and poetry went hand in hand. More criminals still seem to have been Albergati, a comic writer belonging to the highest aristocracy, who killed his wife through jealousy, Moret, the humanist, condemned in France for sodomy, and Casanova, a highly gifted from mathematical science and finance, who stained his fine genius by a life of swindling and turpitude, giving us in his memoirs a complete and cynical picture of it. Villon belonged to an honourable family. He received the name by which he is known, villain, rascal, robber, which he became famous in scoundrelism, to which he was led by his own confession, by gaming and women. He began by stealing objects of little value to give a good dinner to his mistresses and companions in idleness. It was their wine that he stole. His chief robbery was inspired by hunger when the woman, at whose expense he lived, turned him out of doors at night in winter. It is to this woman who, in his Petit Testament, he bequeaths his heart. He is supposed to have joined a band of armed robbers who attacked travellers on the railway road, and being arrested a second time, he with difficulty escaped the halter. It has been said of the man of genius, as of the madman, that he is born and died in isolation, cold and insensible to family affection and social conventions. Men of letters, it is true, make much of the powerful cries of pain in artists and writers who have lost or been abandoned by a loved person, but often, as in Petrarch's case, this is only a pretext, an opportunity for literary labours. Very often such cries were sincere, or could they have been so powerful and effective, but they were then intermittent explosions, in opposition to the habitual state of these men, or as temporary reactions against ordinary apathy, for which they were only drawn by personal vanity and the passions of aesthetic and scientific researchers. Bulwer Lytton, from the first day of his marriage, ill-treated his wife by biting and insulting her, so that the courier who accompanied them on the honeymoon refused to proceed to the end. That he confessed to the wrong he had done her, but wrote to her that her common life was insupportable, and that he must live in liberty. It is curious to observe that the writers who have been most chaste in their lives are least so in their writings, and vice versa. Flaubert wrote in one of his letters, "Poor Boilhet used to say to me, 'There never was so moral a man who loved immortality so much as you.' There is truth in that. It is a result of my pride, or of a certain perversity." George Sanders South offered the opposite phenomenon. It is not known whether Comte ever forgave an injury. He certainly always preserved the rancour and the recollections of injuries, and pursued, even to the grave, the memory of his unfaithful wife. The amorous worship which he dedicated to Clotilde de Vos was so little sincere that he determined beforehand the month, day, and hour when he should shed tears over her memory. Bacon employed all his eloquence for the condemnation of the greatest of his benefactors, Essex, by cowardly complaisance to the king. He introduced for the first time into the court of justice an odious abuse, and submitted Peacham to torture so as to be able to condemn him. He sold justice at a price, and as Macaulay concludes, he was one of those of whom we may say, "Scientis tanquam angeli, cubidet et habitas, tanquam serpents." Bridget confesses A.D. Musset, calumniated, exposed by love to the insults of the world, had to do all the disdain and the injury which an angry and cruel libertine can heap on the girl whom he pays. The days passed on, and my fits of ill humour and sarcasm took on a sombre and obstinate character. Byron's intimate friend, Hobhouse, wrote of him that he was possessed by a diseased egoism. Even when he loved his wife, he refused to dine with her, so as not to give up his old habits. He afterwards treated her so badly that in good faith, and perhaps with reason, she consulted specialists as to his mental condition. Napoleon's conduct towards his wife, his brothers, and towards those who trusted in him was that of a man without moral sense. Taine sums up the diagnosis in one word: he was a condottiere. A man's genius is no sinecure, said Carlyle's wife, a most intelligent and cultivated woman, who, though capable of becoming, as she had hoped and been assured, her husband's fellow worker, was compelled to be his servant. The idea of travelling in a carriage with his wife seemed to him out of the question. He must have his brother with him. He neglected her for other women, and pretended that she was indifferent. Her chief duty was to preserve him from the most remote noises. The second was to make his bread, for he detested that of the bakers. He obliged her to travel for miles on horseback as his messenger. Only saw her at meal-time, and for weeks together never addressed a word to her, though his prolonged silence caused her agony. It was only after her death, accelerated by his conduct, that, in a literary form, he showed his repentance, and narrated her history in affecting language, but as his biographer adds, if she had been still alive, he would have tormented her afresh. Frederick II said, like Lefthandedness, that vengeance is the pleasure of the gods, and that he would die happy if he could inflict on his enemies more evils than he had suffered from them. He experienced real delight in morally tormenting his friends, sometimes beating them. If a courtier liked to pomade himself, he soaked his clothes in oil. He bargained with Voltaire over sugar and chocolate, and deprived him of his money. Donizetti treated his family brutally. It was after a fit of savage anger in which he had beaten his wife that he composed, sobbing, the celebrated air Tucci addio spiegasti le ali, a remarkable instance of the double nature of personality in men of genius, at the same time with their moral insensibility. Jose narrates a similar scene in which A. Dumas was so carried away during a quarrel as to tear out his wife's hair. She, in despair, wished to retire to a convent, yet after some minutes he gaily wrote a comic scene and said to his friends, "If tears were pearls, I would make myself a necklace of them." Byron used to be to the Guiccioli, and also his Venetian mistress, the gondolier's wife, who however gave him as good. Fontenelle, seeing his companion at table struck by apoplexy, was not disconcerted. He simply took advantage of the instant to change the sauce for the asparagus to vinegar. Out of deference to his friend's taste, he had previously ordered butter. It is sufficient to be present at any academy, university, faculty, or gathering of men who, without genius, possesses at least erudition, to perceive at once that their dominant thought is always disdain and hate of the man who possesses almost or entirely a quality of genius. The man of genius, in his turn, has nothing but contempt for others. He believes he has all the more right to laugh at others. From being himself sensitive to the slightest criticism, he is even offended at praise given to another as blame directed to himself. That is why at academical gatherings the greatest men are only in praising the most ignorant person. We have seen that Chateaubriand was offended when his shoemaker was praised. Liz Frank called his colleague Dupuytren a brigand, and Roche and Lepel forgers. I have been able to observe men of genius when they had scarcely reached the age of puberty. They did not manifest the deep perversions of moral insanity, but I have noted among all a strange apathy for everything which does not concern them, as though plunged in the hypnotic condition, they did not perceive the troubles of others, or even the most pressing needs of those who were dearest to them. If they observed them, they grew tender, and even at once hastened to attend to them. But it was a fire of straw, soon extinguished, and it gave place to indifference and weariness. Genius, said Schopenhauer, is solitary. Genius, wrote Goethe, is only related to its time by its defects. This emotional anesthesia may be found even in philanthropists who possess the genius of sentiment and have made goodness and pity for the poor the pivot of their actions. It is difficult to explain otherwise some pages in the Gospel. You think perhaps, said Jesus, that I have come to bring peace to the earth. No, I have come to throw down a sword there. In a household of 5 persons, 3 will be against 2, and 2 against 3. I have come to bring division between father and son, between mother and daughter, between daughter-in-law and mother-in-law. For this time a man's enemies will be of his own household. I have come to bring fire on to the earth. If it burns already, so much the better. I declare to you, he added, whoever leaves house, wife, brothers, and parents will receive 100-fold in this world, and the world to come everlasting life. If anyone comes to me and does not hate his father, mother, wife, children, brothers, sisters, and even his own life, he cannot be my disciple. He who loves his father and his mother more than me is not worthy of me. He who loves his son or his daughter more than me is not worthy of me. Jesus said to a man, Follow me. Lord, this man replied, Let me first go and bury my father. Jesus answered, The dead may bury their dead. Go you and preach the kingdom of God. Dante, Goethe, Leopardi, Byron, and Heine were reproached with hating their country. Tolstoy disapproves of patriotism. Schopenhauer said, In the face of death I confess that I despise the Germans for their unspeakable bestiality, and I am ashamed to belong to them. Longevity. The diseased apathy, this diminution of affection, which furnishes genius with a breastplate against so many assaults, and which rapidly destroys fibres at once so delicate and so strong, explains the remarkable longevity of men of genius, in spite of their hyperasthesia in other directions. I have noticed his character in 134 cases out of 143. Sophocles, Humboldt, Fortunel, Brougham, Xenophon, Cato the Elder, Michelangelo, Petrarch, Bettinelli died at 90. Passaroni, Auber, Manzoni, Xavier de Maistre at 89, Hobbes at 92, Dondolo at 97, Titian at 99, Cassiodorus and Milly, Scuderi at 94, Vernet and Diogenes at 91, Voltaire, Franklin, Watt, John of Bologna, Vincent de Paul, Barroso, Young, Talleyrand, Raspail, Grimm, Herschel, Metastasio at 84, Victor Hugo, Donatello, Goethe, Wellington at 83, Zingarelli, Metternich, Theodore de Beza, Lamarck, Haley at 86, Bentham, Newton, St. Bernard de Menthon, Bodmer, Luini, Scarpa, Bonpland, Ceberara, Caraffa, Goldini at 85, Thiers, Kant, Maffei, Amiot, Villemain, Wayland, Litre at 80, Anacreon, Mercatori, Vivani, Buffon, Palmerston, Casti, J. Bernoulli, Benel at 81, Galileo, Euler, Schlegel, Berenger, Louis XIV, Corneille, Cesarotti at 78, Herodotus, Rossini, Cardan, Michelet, Boileau, Garibaldi, Archimedes, Paisiello, Saint Augustine at 75, Tacitus and B. Disraeli at 76, Pericles at 70, Thucydides at 69, Hippocrates at 103, and St. Anthony at 105. According to Beard, the average life of 500 men of genius is 54, and that of 100 modern men of genius is 70. The average duration of life of 35 men of musical genius was 63 years and 8 months. But this fact does not exclude degeneration, when as among persons with moral insanity is united with an apathy which renders temperaments otherwise mobile insensible to the strongest griefs. And I have shown in another book that instinctive criminals living out of prison enjoy great longevity. It should be added that longevity is not always found in genius. Many great men of genius, such as Raphael, Pascal, Burns, Keats, Byron, Mozart, Felix, Mendelssohn, Bellini, Baccarat, Pico della Mirandola, died before the age of 40. End of Chapter 3. Section 4 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 4. Genius and Insanity. Resemblance between genius and insanity. Men and women of genius who have been insane. Montanus, Harrington, Haller, Schumann, Gerard de Nerval, Baudelaire, Concato, Manlander, Comte, Codazzi, Bollier, Cardan, Tasso, Swift, Newton, Russell, Lenau, Zetcheny, Hoffmann, Fodera, Schopenhauer, Gogol. The resemblance between insanity and genius, although it does not show that these two should be confounded, proves at all events that one does not exclude the other in the same subject. In fact, without speaking of the numerous men of genius who at some period of their lives were subject to hallucinations or insanity, or of those who, like Vico, terminated a great career in dementia, how many great thinkers have shown themselves all their lives subject to monomania or hallucinations. In recent times, insanity has shown itself in Farini, Brougham, Southey, Gavone, Gounod, Gutzkow, Monge, Faircroy, Cowper, Roccia, Ricci, Phoenicia, Engel, Pericles, Batjaskov, Murger, William Collins, Techner, Holderlin, von der West, Gallo, Spetaleri, Bellingeri, Salieri, Johannes Müller, Lenz, Barbera, Fuseli, Petermann, the Caricatures Cham, Hamilton, Poe, Ulrich. In France, remarks Martini, many young and original poets have died insane. Such also seems to have been the fate of Briffault and of Laurent, attacked by a veritable mania of calumny. Among women, Gunderode, Stieglitz, who both committed suicide with great deliberation, Brockman, Aeoli Landon lived and died insane. Montanus, a victim to solitude and disordered imagination, was convinced that he had become a grain of wheat. He refused to move for fear of being swallowed by birds. Harrington is said to have imagined that diseases took the form of bees and flies, and for this reason he retired to a cabin armed with a broom to disperse them. Haley believed that he was persecuted by men and damned by God on account of the vileness of his soul and his heretical works. He could only soothe his excessive terror by enormous doses of opium and by converse with priests. Ampere burned a treatise on the future of chemistry, believing he had written it by satanic suggestion. Great Dutch artist Van Gogh thought he was possessed. Carlo Dos, a prey to religious monomania, vowed only to paint religious pictures. He devoted his pencil to Madonnas, though his Madonna, indeed, is a portrait of Balduini. On his wedding day he alone was missing. After some hours he was found prostrated before the altar of the Annunciation. Nathaniel Lee, the dramatist, composed 13 tragedies during the course of his disease. One day, a feeble dramatic colleague told him that it was easy to write like a madman. "It is not easy to write like a madman," he replied, "but it is very easy to write like a fool." Thomas Lloyd, who wrote excellent verse, was a strange mixture of malice, pride, genius, and insanity. If he was not satisfied with his verses, he put them in his glass to polish them. As he said, everything that he came across, even coal, paper, and tobacco, he was accustomed to mix with his food for hygienic reasons. The carbon purified it. Stone imparted mineral virtues, etc. Charles Lamb, in early life, had an attack of insanity, which was hereditary in his family. Writing of this to Coleridge, he said, "At some future time I will amuse you with an account, as full as my memory will permit, of the strange turns my frenzy took. I look back upon it at the times with a gloomy kind of envy, for, while it lasted, I had many, many hours of pure happiness. Dream not, Coleridge, of having tasted all the grandeur and wildness of fancy to have gone mad. All now seems to me vapid, or comparatively so." Robert Schumann, 1810 to 1856, the precursor of the music of the future, was the youngest son of a well-to-do bookseller in Zwickau, and met with no obstacles in the purest of his cherished art. When a law student he met Clara Wieck, the celebrated pianist, and in her found an excellent and lovable companion. But at the age of 23 he became subject to melancholia. At 46 he was pursued by returning tables, which knew everything. He heard sounds which developed into concords and even whole compositions. For several years he was afraid of being sent to a lunatic asylum. Beethoven and Mendelssohn dictated musical combinations to him from their tombs. In 1854 he threw himself into the Rhine. He was saved and died 2 years later in a private asylum at Bonn. The autopsy revealed osteophytes, thickening of the cranial membranes, and atrophy of the brain. Gerard de Nerval was subject to folie circulaire, with alternate periods of exaltation and depression, each which lasted 6 months. In these moments of calm he was a spiritualist. He heard the spirits of Adam, Moses, and Joshua in a piece of furniture, and practiced Kabbalistic exorcisms, executing the dance of the Babylonians. During his stay in an asylum, he imagined that it was the superintendent who was a victim of insanity. He believes, he says, that he is superintending an asylum, but he is himself the madman, and we feign madness in order to humour him. With the honey of flowers he traced on paper symbols which radiated round a fantastic giantess who united the characters Diana, Saint Rosalie, and of an actress named Colon, with whom he believed he was in love. In reality, he adored her from a great distance, sending her large bouquets and buying enormous opera glasses in order to see her, and superb canes with which to applaud her, so that it was said of him that he ruined himself in orgies of opera glasses and debaucheries of canes. He had discovered a medieval bed which was to serve for his amours, and in order to set it in suitable surroundings he obtained an apartment and luxurious furniture. In days of poverty the furniture was sold, leaving the bed alone in the room, then in a barn, and at last it also disappeared, and its proprietor passed his nights in taverns and low lodging houses, or writing beneath trees and porches. Later, when he had ceased to see Colon, she became for him a kind of idol with which he lived, and who in his mystic ideas became confounded partly with the saints and partly with the stars. One day he declared that she was an incarnation of Saint Teresa. When he heard that she had declared she had never loved him and only seen him once, which was true, he said, "What good if she had loved me?" And he added, quoting a verse of Heine, "He who loves for the second time without hope is a madman. I am that madman. The sky, the sun, the stars laugh at it. I also laugh at it and die of it." One day at sunset, he was on the balcony of a house. He suddenly saw a phantom and heard a voice calling him. He ran forward, fell, and was nearly killed. That was his first attack, characterized by hallucinations of sight and hearing. Towards the end of his life, at the age of 46, folie des grandeurs developed in him. He spoke of his chateau at Ermenonville, of his physical beauty, which was astonishing. He said to his attendants, he brought up coins of Nerva, not wishing that the name of his ancestors should circulate as money. Yet Nerval was only a pseudonym. Sometimes he gave out that he was a descendant of Folabello di Nerva, whose history he wished to write, and all whose male descendants presented, according to him, a supernatural sign, the tetragramma of Solomon, on their breasts. Timid and cautious in his days of calm, he became bold and noisy when the attack came on, and even threatened his friends with weapons. In spite of the low temperature, he refused to leave off his summer clothes. Cold, he declared, is a tonic, and the lapse are never ill. A few days after, he hanged himself. Baudelaire appears before us in the portrait placed at the beginning of his posthumous works, as a type of the lunatic possessed by the délire des grandeurs. Portrait of Baudelaire is displayed on the page. He was descended from a family of insane and eccentric persons. It was not necessary to be an alienist to detect his insanity. In childhood he was subject to hallucinations, and from that period, as he himself confessed, he experienced opposing sentiments. The horror and the ecstasy of life, he was hyperasthetic and at the same time apathetic. He felt the necessity of freeing himself from an oasis of horror in a desert of ennui. Before falling into dementia, he committed impulsive acts. For instance, he threw pots from his house against shop windows for the pleasure of hearing them break. He changed his lodgings every month, asked the hospitality of a friend in order to complete work he was engaged on, and wasted his time in reading, which had no relation to it whatever. Having lost his father, he quarrelled with his mother's second husband, and one day, in the presence of friends, attempted to strangle him. Sent out to India in order, it said, to be put to business, he lost everything and only brought back from his voyage a negress to whom he dedicated exotic poems. He desired to be original at all costs, gave himself to excess in wine before high personages, dyed his hair green, wore winter garments in summer, and vice versa. He experienced morbid passions in love. He loved ugly and horrible women, negresses, dwarfs, giantesses. To be a beautiful woman, he expressed a desire that he might see her suspended by the hands to the ceiling, that he might kiss her feet, and kissing the naked foot appears in one of his poems as the equivalent of the sexual act. He was constantly dreaming of work, calculating the hours and the lines necessary to pay his debts, 2 months or more, but that was all, and the work was never begun. Proud, misanthropic, and apathetic, he said of himself, "Discontented with others and discontented with myself, I desire to redeem myself, to regard myself with little pride in the silence and solitude of the night. Souls of those I have loved, souls of those I have sung, strengthen me, sustain me. Remove me the lines and corrupting vapours of the world. And thou, O Lord my God, grant me grace to produce some fine lines which will prove to myself that I am not the last of men, that I am not inferior to those whom I contemn." And he had need of it, for he called Gustave Planche imbecile, Dumas a farceur, Suze stupid, Faval an idiot, George Sand a voylotte without delicacy. What he attacked in all these writers was the fame he wished to possess. That is why he made fun of Molière and Voltaire. With the progress of insanity, he used to invert words, saying "shut," what he meant to say "open," etc. He died of progressive general paralysis of the insane, of which his excessive ambition was already a forerunning symptom. Concato was the son of a poor tailor, the victim of grave cerebral affections. He himself presented certain characters of degeneration, such as pallor and large cheekbones. During many years, he was subject to various forms of insanity. At the age of 17, he was seized by the terror of sudden death, and provided himself with nitre to prevent further cerebral crisis. At 20, he resolved to become a monk, although in childhood he had been so little devout that he had fabricated false notes of confession. Afterwards, he quarrelled with an Austrian officer, and then became afraid of all sentinels and soldiers. He would never allow an officer to enter his house with his sword by his side, and even in old age trembled at the sight of one of the city guards. One night he dreamt he had committed a homicide, and for many days he was a prey to strange terrors. He suffered from claustrophobia, woe to whomsoever tried to lock him up in a carriage or a room. There were some days during which he considered himself the lowest of men. He was so irascible that he used to say that, to be in good health, one must be angry at least once a day. Yet he was one of the greatest of European physicians. Mainlander had a grandfather who, after the death of a son, carried religious mysticism to the extent of insanity and died of inflammation of the brain at the age of 33. A brother, also insane, wished to embrace Buddhism. As a youth, looking at the sea at Sorrento, he felt impelled to throw himself in, merely attracted by the purity of the water. He educated himself and wrote his celebrated book, De Philosophie de l'Erlösung. But to realize his theories entirely, he adopted the rule of absolute chastity, and on the day on which his book was published hanged himself, the better to confirm a passage which said, "In order that man may be redeemed, it is necessary that he should recognize the value of not being, and desire intensely not to be." The great Auguste Comte, the imitator of the positivist philosophy, was for 10 years under the care of Esquirol, the famous alienist. He recovered, but only to repudiate, without any cause, the wife who had saved him. Later he, who had wished to abolish all priestcraft, believed himself the priest and apostle of a materialistic religion. In his works, amidst stupendous elucubrations, generally maniacal ideas may be found, as for example the prophecy that one day women will be fecundated without the help of the male. It is said that mathematicians are exempt from physical derangements, but this is not true. It is sufficient to recall not only Newton and Efrentin, of whom I will speak at length, but the two famous distractions of Archimedes, the hallucination of Pascal, and the vagaries of the mathematician Codazzi, not to be confounded with Codazza. Codazzi was submicrocephalic, oxycephalic, alcoholic, sordidly avaricious, and effective insensibly. He added vanity so great that while still young he set apart a sum for his own funeral monument, and refused the least help to his starving parents. He admitted no discussion of his judgment, even if it only concerned the cut of a coat, and he had taken it into his head that he could compose melodic music with the help of the calculus. All mathematicians admire the great geometer Bolyai, whose eccentricities were of an insane character. Thus he provoked 13 officials to duels and fought with them, and between each duel he played the violin, the only piece of furniture in his house. When pensioned, he printed his own funeral card with a blank date and constructed his own coffin, a vagary which I found in 2 other mathematicians who died in recent years. 6 years later he had a similar funeral card printed to substitute it for the other which he had not been able to use. He imposed on his hire the obligation to plant on his grave an apple tree, in remembrance of Eve, of Paris, and of Newton. Such was the great reformer of Euclid. Cardan, called by his contemporaries the greatest of men and the most foolish of children. Cardan, who first dared to criticize Galen, to exclude fire from the number of the elements, and to call witches and saints insane. This great Cardan was the son, cousin, and father of lunatics, and himself a lunatic all his life. A stammerer, impotent with little memory or knowledge, he himself wrote, "I have suffered since childhood from hypno-fantastic hallucinations. Sometimes it was a cock which spoke to him in a human voice, sometimes Tartarus, full of bones, which displayed itself before him. Whatever he imagined, he could see before him as a real object, from the age of 19 to that of 26, a genius, similar to one which already protected his father, gave him advice, and revealed the future. When he reached the age of 26, he was not altogether deprived of supernatural aid. A receipt which was not quite right forgot one day the laws of gravity, and rose to his table to warn him of the error he was about to commit. He was hypochondriacal, and imagined he had contracted all the diseases that he had read of: palpitation, schizophobia, diarrhea, enuresis, padogora, hernia. All these diseases vanished without treatment, or with a prayer to the Virgin. Sometimes his flesh smelt of sulphur, of extinguished wax. Sometimes he saw flames and phantoms appear in the midst of violent earthquakes, while his friends perceived nothing. Persecuted by every government, surrounded by a forest of enemies, whom he knew neither by name nor by sight, but who, as he believed, in order to afflict and dishonour him, had condemned his much-loved son, he ended by believing himself poisoned by the professors of the University of Pavia, who had invited him for this purpose. If he escaped from their hands, he owes it to the help of St. Martin and of the Virgin. Yet such a man in theology had audaciously anticipated Dupuis and Renan. He declares himself inclined to all vices: wine, gaming, lying, licentiousness, envy, cunning, deception, calumny, inconstancy. He observes that 4 times during the full moon he found himself in a state of real mental alienation. His sensibility was so perverted that he neither felt comfortable except under the stimulus of some physical pain, and in the absence of natural pain, he procured it by artificial means, binding his lips or arms until he fetched blood. I sought causes of pain to enjoy the pleasure of the cessation of pain, and because I perceived that when I did not suffer, I fell into so grave and troublesome a condition that it was worse than any pain. This fact helps us to understand many strange tortures which madmen have voluptuously imposed on themselves. He had so blind a faith in the revelations of dreams that he printed a strange work, De Somnis, conducted his mental consultations, concluded his marriage, and begun his works. For example, that on the Varietà della Cos and sul Febri, in accordance with dreams. He was impotent up to the age of 34. Virility was given to him in a dream, and to this gift was added, not altogether happily, the cause of his troubles. His future wife, a brigand's daughter, whom before this dream, as he asserts, he had never even seen. His unhappy mania even led him to regulate his mental consultations according to his dreams, as he himself boasts of doing in the case of Borrimo's son. It is possible to cite other examples, sometimes comic, sometimes strange or terrible. I will quote one which unites all these characters: his dream of the jewel. It was May 1560, when Cardan was 52 years of age. His son had just been publicly condemned for poisoning. No misfortune could wound more deeply Cardan's already sensitive soul. He loved his son with all a father's tenderness, as is witnessed by his fine verses, De Morte Filii, in which there is an imprint of real passion. He hoped also for a grandson who should resemble himself. Drawn more and more into insane ideas by grief, he saw in this condemnation the hands of persecutors. Thus overwhelmed, I sought distraction in vain in study or in play. In vain I bit myself and struck my arms and legs. It was my 3rd night of sleeplessness. About 2 hours before dawn, I saw that there was nothing else for me but to die or go mad. Therefore I prayed God to snatch me entirely away from life. Then again my expectation. Sleep took possession of me, and at the same time I heard a person approaching me, whose form I could not see, but who said, "Why grieve about your son? Put into your mouth the precious stone which you bear suspended from your neck. As long as you carry it there, you will not think of your son." On waking up, I asked myself what connection there could be between forgetfulness and an emerald. But as I had no other resource, I recalled the sacred words, "Creditit et reputatiam, ae est ad Justiniam." I put the emerald into my mouth, and then, against all expectation, everything that recalled my son vanished from my memory. It was so for a year and a half. It was only during my meals and my public lectures, when I was unable to keep the precious stone in my mouth, that I fell back into my old grief. This singular cure had its pretext in the double sense of the Italian word gioia, which means at once joy and jewel. Cardan had, however, no need of the revelation of a genius, For his own words, he had already recognized a consoling virtue in precious stones due to the bond of this absurd etymology. A megalomaniac, he called himself, the seventh physician since the creation of the world. He claimed to know the things which are before and above us, and those which shall come after. Like Rousseau and like Huller, Cardan, during the last days of tormented existence, wrote his own life. He also foretold the exact date of his death, which he looked for, perhaps himself brought about, in order that his horoscope should not be made to lie. What shall we say of Tasso? For those who do not know Verger's monograph, L'Epimania del Tasso, it will be enough to quote the following letter. So great is my grief that I am considered by others and by myself as mad. When powerless to keep my sorrowful thoughts hidden, I give myself up to long conversations with myself. My troubles are at once human and diabolical. The human are cries of men, and especially women, and also the laughter of beasts. The diabolical are songs, etc. When I take in my hands a book to give myself up to study, I hear voices sounding in my ear, and distinguish the name Paul Folius. In his Messagerio, which became, with him, later on, a real hallucination. He had already made the often repeated confession of his madness, and he attributed to wine and to women. I am thus inclined to believe that he had described himself in the character of Drusius, in that admirable stanza of the Aminta, which another monomaniac, Pascal, loved so much. Vivo fra I me tormenti e fra lecure. My gusti furi for senato errante. Peventero lo ombre solengi e secur. Che il primo ero mi recenano avante. E del solici scopri le mei sventre. E scivo et in horror avro it sempiante. Temero me medesmo, e da me stesso. Sempre fugendo, avro me sempre appresso. One day, certainly under the influence of some hallucination, or in a maniacal attack, he drew a knife and was about to attack a serving man who entered the ducal chamber. He was imprisoned, says the Tuscan ambassador, more to cure him than to punish him. The unfortunate poet went from one country to another, but sorrowful visions everywhere threatened him, and with them came ceaseless remorse, suspicion of poison, and the terrors of hell for the heresies of which he accused himself in 3 letters to the too indulgent inquisitor. I am always troubled by sad and wearisome thoughts, he confesses to the physician Cavallaro, by figures and phantoms, also by great weakness of memory. Therefore I beg of your lordship to strengthen my memory in the pills that you order for me. I am frenzied, he wrote to Gonzaga. I am surprised that they have not written to you of all the things that I say in talking to myself. Honours, the good graces of emperors and kings which I dream of forming and reforming them according to my fancy. This curious letter shows us how sombre and sorrowful images alternated in him with others that were joyous, like subjective colours in the retina. Some days later he wrote to Cattaneo, I fear much more need of the exorcist than of the physician, for my trouble is caused by magic art. I will tell you about my goblin. The little thief hath robbed me of many crowns. He puts all my books upside down, opens my chests, hides my keys, so that I don't know how to protect myself against him. I am always unhappy, but especially at night. I do not know if my trouble should be attributed to frenzy. Another letter, when I am awake, I seem to see lights sparkling in the air. Sometimes my eyes are inflamed, so that I fear I may lose my sight. Other times I hear horrible noises, hissings, tinklings, the sound of bells, and as it were, clocks all striking the hour at the same time. When I am asleep, I seem to see a horseman throwing himself on me and casting me to the earth. Or else I imagine that I am covered by filthy beasts. All my joints feel it. My head becomes heavy, and in the midst of so many pains and terrors, sometimes there appears to me the image of the Virgin, beautiful and young, with her son, and crowned with a rainbow. Later he told Cattaneo how a goblin carried away letters in which he was mentioned, and that is one of the miracles which I saw myself at the hospital. Thus I possess the certainty that these wonders must be attributed to a magician. I have numerous proofs of it. One day a loaf was taken from me beneath my eyes towards 3 o'clock. When ill with acute fever, he was cured, thanks to an apparition of the Virgin, to whom he testified his gratitude in a sonnet. He wrote and spoke to, almost touched his genius, who often resembled his former messaggero, and suggested to him ideas which he had not conceived before. Swift, the inventor of irony and humour, predicted even in youth that he would die insane, and it had been the case with a paternal uncle. He was walking one day in the garden when he saw an elm almost completely deprived of foliage at the top. "Like that tree," he said, "I shall die at the top." Proud almost to monomania with the great, he yet led a wild and vicious life, and was known as the Mad Parson. Though a clergyman, he wrote religious books, and it was said that before making him a bishop it would be desirable to baptize him. His giddiness began, as he himself tells us, at the age of 23, so his brain disease lasted for over 50 years. Vertiginosus, inops, surdus, malgratus amicus, as he defined himself. He almost succumbed to the grief caused by the death of his beloved Stella, and at the same time he wrote his burlesque directions to servants. Some months later he lost his memory and only preserved his mordant loquacity. He remained for a whole year without speaking or reading or recognizing anyone. He would walk for 10 hours a day, eating his meals standing or refusing food, and giving way to attacks of rage when anyone entered his room. With the development of some boils, his condition seemed to improve. He was heard to say several times, "I am a fool." But the interval of lucidity was short. He fell back into the stupor of dementia, although his irony seemed to survive reason, and even as it were life itself. He died in 1745 in a state of complete dementia, leaving by a will, made some years previously, a sum of nearly £11,000 to a lunatic asylum. A post-mortem examination showed softening of the brain and extreme effusion. His skull, examined in 1855, showed great irregularities from thickening and roughening, signs of enlarged and diseased arteries and an extremely small cerebral region. In epitaph, which he had written for himself, he summed up the cruel tortures of his soul now at rest. Ubi saeva indignatio ulterius cor lecarere nequit. Newton, of whom it was truly said that his mind conquered the human race, was in old age afflicted by mental disorder, though of a less serious character than that of which we have just read. It was probably during this illness that he wrote his Chronology, his Apocalypse, and the Letters to Bentley, so inferior in value to the work of his earlier years. In 1693, after his house had been burnt a second time, and after excess in study, he is reported to have talked so strangely and incoherently to the Archbishop that his friends were seriously alarmed. At this time he wrote 2 letters which, in their confused and obscure form, seemed to show that he had been suffering from delusions of persecution. He wrote to Locke, 1693, "Being of opinion that you endeavoured to embroil me with women, and by other means, I was so much affected with it, as that when one told me you were sickly and would not live, I answered, 'Twere better if you were dead. I desire you to forgive me this uncharitableness, for I am now satisfied that what you have done is just, though I beg your pardon for my having hard thoughts of you for it, and for representing that you stuck at the root of morality. In a principle you laid in your book of ideas, and designed to pursue in another book, and that I took you for a hobbyist. I beg your pardon also for saying or thinking that there was a design to sell me an office or to embroil me. I am your most humble and unfortunate servant. Is Newton." Locke replied kindly, and a month later Newton again wrote to him, "The last winter, by sleeping too often by my fire, I got an ill habit of sleeping, and a distemper, which this summer has been epidemical. Put me further out of order, so that when I wrote to you I had not slept an hour a night for a fortnight together, and for 5 days together not a wink. I remember I wrote to you, but what I said of your book I remember not. And in a letter to Pepys he says that he has neither ate nor slept this 12-month, nor have my former constancy of mind." Those who, without frequenting a lunatic asylum, wish to form a fairly complete idea of the mental tortures of a monomaniac have only to look through Rousseau's works, especially his later writings such as the Confessions, the Dialogues, and the Reveries. "I have very ardent passions," he writes in his Confessions, "and while under their influence my impetuosity knows no bounds. I think only the object which occupies me. The entire universe besides is nothing to me, but this only lasts a moment, and the moment which follows throws me into a state of prostration. A single sheet of fine paper tempts me more than the money to buy a ream of it. I see the thing and am tempted. If I only see the means of acquiring it, I am not tempted. Even now, if I see anything that tempts me, I prefer taking it to asking for it." This is the distinction between the kleptomaniac and the thief. The former steals by instinct to steal, the latter steals by interest to acquire. The first is led away by anything that strikes him, the second is attracted by the value of the object. Dominated by his senses, Rousseau never knew how to resist them. The most insignificant pleasure, he says, as long as it was present, fascinated him more than all the joys of paradise. In fact, a monk's dinner, Father Pontier, led him to apostasy, and a feeling of repulsion caused him to abandon cruelly an epileptic friend on the road. It was not only his passions that were morbid and violent. His intelligence also was affected from his earliest days, as he shows in his Confessions. My imagination has never been so cheerful as when I have been suffering. My mind cannot beautify the really pleasant things that happen to me, only the imaginary ones. If I wish to describe spring well, it must be in winter. Real evils had little hold on Rousseau, it tells us. Imaginary evils touched him more nearly. I can adapt myself to what I experience, but not to what I fear. It is thus that people kill themselves through fear of death. On first reading medical books, Rousseau imagined that he had the diseases which he found described, and was astonished not to find himself healthy, but to find himself alive. He came to the conclusion that he had a polypus of the heart. It was, as he himself confesses, a strange notion, the overflow of an idle and exaggerated sensibility which had no better channel. There are times, he says, in which I am so little like myself that I may be taken for a man of quite different character. In repose I am indolence and timidity itself, and do not know how to express myself, but if I became excited I immediately know what to say. This unfortunate man went through a long series of occupations, from the noblest to the most degrading. He was an apostate for money, a watchmaker, a charlatan, a music master, an engraver, a painter, a servant, an embryo diplomatic secretary. In literature and science he took up medicine, music, botany, theology, teaching. The abuse of intellectual work, especially dangerous in a thinker whose ideas were developed slowly and with difficulty, joined to the ever-increasing stimulus of ambition, gradually transformed a hypochondriac into a melanchondriac, and finally into a maniac. My agitations and anger, he wrote, affected me so much that I passed 10 years in delirium, and am only calm today. Calm when disease now became chronic, no longer permitted him to distinguish what was real, what was imaginary in his troubles. In fact, he bade farewell to the world of society, in which he had never felt at home, and retired into solitude. But even in the country, people from the town zealously pursued him, and the tumult of the world and notions of a more propre veiled the freshness of nature. It is in vain for him to hide himself in the woods. He writes in his Revieres, the crowd attaches itself to him and follows him. We think once more of Tasso's lines. Idem me stesso, sempre fugendo, avrò me sempre appresso.
Rousseau doubtless alluded to these lines when he wrote to Corancas that Tasso had been his prophet. He wrote later that he believed that Prussia, England, France, the king, women, priests, men, irritated by some passages in his works, were waging a terrible war against him, the effects by which he explained the internal troubles from which he suffered. In the refinement of their cruelty, he says in the Reveries, his enemies only forgot one thing, to graduate their torments, so they could always renew them. But the chief artifice of his enemies was to torture him by overwhelming him with benefits and with praise. They even went so far as to corrupt the greengrocers, so that they sold him better and cheaper vegetables. Without doubt his enemies thus wished to prove his baseness and their generosity. During his stay in London, his melancholia was changed into a real attack of mania. He imagined that Choiseul was seeking to arrest him, abandoned his luggage and his money at his hotel, and fled to the coast, paying the innkeepers with pieces of silver spoons. He found the winds contrary, and in this saw another indication of the plot against him. In his exasperation, he harangued the crowd in bad English from the top of a hill. They listened stupefied, and he believed he had affected them. But on returning to France, his invisible enemies were not appeased. They spied and misinterpreted all his acts. If he read a newspaper, they said he was conspiring. If he smelled the perfume of a rose, they suspected he was concocting a poison. Everything was a crime. They stationed a picture dealer at his door. They prevented the door from shutting. No visitor came whom they had not prejudiced against him. They corrupted his coffee merchant, his hairdresser, his landlord. The shoeblack had no more blacking when Rousseau needed him. The boatman had no boats when this unfortunate man wished to cross the Seine. He demanded to be put in prison, and even that was refused him.
In order to take from him the one weapon which he possessed, the press, a publisher whom he did not know was arrested and thrown into the Bastille. The custom of burning a cardboard figure at the Mere Carême had been abolished. It is re-established, solely to make fun of him and to burn an effigy. In fact, the clothes placed on it resembled his. In the country, he meets a child who smiles at him. He turns to respond, and suddenly sees a man whom, by his mournful face, note the method of recognition, he sees to be a spy placed by his enemies. Under the constant impression of this monomania of persecution, he wrote his Dialogue sur Rousseau, jugé par Rousseau, in which, in order to appease his innumerable enemies, he presented a faithful and minute portrait of his hallucinations. He began to distribute his defence, in a truly insane manner, by presenting a copy to any passer-by whose face did not appear prejudiced against him by his enemies. It was dedicated à tous les Français aimant encore la justice et la vérité. In spite of the title, or perhaps because of it, it found no one who would accept it with pleasure. Several even refused it. No longer able to put trust in any mortal, he turned, like Pascal, to God, to whom he addressed a very tender and familiar letter. Then, in order to ensure the arrival of his letter at its destination, he placed it together with the manuscript of the Dialogues on the altar of Notre Dame at Paris. Then, having found the railing closed, he suspected a conspiracy of heaven against him. Dusaux, who saw him often in the last years of his life, writes that he even distrusted his dog, finding a mystery in his frequent caresses. The délire des grandeurs was never absent. It may be seen continually in the Confessions, in which he defies the human race to show a better being than himself. After all this testimony, it does not seem to me that Voltaire and Courrances were altogether wrong in affirming that Rousseau had been mad, and that he confessed it himself. Numerous passages in the Confessions and in Grimm's letters allude to other affections such as paralysis of the bladder and spermatoria, which probably originated in the spinal cord, and which certainly aggravated his melancholia. It must also be remembered that from childhood, Rousseau, like so many other subjects of degeneration, showed sexual precocity and perversion. It appears that he has no pleasure in his relations with women unless they beat him naked, like a child, or threaten to do so. Nicholas Linnell, one of the greatest lyric poets of modern times, ended 40 years ago in the asylum of Doebling at Vienna, a life from which childhood shows a mingling of genius and insanity. He was born in 1802 in Hungary, the son of a proud and vicious aristocrat, and of a melancholy, sensitive, and ascetic mother. At an early age he manifested tendencies to sadness, to music, and to mysticism. He studied medicine, law, agriculture, and especially music. In 1831, Kerner remarked in him strange fits of sadness and melancholy, and noticed that at other times he would spend whole nights in the garden playing his favourite violin. "I feel myself," he wrote to his sister, "gravitating towards misfortune. The demon of insanity rides in my heart. I am mad. To you, sister, I say it, for you will love me all the same." This demon induces him to go, almost aimlessly, to America. He returned to find himself feted and received with gladness by all. But hypochondria, in his own words, had planted its teeth deep in his heart, and everything was useless. And in fact this unhappy heart had an attack of pericarditis, from which it recovered only imperfectly. From that time sleep, once the only medicine for his trouble, ceased to visit him. Every night he is surrounded by terrible visions. One would say, he wrote, in a truly insane fashion, that the devil is hunting in my belly. I hear there a perpetual barking of dogs, and a funeral echo of hell. Without joking, it is enough to make one despair. That misanthropy which we have already noted in Heller and Swift and Cardan and Rousseau took possession of Linnell in 1840, with all the accompaniments of mania. He is afraid and ashamed of men, disgusted with them. Germany was preparing bouquets and triumphal arches in his honour, but he fled without any cause, went to and fro from one country to another. He was causelessly angry and impatient, and felt himself incapable of work. Non est firmam secipant. It seemed, as he himself said, at the same time his appetite became as insane as his brain. He returned with a strange taste to the mysticism of his childhood, wished to study the Gnostics, and read over again the stories of sorcerers which he had found so attractive in his youth, while he drank coffee enormously and smoked excessively. It was incredible, he observed, how in moving his body, in lighting or changing a cigar, new ideas arose within him. He wrote during entire nights, wandered, journeyed, meditated a marriage, projected great works, and executed none. It was the last flickering of a great spirit. In 1844, Lenau complained more and more of headache, of constant perspiration, of extreme weakness. His left hand and the muscles of the eyes and cheeks were paralyzed, and began to write with orthographic errors and quibbles. As we gut as mere gut, for mere get, or I am not delirious but lyrical. Suddenly on the 12th of October, he had a violent attack of suicidal mania. He was restrained and furiously struck and broke everything, burning his manuscripts. Gradually he became composed and intelligent again, and even analyzed his attack minutely in that terrible chaotic poem, the Tromgemwellen. It was a ray of sunlight in the dark night. It was, as Schelling well said, genius for the last time dominating insanity. In fact, his condition was constantly getting worse. Another suicidal attack was followed by that fatal comfort, that pleasant excitement which marks the concealment of general paralysis. I enjoy life, he said. I am glad that the terrible visions of old have been succeeded by pleasant and delightful visions. He imagined that he was in Walhalla with Goethe, and that he had become king of Hungary, and was victorious in battle. He made puns on his family name, Nimsch. In 1845 he lost his sense of smell, which had previously been very delicate, and ceased to care for violets, his favourite flowers. He no longer recognized his old friends, notwithstanding this sad condition. He was still able to write a lyric marked by extravagant mysticism, but not without the old beauty. One day he conducted to Plato's bust. He said, "There is the man who invented stupid love." Another time, hearing someone say, "Here lives the great Lenau," the unfortunate man replied, "Now Lenau has become very, very small," and we wept for a long time. Lenau was unhappy, were his last words. He died on the 21st of August 1850. The autopsy only revealed a little serum in the ventricles and traces of progressive pericarditis. In this same asylum at Dobling died some years later another great man, Széchenyi, the creator of Danubian navigation, the founder of the Magyar Academy, the promoter of the revolution of 1848. At the very apogee of the revolution, when Széchenyi was a minister, he was heard one day begging Kossuth, one of his colleagues in the ministry, not to let him be hanged. It was looked upon as a joke, but it was not so. He foresaw the misfortunes which would fall on his country, and wrongly judged himself responsible. The monomania of persecution took possession of him, and threatened to lead him to suicide. He gradually became calm, but exhibited morbid loquacity, strange in a diplomatist and a conspirator, and all day long he would stop the lunatics and idiots, and what was worse, the enemies of his country whom he met in prison, and narrate to them the long confession of his imaginary sins. In 1850 an old passion for chess awoke in him and took an insane character. It became necessary to pay a poor student to ply with him for 10 or 12 hours at a time. The unfortunate student went mad, but Széchenyi slowly became sane. At the same time he began to lose an aversion for contact with human beings which had taken possession of him, and which made it impossible for him to even see his relations. There only remained of his morbid habits a certain repugnance to the bright country light, and a great objection to leave his room. On certain days of the month he considered to receive his much-loved children. With a gesture he led them tenderly to his table, and read what he had written, but it required much diplomacy to bring him out into the park. His intelligence remained clear. It was even more robust than ever. He kept himself acquainted with the whole German and Magyar literary movement, and he watched for the smallest sign of better fortune to come to his country. When he saw an Austrian intrigue hindering the completion of the Eastern Railway, to which he had devoted himself so vigorously, he wrote a letter to Zichy, in which he showed all his old power, as may be seen from the following passages. What has existed once often reappears in the world under another form and different conditions. A broken bottle cannot be put together, yet those poor fragments of glass are not lost. They may be thrown into the furnace and become a vessel for Tokay, the king of wines, to sparkle in. While the broken bottle may have held but a very inferior wine, the greatest praise can be given to a Hungarian is to tell him that he has stood firm. You know, my friend, our old proverb, stand firm even in the mire. Let us apply that motto. Distrust the reproaches even of our brothers to serve the common cause. To remain at one's post, in spite of the mud that fanatical or frivolous patriots throw in the faces of their brothers and companions in arms. To remain obstinately there, even when insult strikes one in the face. That should be the mot d'ordre of the present time. In 1858, when the Austrian ministry exerted pressure on the Hungarian Academy to abolish the articles of its statutes, which constituted the culture of the Magyar language, its fundamental task, Széchenyi wrote another letter, which describes his mental condition. Can I be silent when I see that noble seed crushed? Can I forget the services which that powerful benefactor has rendered us? I ask, I whose misfortune lies not in a vague confusion of ideas, but on the contrary in the fatal gift of seeing too clearly, too distinctly, to make any illusion possible. Ought I not to raise a cry of alarm, seeing our dynasty possessed by I know not what evil influence, fighting against the most energetic of its peoples, against that for whom the future reserves the highest dignity, and not only contempting it, but stifling it, depriving it of its proper character, shaking to its roots the secular tree of the empire. Founder of this academy, it is my duty today to speak, as long as my head is on my shoulders, as long as my brain is not entirely obscured, as long as the light of my eyes remains unveiled by eternal night. I shall retain my right to decide concerning the rules. Our emperor will sooner or later understand that the assimilation of the races of the empire is merely the utopia of his ministers. The day will come when all will detach themselves. Hungary alone, which has no racial affinity with the other European nations, will seek to accomplish its own destiny beneath the aegis of the royal dynasty. That was in 1858. In 1859, even before the outbreak of war, he prophesied defeat and showed its results. There are crises, he said, which lead to cure when the sick person is not incurable. He published at London a book in which, in a strange and humorous, but at the same time terrible way, he traced the history of Hungary's sufferings under Bach's iron rule, sketched the future of his country, and counselled a policy of concord, parallel but not servile to that of Austria. In truth, he wrote himself, this book is miserable. But do you know how the Margaret Island was formed? According to an old legend, the Danube once occupied its site. Some carrion once, no one knows how, settled on to a sandbank and became attached there. Whatever the river swept down, froth, leaves, branches, trees, all were piled up there, and at last a magnificent island arose. My work is something like that carrion. Who knows what may arise out of it at last? A few months later, Hübner succeeded Bach, and the liberal system was inaugurated. Széchenyi was wild with joy. From his humble room he encouraged the minister, sent him plans of reform, inspired to write papers on the renewal of Austria, not forgetting Hungary. The dream was soon dissipated. Hübner was succeeded by Thierry, a bad disciple of Bach, armed with the old and superannuated system of Austria. All reform was abandoned. This unfortunate Széchenyi resisted sorrowfully. He called Reichberg, begged him to inform the emperor of his mistake, and while there was still time, and submitted programs for an Austrian constitution and a Hungarian constitution. Internal affairs to be treated separately and external affairs conjointly. Reichberg, far less foreseeing than this inspired madman, said, shaking his head, one can easily see that this project comes from a lunatic asylum. Worse still, Thierry, suspecting a vulgar conspirator in the great Magyar, sent a troop of police to visit the asylum, threatened to imprison him and deprive him of his papers. The unhappy man, whose madness was merely an irresistible need to serve his country at all costs, had only one remorse. He feared he had not sufficiently served his country, and henceforth all hopes were closed. He sought in vain to stifle his poignant grief by playing desperately at chess. At last he shot himself with a revolver. That was on the 8th of April 1860. In 1867, Francis Joseph was crowned King of Hungary, thus realizing the dreams of the doubling lunatic, and Reichberg, who had laughed at them, was called upon to put them in practice. E.T.A. Hoffmann, the strange poet, artist, and musician, whose drawings ended in caricature, his tales in extravagance, and his music in a mere medley of sound, but who was nevertheless the real creator of fantastic poetry, was a drunkard. Many years before his death he wrote in his journal, "How is it that, awake or asleep, my thoughts are always running, in spite of myself, on this miserable theme of madness? Disorderly ideas seem to rise out of my mind like blood from open veins." He was so sensitive to atmospheric variations that he constructed a meteorological scale out of his subjective emotions. For many years he was subjected to a real monomania of persecution, with hallucinations of which the fantasies of his stories were converted into realities. The famous Sicilian physiologist Fondness often declared that he could furnish bread for 200,000 men with a single oven of very simple construction, and that with 40 soldiers he could overcome any army, even 1,000,000 strong. When about 50 years of age he fell violently in love with a girl who lived opposite him. One fine day, being in the street, he gazed up rapturously at the charming maiden, who, to free herself from her wearisome daughter, emptied a vessel of dirty water on his head. Theodora, however, regarded this as a manifestation of love, and returned home full of joy. In the courtyard he saw a fowl, which, as he declared, had an extraordinary resemblance to the beloved maiden. He immediately brought it, covered it with kisses, allowed the precious creature to do anything, to soil his books and his clothes, and even to perch on his bed. The most complete type of madness and genius is presented to us by Schopenhauer. He himself considered that he inherited his intelligence from his mother, a literary woman full of vivacity, but heartless, while his character came from his father, a banker, who was misanthropic and eccentric to monomania. From childhood his hearing was defective, and he believed, and it is probably true, that he inherited his deafness, his very large head, and his brilliant eyes from his father. He lived for some time in England, under the care of a clergyman. He learnt to know the English language and literature, and also learned to despise the bigotry of his hosts. Notwithstanding constant change of scene involved in his travels, he was never cheerful, and gave free course in his discontent with himself and his surroundings. From my youth, he says, I have always been melancholy. Once when I was perhaps 18, I thought to myself, in spite of my youth, that the world would not be the work of God, but rather of a devil. During my education, I certainly had to suffer too much from my father's temperament. He was frightened by imaginary diseases. In Switzerland, the Alps aroused in him sadness rather than admiration. His mother, like all those who came in contact with him, experienced the unhappy effects of his character, for when in 1807 he wished at the age of 19 to come to see her at Weimar, she wrote to him, I have always told you that it would be very difficult for me to live with you. The more nearly I observe you, the more this difficulty increases, so far at least as I am concerned. I do not hide from you that, as long as you remain what you are now, I would support any sacrifice rather than submit to it. I do not misunderstand the foundation of goodness in you. What separates me from you is not your heart, not your inner, but your outer self, your views, your judgments, your manner of behaving. In short, I cannot harmonize with you in anything that concerns your external self. Even your ill humour, your lamentations over the inevitable, your sombre face, your extravagant opinions, which you give forth like oracles, and tolerate no opposition to, oppress me, shock me serenity, and are no use to yourself. Your disagreeable discussions, your lamentations over the stupidity of the world and human misery give me wretched nights and bad dreams. He became more and more estranged from his mother, alleging that she had not respected his father's memory, that she had dissipated the common fortune by her extravagance, and had thus reduced him to the necessity of working for his living. This effort was entirely repugnant to his nature. In this he yielded to a feeling of anguish, which by his own confession bordered on madness. If there is nothing to cause me misery, I am tormented by the thought that there must be something hidden from me. Misera condito nostra. In 1814, Schopenhauer left Weimar to complete his great work. He was convinced that he could, and must, open a new and only way to lead men of mind and heart to truth. He felt in himself something more than mere science, something demoniacal, demoniches. In 1813, he had already said, beneath my hand, and still more in my head, a work of philosophy is ripening, which will be at once an ethic and metaphysic. He throws so unreasonably separated, just as man has been divided into body and soul. The work grows and gradually becomes concrete, like the fetus in its mother's womb. I do not know what will appear at last. I recognize a member, an organ, one part after another. I write without seeking for results, for I know that it all stands on the same foundation, and will thus compose a vital and organic whole. I do not understand the system of the work, just as a mother does not understand the fetus that develops in her bowels, but she feels it tremble within her. My mind draws its food from the world by the medium of intelligence and thought. The astonishment gives body to my work, yet I do not know why it should happen in me and not in others who receive the same food. O chance, sovereign of this world, let me live in peace for a few years yet, for I love my work as a mother loves her child. When it is ripe and brought into the light, then exercise your rights, and claim interest for the delay. But if in this iron century I succumb before that hour, may these unripened principles and studies be received by the world as they are, until perhaps some related mind appears who will collect and unite the members. All the characteristic symptoms of the various steps that lead up to insanity, the rapid passage from profound grief to excessive joy, may be found in Schopenhauer. In a moment of tranquil reflection on himself, in 1814, after having found that men were a soup of bread dipped in water with little arsenic, and after having declared that their egoism is like that which binds a dog to his master, he wrote, "And now do not accept yourself, examine your loves and your friendships. Observe if your objective judgments are not in great part subjective and impure." And another page, just as the most beautiful body contains within it facial and metaphysic gases, so the noblest character offers traits of badness, and the greatest genius presents traces of pettiness and excessive pride. The same alternations may be found throughout his life. Sometimes a keen and contemptuous critic, he shows haughty presumption. Other times he descends to the lowest literary platitudes. Sometimes he wandered about the delightful suburbs of Dresden, lost in the contemplation of nature. Other times he wallowed in prosaic love adventures, from which distinguished friends were obliged to save him, and this while he was elaborating his great work, Die Welt als will an der Wurzelung, which was to astonish the world. He thus, remarks von Selditz, give the example of a mania per peri spiritualis, such as sometimes takes possession of pregnant women. Schopenhauer himself told Frauenstedt that at the time when he was writing his great work he must have been very strange in his person and behaviour, as people took him for a madman. One day when he was walking in a conservatory at Dresden, and while contemplating the plants, talked aloud to himself and gesticulated. An attendant came up and asked him who he was. "You can tell me who I am," replied Schopenhauer. "I shall be very much obliged to you." And he walked away, leaving the astonished attendant fully persuaded that he was a lunatic. With such a disposition, it is not surprising that Schopenhauer, like many prophets, believed that he was impelled by a demon or spirit. When my intelligence has touched its apogee, and was under favourable conditions, at its point of greatest tension, it was capable of embracing anything. It could suddenly bring forth revelations and give birth to chains of thought well worthy of preservation. In 1816 he wrote, "It happens to me among men, as to Jesus of Nazareth, when he had to awake his disciples always asleep. Even in old age he spoke of his great work in such a way as to exclude all doubt as to the inspiration which had produced it, such a work only being possible under the influence of inspiration. At that age he gazed with astonishment at his work, especially at the fourth book, as at a work written by some other person. It is worth recalling here the doubling of personality so common in men of genius." After he had handed his book over to the publisher, he set off for Italy, without awaiting its publication, with a proud faith that he had given a revelation to the world. His délire des grandeurs at this period increased, and the mental disturbance he underwent revealed itself later. He wrote, "In enchanting Venice, love's arms held me long and fettered, until an inner voice bade me break free and lead my steps elsewhere." And again, "If I could only satisfy my desire to look upon this race of toads and vipers as my equals, it would be a consolation to me." While oscillating between mental exaltation and depression, he heard of the collapse of his banking house. It is easy to understand the grief which this news caused him. He was reduced to the necessity of living by philosophy, instead of for philosophy, as he had desired to do. He twice sought to become a Privatdozent in Berlin, but he was unsuccessful in these attempts. His violent attacks on his contemporaries displeased his hearers, and his passionate disputations and his tendency in holding strange opinions, which he gave forth as oracles, rendered precarious his relations with friends and men of learning. The invasion of cholera at the beginning of 1831 completed his troubles. On the last night of 1830 he had already had a dream, which he looked upon as a prophecy foretelling his death in the new year. This dream, he wrote in his Cogitada, influenced me to my departure from Berlin immediately the cholera began in 1831. I had scarcely reached Frankfurt on the Main when I had a very distinct vision of spirits. They were, as I think, my ancestors, and announced to me that I should survive my mother, at that time still living. My father, who was dead, carried a light in his hand. That this hallucination was accompanied by a real brain affection is proved by the fact that at the time he fell into deep melancholy, not speaking to any one for weeks altogether. The doctors were alarmed, and induced him to go to Mannheim for change of scene. More than a year later he returned to Frankfurt. When the acute period of his illness had apparently passed, signs of it remained, however, in his peculiar bearing. his habit of gesticulating and talking aloud to himself as he walked through the streets of the city or sat at table in the restaurant, and in his fury against such philosophisters as Hegel, Schleiermacher, and similar charlatans, who shine like so many stars in the firmament of philosophy and rule the philosophic market. He accused him of depriving him of the praise and fame he deserved by deliberately keeping silence concerning his work. This was a fixed idea with him, like the idea of his own infallibility, even after he seemed to return to a relatively normal condition, thanks to the fame which, after a delay of 30 years, at length crowned his name and his works. His délire des grandeurs, his melancholy accompanied by morbid rage, born of the idea of persecution, had really shown themselves in him from childhood. At 6 years of age, he believed that his parents wished to abandon him. At student, he was always morose. One of the things that caused him most trouble was noise, especially when produced by the whips of drivers. To be sensitive to noise, he wrote, is one of the numerous misfortunes which discount the privilege of genius. Que non habet indignationem. He wrote, non habet ingenium. But his indignation was excessive, a morbid rage. One day, when his landlady was chattering in the anteroom, he came out and shook her so violently that he broke her arm, and was fined for damages. He was generally hypochondriacal. He was driven from Naples by the fear of smallpox, from Verona by the idea that he had been poisoned by snuff, from Berlin by the dread of cholera, and previously by the conscription. In 1831 he had a fresh attack of restlessness. At the least sound in the street he put his hand to his sword, his fear becoming real suffering. He could not open a letter without suspecting some great misfortune. He would not shave his beard, but burnt it. He hated women and Jews and philosophers, especially philosophers, and loved dogs, remembering them in his will. He reasoned about everything, however unimportant, about his great appetite, about the moonlight, which suggested quite illogical ideas to him, etc. He believed in table turning, and that magnetism could heal his dog's paws and restore his own hearing. One night the servant dreamt that she had to wipe some ink stains. In the morning he spilled some, and the great philosopher deduced that everything happens necessarily. He was contradiction personified. He placed annihilation, nirvana, as the final aim of life, and predicted, which means that he desired, 100 years of life. He preached sexual abstinence as a duty, but did not himself practice it. He who had suffered so much from the intolerance of others insulted Malerschott and Buckner, and rejoiced when the government deprived them of the professional chairs. He lived on the first story in case of fire, would not trust himself to his hairdresser, hid gold in the inkpot, and letters of change beneath the bedclothes. When I have no troubles, he said, like Rousseau, is in that I am most afraid. He feared to touch a razor. A glass that was not his own might communicate some disease. He wrote business documents in Greek called Latin or Sanskrit, and disseminated them in books to prevent unforeseen and impossible curiosity, which would have been much easier to avoid by a simple lock and key. Though he regarded himself as the victim of a vast conspiracy of professors of philosophy concerted at Gotha to preserve silence concerning his books, he yet dreaded lest they should speak of them. I would rather that worms should gnaw my body than that professors should gnaw my philosophy. Lacking all affection, he even insulted his mother, and drew from her example conclusions against the whole female sex, long of hair and short of sense. Yet while despising monogamy, he recommended tetragamy, to which he saw but one objection, the 4 mothers-in-law. The same lack of affection made him despise patriotism. The passion of fools, the most foolish of passions. He took part with the soldiers against the people, and to the former and to his dog he left his property. He was always preoccupied with himself, not only with the self that was created of a new system, but in hundreds of his letters he speaks with strange complaisance of his photograph, of his portrait in oils, and of a person who had bought it in order to place it in a kind of chapel, like the image of a saint. No one has, for the rest, maintained more openly than Schopenhauer the relationship of genius to insanity. People of genius, he wrote, are not only unpleasant in practical life, but weak in moral sense and wicked. And elsewhere such men can have but few friends. Solitude reigns on the summits. Genius is closer to madness than to ordinary intelligence. The lives of men of genius show how often, like lunatics, they are in a state of continual agitation. Nikolai Vasilievich Gogol, born 1809, after suffering from an unhappy love affair, gave himself up for many years to unrestrained onanism. He became eventually a great novelist. Having known Pushkin, he was attracted to the short story. Then he fell under the influence of the Moscow school and became a humorist of the highest order. In his Dead Souls, he satirizes the Russian bureaucracy with so much vis comica as to show the need of putting an end to a form of government which is a martyrdom both for the victims and the executioners. On the publication of his historical Cossack romance, Taras Bulba, he reached the summit of his fame. His admirers compared him to Homer. Even the government patronized him. Then a new idea began to dominate him. He thought that he painted his country with so much crudity and realism that the picture might incite to a revolution which would not be kept within reasonable limits, and might overturn society, religion, and the family, leaving him the remorse of having provoked it. This idea took possession of his mind and dominated it, as it had formerly been dominated by love, by the drama, and by the novel. He then sought by his writings to combat Western liberalism, but the antidote attracted fewer readers than the poison. Then he abandoned work, shut himself up in his house, giving himself up to prayer to the saints, and supplicating them to obtain God's pardon for his revolutionary sins. He accomplished a pilgrimage to Jerusalem, from which he returned somewhat consoled, when the revolution of 1848 broke out and his remorse was again aroused. He was constantly pursued by visions of the triumph of nihilism, and in his alarm he called on Holy Russia to overthrow the pagan West, and to found on its ruins the Orthodox Pan-Slavist Empire. In 1852, the great novelist was found dead in Moscow of exhaustion, or rather of tabes dorsalis, in front of the shrine before which he was accustomed to lie for days in silent prayer. End of Chapter 4. End of Part 1 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso, and end of Section 4. Section 5 of The Man of Genius by Cesare Lombroso. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. The Man of Genius, Part 2. The Causes of Genius. Chapter 1. Meteorological influences on genius. The influence of weather on the insane. Sensitiveness of men of genius to barometrical conditions. Sensitiveness to thermometrical conditions. The influence of weather on the insane. A series of clinical researches which I carried on for 6 consecutive years has shown me with certainty that the mental condition of the insane is modified in a constant manner by barometrical and thermometrical influences. When the temperature rose above 25 degrees Celsius, 30 degrees Celsius, and 32 degrees Celsius, especially if the rise was sudden, the number of maniacal attacks increased from 29 to 50. On the days on which the barometer showed sudden variations, especially of elevation, and more particularly 2 or 3 days before and after the variation, the number of maniacal attacks rapidly increased from 34 to 46. This meteoric sensibility, as I term it, increased in an inverse ratio to the integrity of the nervous tissues, being very great in idiots and slightest in monomaniacs. A study of 23,602 lunatics has shown me that the development of insanity generally coincides with the increase of monthly temperature and with the great barometrical perturbations in September and March. The onset of heat acts more efficaciously, however, than the intense heat which follows, and the heat which has become habitual in August acts much less harmfully. The minimum number of outbreaks of insanity is found in the coldest months. See plate. This coincidence is seen best in the French lunatics studied by Esquirol. The French figures present with most clearness the effect of thermometrical influences, because in France the entry of lunatics into asylums, being little impeded by red tapeism, follows closely on the outbreak. A table is displayed on the page, divided into 3 main columns, with the month, insane divided between Italy and France, and temperature. Now a similar influence may be noted in those to whom nature, benevolently or malevolently, has conceded the power of intellect more generously than to others. There are few among these who do not confess that their inspiration is strangely subject to the influence of weather. Those who associate with them, or who read their correspondence, know that they suffer so greatly from this cause that they often complain to everyone and struggle, with the help of various artificers, against the malignant influences which impede the free flight of their thought. Sensitiveness to barometrical conditions. Montaigne note, si la sante me si det la carte di an bio juar, me vola hon et hom. Diderot wrote, Il me semble qui jae les spirit fordans les grands vents. Giordani foretold storms 2 days beforehand. Maine de Baran, a very spiritualistic philosopher, wrote in his journal De Mauvais Intime, I do not know how it is that in bad weather I feel my intelligence and will so unlike what they are in fine weather. And again, there are days in which my thought seems to break through the veils which surround it. In some conditions of the weather, I feel delight in good and adore virtue. At other times I am indifferent to everything, even my duties. Are our sentiments, our affections, our principles related to the physical condition of our organs? The study of his journal shows us the justice of his doubts. Let us take 1818 in April. We find 2 periods of good inspiration and 4 of bad, although the weather was fine. In May he was constantly sad, and in November only cheerful during 10 days. 1815, May. I am suffering from the nervous disposition which I experienced in spring, and though wishing to do too much, I do nothing. 23rd May. I am happy because of the air that I breathe and the birds that are singing, but inspiration passes away through the senses. Each season has not merely special forms of sensation, but a certain way of understanding life which is peculiar to it. 17th May. Irresistible pleasure of thought, inspiration. 4, 16, 17 October. Empty of ideas, sad. 1816, 25th January. Sad and idle, my life is useless. 24th April. I am another man. Every day seems a feast day. At this time of the year something seems to lift the soul to another region and give it strength to surmount all impediments. 1817, 13th April. Excited. 7 May. Working on Condillac. 18 July. Marvellous activity. 12 October. Am transformed. Thought turns to commonplace triviality. 22, 23, 28 November. Sterile agitation. Alteration of all my mental faculties. 1818. 1st of April. Northerly wind. Am weary, sad, suffering, stolid. 1820, 31st of March. At this time of the year it always happens to me that body and mind are alike heavy. I have the consciousness of my degradation. 1821, May. At this month I am sad and yield to external causes like a marionette. 21 October. I feel myself newborn. I was returning to work, but the weather has changed. The wind has turned to the south. It is strong and I am another man. I feel inert with a distaste for work, and inclined to those sad and melancholy fantasies which are always so fatal to me. Alfieri wrote, I compare myself to a barometer. I have always experienced more or less facility in writing. According to the weight of the year, absolute stupidity in the great solstitial and equinoctial winds, infinitely less perspicacity in the evening than in the morning, and a much greater aptness for creation in the middle of the winter or of summer than in its intermediate seasons. This has made me humble, as I am convinced that at these times I have no power to do otherwise. Monod says that the phases of Michelet's intellectual life follow the course of the seasons. Pushkin's poetic inspiration was greatest during dark and stormy nights. We catch a glimpse of these facts of an appreciable influence of barometrical conditions upon men of genius as upon the insane. Heat. Thermometrical influence is much clearer and more evident. Napoleon, who defined man as a product of the physical atmosphere and the moral atmosphere, and who suffered from the faintest wind, loved heat so much they would have fires even in July. Voltaire and Buffon had their studies warm throughout the year. Rousseau said that the action of the sun in the dog days aided him to compose, and he allowed the rays of the midday sun to fall on his head. Byron said that he feared cold as much as a gazelle. Heine wrote in one of his letters, "Its nose I have little fire in the room, and my letter is cold. Spallanzani, in the Ionian Islands, found himself able to study for 3 times as many hours as in misty Pavia. Leopardi confesses in his letters, "My temperament is imbecile to cold. I wait and invoke the rain of Ormuzd." Gaesti wrote in the spring, "Inspiration is becoming favourable if spring aids me, as in all other things." Paisiello could only compose beneath 6 quilts in the summer and 9 in the winter. Similar facts are told of Varèse, Mary, and Aronde. Sylvester tells how, when on board the Invicta, beneath the vivifying rays of a powerful sun, the method of resolving a multiple equation occurred to him, and he succeeded without pen or pencil. The sage, in his old age, became animated as the sun advanced in the meridian, gradually gaining his imaginative power together with his cheerfulness. As the day declined, his mental activity gradually diminished, until he fell into a lethargy which lasted to the following day. Giordani could only compose in the sun, or in the presence of abundant light and great heat. Foscolo wrote in November, "I keep near the fire, my friends laugh at me, but I am seeking to give my members heat which my heart will concentrate and sublime within." And in December he writes, "My natural infirmity, the fear of cold, has constrained me to live near the fire, and the fire has inflamed my eyelids." Milton confessed in his Latin elegies that in winter his muse was sterile. He could only write from the spring equinox to that of the autumn. In a letter he complains of the cold of 1678, and fears that, if it lasts, it will hinder the free development of his imagination. Dr. Johnson, who tells us this in his Life of Milton, may be believed on this point, for imagination never smiled upon him, only the cold and tranquil intelligence of criticism. And he adds the commentary that all this must be the result of eccentricity of character, he, Johnson, never having experienced any effects from the variations of the weather. Pushkin often said that he found himself most disposed to composition in autumn. The brilliant spring sunshine produced on him an impression of melancholy. Salvator Rosa laughed in youth, as Lady Morgan tells us in her Life, at the pretended influence of the weather on works of genius, but in old age he became incapable of painting or thinking, almost of living, except in the heat of spring. In reading Schiller's correspondence with Goethe, one is struck by the singular influence which the gentle and imaginative poet attributed to the weather. In November 1817 he wrote, "In these sad days beneath this leaden sky, I have need of all my elasticity to feel alive, and do not yet feel capable of serious work. And in December I am going back to work, but the weather is so dull that it is impossible to preserve the lucidity of the soul. In July 1818, thanks to the fine weather I am better. The lyric inspiration which obeys the will less than any other does not delay." In December he complains of the necessity of completing Wallenstein, unfortunately coincides with an unfavourable period of the year, so that, he writes, "I am obliged to use all my strength to preserve mental clearness." And in May 1799, "I hope to make progress in my work if the weather continues fine." All these examples allow us to suspect, with some probability, that heat, with rare exceptions, aids in the production of genius, as it aids in vegetation, and also aids, unfortunately, in the stimulation of mania. If historians who have squandered so much time and so many volumes in detailing minutely to us the most shameless exploits of kings, had sought with as much care the memorial epoch in which a great discovery or a masterpiece of art was conceived, they would no doubt have found that the hottest months and days have always been most fruitful for genius, as for nature generally. Let us endeavour to find more precise proofs of this little suspected influence. Dante wrote his first sonnet on the 15th of June, 1282. In the spring of 300, he wrote the Vita Nuova. On the 3rd of April, he began his great poem. Darwin had the earliest ideas of his great work first in March, then in June. Petrarch conceived the Africa in March, 1338. Michelangelo's great cartoon, the work which so competent a judge as Cellini considered his most wonderful masterpiece, was imagined and executed between April and July 1506. Manzoni wrote his 5 Maggiore in summer. Belden's great poem was conceived in the spring. Galileo discovered Saturn's ring on April 1611. Balzac wrote La Cousine Bette in August and September. Pierre Goriot in September, La Recherche de l'Absolo in June to September. Sterne began Tristram Shandy in January. The first of his sermons in April. The first one in Errors of Conscience in May. Giordano Bruno composed his Candelaggio in July, and in his witty dedication he attributed it to the heat of the dog days. Voltaire wrote Tancred in August. Byron wrote the fourth canto of Childe Harold in September, his Prophecy of Dante in June, his Prisoner of Chillon during the summer in Switzerland. Christie wrote of Gingilino and Perrault. Here are the only leaves that April has drawn out of my head after 14 months of idleness. Schiller, it appears, from his letters to Goethe, conceived Don Carlos and Wallenstein in the autumn, as well as Fiesco and Wilhelm Tell. Wallenstein's Later and Letters of Aesthetics in September. Cabale und Liebe in winter. The Magician, The Glove, The Ring of Polycrates, The Cranes of Ibycus, and Nanderweiser's Song in June. The Jungfrau von Orleans in July. Goethe wrote Werther in autumn. Mignon and other lyric poems in May. Cellini, Alexis, Euphrosyne, Metamorphosis of Plants, and Parnasse in June and July. The Exenine, Hermann und Dorothea Welstößlichen Divan, and Natürlich Doktor in winter. In the first days of March 1788, which he wrote were worth more to him than a whole month, he dictated, besides other poems, the beginning of Faust. Salerno's Hymn to Liberty was written in May. Rossini composed his Serenade almost entirely in February, and in November the last part of the Stabat Mater. Mozart composed the Mithridate in October, Beethoven his Ninth Symphony in February. Donizetti composed Lucia di Lammermoor, perhaps almost entirely in September. In any case, the famous Tucci a Dio spiegasti l'Eol belongs to the date, and Figlia del Reggimento was also composed in autumn. L'Indergi Chamanox in spring, Rita in summer, Don Pasquale and the Miserere in winter. Wagner composed Der Fliegende Holländer in the spring of 1841. Canova modelled his first work, Orpheus and Eurydice, in October. Michelangelo conceived his Pieta between September and October 1498. The design of the Libreria in December. The model in wood of the tomb of Pope Julius in August. Leonardo da Vinci conceived the equestrian statue of the Sforza and began his book Della Luce delle Ombre in April, for we find in his autograph manuscript these words: On April the 23rd, 1492, I commenced this book and recommenced the horse. On the 2nd of July, 1491, he designed the pavilion of the Duchess's Bath. On the 3rd of March, 1509, Sir Christopher's Canal. The first idea of the discovery of America came to Columbus between May and June 1474, in the form of a search for the Western Passage to India. Galileo discovered the sunspots contemporaneously with, or before, Scheiner in April 1611, in December 1610, and even in September, since he speaks of his observation having been made 3 months previously. He discovered the analogy between the phases of Venus and those of the moon. In May 1609, he invented the telescope. In July 1610, he discovered 2 stars, afterwards found to be the most luminous points of Saturn's ring, a discovery which, according to his custom, he expressed in verse: Altissimum planetum tergeminimum observani. In January he found Jupiter's satellites. In November 1602, the isochronism of the oscillations of the pendulum. Kepler discovered the law which bears his name in May 1618. The discovery of Zocchi regarding Jupiter took place in May, that of Tycho Brahe in November. Fabricius discovered the first changing star in August 1546. Cassini discovered the spots which indicate the rotation of Venus in October and April 1666-67, in October, December, and March 1671, 1672, 1684, 4 satellites of Saturn. Herschel discovered 2 in March 1789, in June 1631. Hevelius conceived the first ideas of selenography. A satellite of Saturn was discovered by Huygens on the 25th of March 1665, another by Dawes and Bond on the night of the 19th of September 1848. 2 satellites of Uranus were discovered by Herschel in 1787. One of them, considered as doubtful by Herschel, was again discovered by Struve and Lassell in October 1847. The last, Ariel, was discovered by Lassell on the 14th of September 1847. On the 8th of July in the same year he had also seen Neptune's satellite for the first time. Uranus was discovered by Herschel in March 1781. The same astronomer observed the moon's volcanoes in April. Bradley discovered in September 1728 the aberration of light. Encke's and Vico's fine observations on Saturn took place in March and April 1735-38. Of the comets discovered by Gambart, 3 were in July, 2 in March, and in May, 1 in January, April, June, August, October, December. The last 3 comets discovered in 1877 were perceived in October, February, and September. In August, Hall observed the satellites of Mars. Schiaparelli's discovery on falling stars dates from August 1866. We regard in Malficki's journal that in July he made his great discoveries in the suprarenal glands. It is curious to observe how some 1 month predominates in certain years. For example, January in 1788 and 1790, and June in 1771, during which he made 13 discoveries. The first idea of the barometer came to Torricelli in May 1645, as may be seen by his letters to Rickets. In March 1644, he had made the discovery of great moment at that time of the best way of making glass for spectacles. The first experiments of Pascal on the equilibrium of fluids were made in September 1645. In March 1752, Franklin began his experiments with lightning conductors and concluded them in September. Goethe declared that it was in May that his original ideas on the theory of colours arose, and in June that he made his fine observations on the metamorphosis of plants. Hamilton discovered the calculus of quaternions on the 16th of October 1843. Volta invented the electric pile in the beginning of winter, 1799 to 1800. In the spring of 1775 he invented the electrophore. In the first days of November 1784, he discovered the production of hydrogen in organic fermentations. His invention of the iodometer took place in the spring. About May, in April of the same year, 1777, Volta wrote to Barletta the famous letter which he divided the electric telegraph. In the spring of 1788, he constructed his great conductor. Luigi Brugnatelli found out galvanoplasty in November 1806, as is shown by a letter which the advocate Zannino Volta found in the correspondence of his grandfather. Nicholson discovered the oxidation of metals by means of the voltaic pile in the summer of 1800. From the examination of Galvani's manuscripts it appears that his studies on intestinal gases began in December 1713. His first studies on the action of atmospheric electricity on the nerves of cold-blooded animals were undertaken, as he himself writes, at the 20th hour on the 26th of April, 1777. In September 1786 he began his experiments on the contractions on frogs, whence the origin of galvanism. In November 1780 he stated his experiments on the contraction of frogs by artificial electricity. We see by Lagrange's manuscripts, published by Boncompagni, that he had the first idea of the calculus of variations on the 12th of June 1755. On the 19th of May 1756 he conceived the idea of the Mécanique analytique. In November 1759 he found a solution of the problem of vibrating chords. From the manuscripts of Spallanzani, which I have been able to examine in the communal library at Reggio, it appears that his observations on moulds began on the 26th of September 1770. On the 8th of May 1780, Spallanzani started, to use his own words, the study of animals which are torpid through the action of cold. In April and May 1776 he discovered the parthenogenesis of certain animals. The 2nd of April 1780 was the richest day in experiments, or rather deductions, on the subject of ovulation. It becomes clear, he wrote on the same day, after having made 43 observations, that the ova are not fecundated in the womb, that the sperm cells after emission remain apt for fecundation for a certain time, that the vesicular fluid fecundates as well as the seminal, that wine and vinegar are opposed to fecundation. Impatience adds this curious manuscript, which enables us to assist at the incubation of these wonderful experiments, will not allow me to draw any more corollaries. On the 7th of May, 1780, he discovered that an infinitely small amount of semen sufficed for fecundation. A letter to Bonnet shows that Spallanzani had, during the spring of 1771, the idea of studying the action of the heart on the circulation. In March 1773, he undertook his studies on rotifera, and in his manuscripts for May 1781 may be found a plan of 161 new experiments on the artificial fecundation of frogs. Geoffroy St. Hilaire had his first ideas on the homologies of organisms in February. Davy discovered iodine in December. Humboldt made his first observations on the magnetic needle in November 1796. In March 1793, he observed the irritability of organic fibers. The prolegomena of the cosmos was dictated in October. In July 1801, Guy Lussac discovered fluoric acid in fish bones. He completed the analysis of alum in July. In September 1846, Morton used sulfuric acid as an anesthetic in surgery. In October 1840, Armstrong invented the first hydroelectric machine. Matteucci made his experiments with the galvanoscope in July 1830, on torpedoes in the spring of 1836, on electromotor muscles in July 1837, on the decomposition of acids in May 1835. He determined in May 1837 the influence of electricity on the weather. In June 1833, he concluded his experiments on heat and magnetism. The reader who has had the patience to follow this wearisome catalogue to the end may convince himself that many men of genius have, as it were, a specific chronology, that is to say, a tendency to make their most numerous observations, to accomplish their finest discoveries, or their best aesthetic productions, at a special season, or in one month rather than another. Spallanzani in the spring, Guesti and Arcangeli in March, Lamartine in August, Carcano, Byron, and Alfieri in September, Malpighi and Schiller in June and July, Hugo in May, Beranger in January, Bailey in November, Millie in April, Volta in November and December, Galvani in April, Gambart in July, Peters in August, Luther in March and April, Watson in September. A more general kind of specific chronology, a sort of intellectual calendar, is presented when we sum up various intellectual creations. Poetry, music, sculpture, natural discoveries, of which the date of conception can be precisely fixed. This may be seen from the following table. A table is displayed on the page of 5 columns, citing the month, literary and artistic works, astronomical discoveries, physical, chemical, and mathematical discoveries, and the total. One observes at once that the most favorable month for aesthetic creations is May, then comes September and April. The minimum is presented by the months of February, October, and December. The same may be observed partially with astronomical discoveries, but here April and July predominate, while for physical discoveries, as well as for aesthetic creations, the months of May, April, and September stand first. Thus the advantage belongs to the months of early heat more than to the months of great heat, as with insanity also, in the same way the months of greatest barometric variation have an advantage over very hot and very cold months. A graph is displayed on the page, titled The Relation to Average Monthly Temperature to Admission of Lunatics to Asylum and to Production of Works of Genius. The graph has 4 lines displaying French lunatics entered, works of genius, average temperature, and Italian lunatics entered. The bottom axis of the graph reads from January to December, and the side column reads an average temperature between 27 degrees Celsius and 1 degrees.
If we now group these data according to seasons, which will allow us to include other data in which the exact month cannot be stated, we shall find that the maximum of artistic and literary creation falls in spring, 388, then comes summer with 347, then autumn 335, and lastly winter with 280. The majority of great physical, chemical, and mathematical discoveries took place in spring, 22, then autumn, 15, very few in summer, 10, and only 5 in winter. I have separated astronomical discoveries from physical and other discoveries because their precise dates are less doubtful and therefore more important.
we find 135 in autumn, 131 in spring, 120 in summer, and only 83 in winter. Taking these 1,871 great discoveries altogether, we find spring coming first with 541, then autumn with 485, with 477 in summer and 368 in winter. It is evident then that the first warm months distinctly predominate in the creations of genius as well as in organic nature generally, although the question cannot be absolutely resolved on account of the scarcity of data as regards both quantity and quality. It was, however, in the spring that the discovery of America was conceived, as well as galvanism, the barometer, the telescope, and the lightning conductor. In the spring, Michelangelo had the idea of his great cartoon, Dante the Divina Commedia, Leonardo of his book on light, Goethe of his Faust. It was in the spring that Kepler discovered his law, that Milton conceived his great poem, Darwin his great theory, and Wagner the Flying Hollander, as well as his great music dramas. It may be added that in the few cases in which we may follow day by day the traces of the works of great men, we usually find that their activity increases in the warm months and decreases in the cold months. Thus in Spallanzani's journals, and especially during the years 1777-78 and 1780-81, in which he was undertaking his investigations into moulds, digestion, and fecundation, I found 50 days of observation in March, 65 in April, 143 in May, 41 in June, 33 in August, 24 in September, while there were only 17 in December, 10 in November, 18 in January, 17 in July, and 2 in February. If we examine the curious journal of his own observations, which Malpighi kept day by day for 34 years, we find grouping the observations according to months, July coming first with 71 days, followed by June with 66, May 42, October 40, January 36, September 34, April 33, March 31, August 28, November 20, December 13. Out of over 400 observations, less than a fifth took place in the winter months. It appears from Galvani's manuscripts, as examined by Gherardi, that between the years 1772 and 1781, his investigations on irritability, muscular movement, the structure of the ear, the tympanic bone, and the organ of hearing all belong to the month of April, while his work on cataract belongs to March, and that on hygiene of sight to January. It seems, therefore, to be here a remarkable predominance for April, although there is less certainty than in the preceding cases. I imagine the objections that may be made against these conclusions, the scarcity of data, the doubtfulness, the boldness of bringing within the narrow circle of statistics the sublime phenomena of intellectual creation, which seem the least susceptible of calculation. Such objections may have weight with those who believe that statistics can only deal with large numbers, perhaps more remarkable for quantity than for quality, and who thrust aside a priori all reasoning on the data, as though figures were not facts, subject like all other facts to synthesis, and had not their true value as materials for the thinker. The facts I have brought forward, though not large, are at all events to be preferred to mere hypothesis, or to the isolated statements of authors, the more so as they are in harmony with these latter, and may at least serve as the encouragement of a new series of fruitful psychometric researches. It may be said, also, that the creations of genius cannot furnish great columns of figures. It is very true, however, that in regard to many of them the chronological coincidence is connected with accidental circumstances entirely independent of the psychic condition. Thus, naturalists have greater facilities for observation and experiment in warm months. Thus also the length and equability of equinoctial nights, the difficulty of making examinations on foggy days, the weariness and discomfort experienced on days that are very hot or very cold, largely account for the predominance of discoveries in spring and autumn. Yet these are not the only determining circumstances. In the case of anatomists, for example, bodies may be had at all seasons, and principally in winter, and again, the long and clear winter nights, in which the influence of refraction is less, ought to be as favourable as the astronomers on temperate climates as warm summer nights of northern climates, which give us, however, a greater number of astronomical discoveries. It is well known, also, that accidental circumstances influence even the phenomena of death, birth, murder, when closely considered statistically, if, however, all these phenomena conduce to the same result. we are led to infer a similar cause common to all, and this can only be found in meteorological influences. I have grouped together aesthetic creations and scientific discoveries because they are associated by that moment of psychic excitation and extreme sensibility which brings together the most remote facts. The fecundating moment, which has rightly been called generative, a moment of which poets and men of science are nearer than is generally supposed. Was there not an audacious imagination in Spallanzani's experiments, in Herschel's first attempts, in the great discoveries of Leverrier and Schiaparelli, born of hypothesis, which calculation and observation transformed into axioms? Diderot, speaking of the discovery of Vesta, observes that it was not the result of chance, nor of genius alone, but of genius favoured by chance. The star discovered by Piazzi had glimmered in Zach's eyes, but he, with less genius than Piazzi, or in a moment less perspicacity, attached no importance to it. The discovery of the solar spots only needed time, patience, and good fortune, remarks Secchi, but it needed genius to discover that true theory. How many learned natural philosophers observed Arago, in going down a river, must have observed the fluttering of the vane at the masthead without discovering, like Bradley, the law of aberration? And how many artists, one might add, must have seen hideous heads of porters without conceiving Leonardo's Judas, nor oranges without creating the cavatia of Mozart's Don Giovanni? There is, however, one last objection which seems more serious. Nearly all great intellectual creations and all discoveries of modern physics are the results of the slow and continuous meditations of men of science and their predecessors, so that they form a kind of compilation, the chronology of which is not easy to define, because the date at which we are arrested indicates the moment of birth rather than of conception. This objection, however, may be applied to nearly all human phenomena, even the most sudden. Thus fecundation is a phenomenon which depends on the good nutrition of the organism, and on hereditary insanity. Death itself, though apparently produced by sudden, even casual circumstances, are yet related on one side to the weather and on the other to organic conditions, so that often one may say the precise state is fixed at birth.
End of The Causes of Genius, Chapter 1. End of Section 5. Section 6 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 2. The Causes of Genius. Chapter 2. Climatic Influences of Genius. Influence of Great Centers. Race and hot climate. The distribution of great masters. Orographic influences. Influence of healthy race. Parallelism of high stature and genius. Explanations. Buckle thought that most artists, unlike men of science, were produced in volcanic countries. Jacobi, in an excellent monograph, finds the greatest number of superior intelligences where the urban population is densest. It seems impossible to deny that race, the Latin and Greek races for example, abound in great men. Political and scientific struggles, wealth, literary centers have a great influence on the appearance of men of genius. Who would maintain that the political struggles on the great liberty of Athens, Siena, and Florence have not contributed to produce in ancient times more powerful display of genius than at other epochs and in other countries? But when we recall the predominating influence of meteorological phenomena on works of genius, it becomes clear that a still more important place must be reserved for atmospheric and climatic conditions. The influence of great centers of race and of hot climates. It is worthwhile to study the distribution of great artists in Europe, and especially in Italy. For musicians, I have used the works of Fétis and Clement. For painters and sculptors, I have referred to De Cossey's 2 dictionaries. Here are the results. A table is displayed on the page titled Musicians in Europe, with 3 columns. First column, country. Second column, number. Third column, to 1 million inhabitants. Italy, number 1,210. To 1 million inhabitants, 40.7. Belgium, 98. To 1 million inhabitants, 16.7. Germany, 650. To 1 million inhabitants, 13.8. France, 405. To 1 million inhabitants, 10.7. Holland, 31. To 1 million inhabitants, 7.7.
Greece 15 to 1 million inhabitants 7.5. Switzerland 20 to 1 million inhabitants 7. Denmark 14 to 1 million inhabitants 6.6. Austria 239 to 1 million inhabitants 6.5. England 149 to 1 million inhabitants 4.6. Portugal 17 to 1 million inhabitants 3.6. Spain 62 to 1 million inhabitants 3.5. Ireland 7 to 1 million inhabitants 1.4. Russia 34 to 1 million inhabitants 0.4. Sweden 9 to 1 million inhabitants 0.2. The countries which have furnished the greatest number of musicians after Italy are Belgium, Germany, and France. These countries, which have the greatest density of population, the poorest in musicians are Ireland, Russia, and Sweden, with a very slight density, especially the two last. The influence of volcanic soil and of Latin race does not clearly appear when one notes the feeble proportions given by Spain and Greece compared to Germany. If, however, we study the distribution of musicians in the various regions of Italy, we see immediately that the hot and non-insular districts stand first, then Emilia and Venetia. Piedmont, the Marches, and Umbria stand low, and Sardinia is completely absent. We do not, however, obtain a sufficiently clear view of the orographic influences until we take the provinces separately. A footnote is displayed on the page listing Italian cities with the number of musicians. Naples 216, Rome 127, Venice 124, Milan 95, Bologna 91, Florence 70, Lucca 37, Parma 34, Genoa 30, Turin 27, Verona 24, Brescia 22, Mantua 19, Modena 19, Cremona 17, Palermo 17, Novara 17, Bergamo 16, Bari 16, Ferrara 15, Padua 15, Pisa 13, Reggio 12, Piacenza 11. End of footnote. We then see in a remarkable manner how the most populous centres come to the front, including nearly all the provinces containing large towns, except Piedmont, Sardinia, and Sicily. It is sufficient to mention Naples, Rome, Venice, Milan, Bologna, France, Lucca, Parma, and Genoa. Here, evidently, we see the influence of healthy, warm, maritime, and above all, elevated regions. Often this influence even struggles against that of civilization and of great centres. Large cities prevail in the proportion of 7 out of 9. In the second line we see other important towns emerge, of great maritime centres, especially if volcanic. Palermo, Bari, Catania, and especially mountainous countries, Bergamo, Brescia, Verona, Vicenza, Perugia, Siena. The racial influence is not clear here. The Berber and Semitic races do not, however, seem to favour art, especially in hot regions, and we may thus explain the paucity of musicians among the Sardinians, Calabrians, and Sicilians. The Greco-Roman and Etruscan races seem better endowed, on the other hand, whence the predominance of Naples, Rome, Lucca, and Bologna. The action of earthquakes, which according to Buckle has a large part in artistic creation, is not very apparent. If Naples and Amnesia are placed in the first rank, which could be explained by race and climate, it is not so with Calabria, where earthquakes are so numerous. The distribution of great masters. It must be remarked that quality does not always correspond to quality. It is sufficient to see that the regions that produce a Bellini and a Rossini appear to be the most sterile centres. Yet the appearance of a single great genius is more than equivalent to the birth of 100 mediocrities. If we take account to the proportion of great composers, we see that the most favoured regions are hot and maritime, especially Naples, closely followed by Rome, Parma, Milan, and Cremona. Here the influences of density and of the school come in the third line, after that of climate. Thus in Sergeant Clement's book, and Florimo's, we find that out of 118 great composers, 44 or more than a third belong to Italy, and that among these last 27 or more than half are supplied by Sicily, Scarlatti, Bassini, Bellini, and by Naples and neighbouring places, especially Aversa,
Gemelli, Stradella, Piccinni, Leo, Fio, Vinci, Fenarello, the inventor of the opera buffe, Speranza, Contumaci, Sala, Cafaro, Duni, Sacchini, Carafa, Pesciolo, Cimarosa, Zingarelli, Mercadante, Durant, the two Ricci and Petrella, no doubt owing to the influence of Greek race and warm climate. Of the other 17, a few belonged to Upper Italy: Donizetti, Verdi, Allegri, Frescobaldi, the two Monteverdi, Salieri, Marcello, Paganini, these last three to the sea coast, and all the others to central Italy: Palestrina and Clementi to Rome, and Spontini, Lulli, and Pergolese to Perugia and Florence. If we compare the regions which have produced the greatest composers and relatively few minor masters, we find that Pesaro, Catania, Arezzo, and Alessandria come first. The coincidence of musical geniuses and mediocrities, both in large numbers, is found at Naples, Rome, Parma, Florence, Milan, Cremona, and Venice, with an evident influence here also of warm maritime climate, of the Greco-Etruscan race, and of great centres, 5 out of 7. In painting we find that the large towns predominate both for number and celebrity, with the exception of Sardinia and Sicily. Bologna, Florence, Venice, and Milan come first as regards number. Florence, and in the second line Verona, Naples, Rome, and Venice, for both number and celebrity. And we still find that, after large towns, mountainous countries give the highest figures as regards number. It is sufficient to name Perugia, Arezzo, Siena, Udine, Verona, Vicenza, Parma, Brescia. Almost the same relations are observed in regards to sculptors and architects. We see the great centres of civilization and hilly regions in the first rank, Florence especially, then Milan, Venice, Naples, Como, Siena, Verona, Massa, and in the third line, Arezzo, Perugia, Vicenza, Bergamo, Macerata, Catania, and Palermo. To summarize, we see that the chief part is played by warm climate, great centers of civilization, mountainous and maritime regions. Some influence must also be attributed to the influence of the Greek and Etruscan races. There is no constant relation between the regions which have produced great geniuses and those which have yielded second-rate geniuses, with the exception of Naples and Florence. For the last city, we must bear in mind the influence of its commune, which excited and nourished individual energies, and to this chief cause we must add artistic disposition, race, and beauty of climate, as with Athens. Certainly, Florence enjoyed unquestioned supremacy in painting and sculpture. It is enough to recall the names of Donatello, Michelangelo, Verrocchio, Baldinelli, Corsini, Cellini, Giotto, Masocchio, Andrea del Sarto, Saviati, Elori, Bronzino, Pagliaro, Fra Angelico. Orographic influence. After the influence of heat and of great centres comes that of the slighter pressure of the air in hilly but not too mountainous regions. This climatic influence alone can explain why we find so many poets, and especially improvisatori, even women, among the shepherds and peasants of the Tuscan hills, especially about Pistoia, Buti, Feldontani. It is enough to recall the shepherdess mentioned by Giuliani in his book Sola Lingua Parlata in Tascona, and that singular Frediani family with a father, grandfather, and sons who were poets. One of them is still alive that composes verses worthy of the poets of ancient Tuscany, yet peasants of the same race, inhabiting the plain, so far as I know, offer nothing similar. All flat countries, Belgium, Holland, Egypt, are deficient in men of genius. So also with those like Switzerland and Savoy, which being enclosed between very high mountains, are endemically afflicted with cretinism and goitre. Marshy countries are still poorer in genius. The few men of genius possessed by Switzerland were born when the race had conquered the goitrous influence through a mixture of French and Italian immigrants. Bonnet, Rossiau, Tronchin, Dissot, Di Candolle, Berlamagni, Pestalozzi, Sismondi, Urbino Pesaro, Forli, Como, Parma have produced men of genius in greater number and of greater fame than Pisa, Padua, and Pavia, three of the most ancient and important university towns of Italy. It is enough to name Raphael, Bramante, Rossini, Morgagni, Spallanzani, Muratori, Falloppio, Volta. But to come to more definite examples, we find that Florence, enjoying a mild temperature and in special degree a city in the hills, has furnished Italy with her most splendid cohort of great men. Dante, Giotto, Machiavelli, Lulli, Leonardo, Brunellesco, Guicciardini, Cellini, Fra Angelico, Andrea del Sato, Niccolini, Caponi, Vespucci, Vivani, Lippi, Boccaccio, Alberti, Dati, Alemanni, Rucellai, Ghirlandajo, Donati, Pisa. On the other hand, with scientific conditions at least as favourable as Florence, being the seat of a flourishing university, only offers us, if we accept a few soldiers and statesmen of no great number and worth who were unable, even with powerful allies, to prevent a fall, Pisa only offers us Nicola Pisano, Guenta, and Galileo, who, although born there, was of Florentine parentage. Now Pisa only differs from Florence by being situated on a plain. In Lombardy, the regions of mountain and lake, like Bergamo, Brescia, and Como, have produced more great men than the flat regions. I will mention Bernardo Tasso, Mascheroni, Donizetti, Tartaglia, Ugoni, Volta, Parini, Appiani, Mai, Cagnola, while Lower Lombardy can only bring forward Alciato, Beccaria, Oriani, Cavalieri, Asselli, and Boccassini. Verona, a town of the hills, has produced Maffei, Paolo, Veronese, Catullus, Pliny, Francastoro, Bianchini, Semicelli, Cagnola, Tiraboschi, Brusasorsi, Logna, Pintamonte, and not to speak of artists, economists, and thinkers of the first order, is enough to name Trezza. I note that in a very accurate document, it appears that in 1881 there were 160 poets at Verona, many rising considerably above mediocrity. On the other hand, the wealthy and learned Padua has only given to Italy Livy, Cesarotti, Pietro di Abano, and a few others. Genoa and Naples, which unite the advantages of a climate at once warm, maritime, and hilly, have produced men of genius at least as remarkable as those yielded by Florence, if not in such great number. Such are Columbus, Doria, Mazzini, Paganini, Vico, Coracilio, Pergoles, Genovesi, Cirillo, Filangieri. In Spain, the influence of a warm climate is evident. The whole of Catalonia, including Barcelona, though inhabited by a serious race, has not produced artists, having yielded only a single poet, an imitator of Petrarch. Seville, on the contrary, has produced Cervantes, Velasquez, and Murillo. Cordova has yielded many men of genius, such as Seneca, Lucan, Morales, Mina, Gongora, and Cespedes, at once painter, sculptor, and poet. In the United States, Beard remarks, the influence of a dry and changeable climate favours, in the north, a remarkable spirit of progress, their love of knowledge, the agitation of public life, and a great desire for novelty, while in the south, the moist and but slightly varying climate develops eminently conservative tendencies, so that manufacturers in Georgia have great difficulty finding a market there for new stuffs or machines. These are refused, not because they are not good or useful, but because they are new. In Germany, it has been observed that regions enjoying a mild and healthy climate, by reason of protected mountains, have produced the greatest poets and in greatest number. The regions of the Main and the Neckar are renowned for their mild climate, luxuriant vegetation, and fertility, and the greatest German poets come from these regions. The Main gave us the greatest of German poets, Goethe, and many other de morem gentium, genial and noteworthy poets, although beneath that giant, men such as Klinger, Born, Ruckert, Bettina von Arnim, Nie Brentano, etc. In the favoured regions of the Neckar were born Schiller and Victor von Scheffel, and throughout the Swabian land we meet with many other great poets and thinkers, such as Wieland, Oland, Justinus Kerner, Hoff, Schubert, Morik, G. Schwab, Schelling, Müller, Hölderlin, and others.
That hilly regions are richer than others in poets is shown in Germany by Hanover, Klopstock, Strolberg, Ifland, Berger, Leuswitz, Bohnenstedt, Hoffmann von Fallensleben, the two Schlegels, etc. By the Rhine province, Heine, Jacobi, J. Müller, Brentano. Saxony, one of the districts possessing a mild climate, which has yielded the largest number of poets, Korner, Gellert, Kastner, Rebener, and above all, Lessing. And Thuringia, Kotzebue, Ruckert, G. Freytag, Haynes, Mossos, Gutter. On the other hand, the flat regions of Germany, or those with a severe climate, have produced few poets. As exemptions must be mentioned Herder, Bolrangen in East Prussia, M. von Scheckendorf, Tilsit, E. M. Art, Ruggen, Luther, Esben, Paul Gerhardt, Graffenhaschen. The two Humboldts, Paul Hayes, Take, Gatzkau, Berlin, Immermann, Magdeburg, Wilhelm Müller, Max Müller, Moses Mendelssohn, Dessau. Westphalia again is mountainous, but poor in poets. The influence of healthy race and high stature. The regions which have furnished few artists, or none, are those which suffer from malaria or goitre. Calabria, Cesari, Grassetto, Aosta, Sondrio, Avellino, Caltanissetta, Chieti, Syracuse, Lis. If we compare the distribution of great artists in Italy with the distribution of high stature, we find a singular coincidence of maximum and minimum points. The stature is very low in the regions I have just mentioned, and very tall at Florence, Lucca, Rome, Venice, Naples, Siena, and Arezzo, not because there is any direct correspondence of intelligence to stature, but because, as I have elsewhere shown, although stature reveals ethnic influences, it is also the surest index of public health, while mortality statistics have no exact relation to health, because they do not sufficiently show the results of morbid influences, such as goiter and cretinism, which, although they arrest the physical and mental growth, do not increase the mortality. A graph is displayed on the previous page, titled Diagram of the Relation of Genius to Stature in France. The key is listed as B equals predominantly Belgic departments, C equals Celtic, I equals Iberian, and A equals Arabic. If we examine the results furnished by the conscription in Italy, we find that those regions which, from the excellence of their climate, and apart from ethnic influences, yield the greatest number of individuals of high stature and the smallest number of rejected individuals, are the most fruitful in men of genius. Such are Tuscany, Liguria, and Romagna. On the other hand, the regions which are poorest in men of high stature and men fit for military service, Sardinia, Basilicata, and the valley of Aosta, yield a smaller number of men of genius. It is necessary to except Calabria and Valtellina, where may be found, notwithstanding shortness of stature, but they appear in parts of the country which, from their exposed or elevated position, escape miasmatic influences, and are proof of the rule rather than exceptions to it. This influence can be very well shown in France if we compare the list of men of genius produced in the 18th century, as brought together by Jacobi, with the statistics of stature given by Broca and Topinard, and with the mortality of each province, as furnished by Bertillon. We observe at once an evident parallelism between genius and height, with only 11 exemptions out of 85. And some of these 11 may be explained by the agglomerated population of great capitals, Sienne, Ron, Bocas-sur-Rhône, which favour the development, or rather the manifestation, of genius, as we have already seen to be the case in Italy. Thus the exemptions in Var, Hérault, Bocas-du-Rhône may be explained by a relatively great density of population, and by the southern climate, which favours genius in spite of miasmatic influences. At the same time, if we may agree with Jacobi concerning the favourable influence of great urban agglomerations, such as Paris, Lyons, Marseilles, it must be added that it does not appear so clearly in other centres. Thus Nord, Haute-Rhin, Pas-de-Calais, Loire, although possessing a dense population, do not yield a corresponding number of men of genius, standing only in the third rank, the Loire, indeed, only in the fourth. If we compare the geographical distribution of men of genius
with that of mortality. We note more numerous failures of correspondence, 27 with the height. This is because the statistics of mortality do not indicate the influence of cretinism which exists in Ariège, the Basses and Hautes Alpes, Pays de Dôme, the Pyrenees, and the Ardennes, clearly showing herself in short stature and military exemption for goitre, and as in Valtellina in Italy, accompanied by a scarcity of intellect. At the same time, all the regions showing high mortality, especially such as the Malarious, the Landes, Sologne, Morbihan, Corrèze, offer a feebler proportion of men of genius. With the exception of the great centres, the contrary is found in more healthy districts. Orographic conditions appear to have great influence. The sunny and fertile land of Languedoc, all mountainous regions, not too much affected by goitre, Doubs, Côte d'Or, Ardennes, or those in which it has not succeeded in depressing the stature, this is to say, has been unable to produce endemic cretinism, Jura, gives us, when we have put aside all influence of density, race, and temperature, a most notable proportion of men of genius. This may be clearly seen in the table on the following page, in which the higher figures of goitre, stammering, and deaf mutism correspond with low stature in Corrèze, Pays de Dôme, Ardèche, Ariège, the Basses Alpes, and the Pyrenees. We have seen in Var, Vaucluse, the Hérault, that a southern climate, perhaps on account of its greater fertility, produces a great number of men of genius. But countries that are cold, but at the same time healthy in mountainous, Jura, Doubs, Meurthe, give still higher figures, and the same isothermal line passes through the Seine Inférieure and the Seine Étoise, both rich in men of genius, and the Vosges, in which they are almost entirely absent. The same line again passes through Calvados and Ain, which are very rich in genius, the Saône et Loire and Cher, which are deficient in genius. A footnote is displayed on the previous page, entitled Inhabitants to the Square Kilometre. Sienne, 3,636.56. Rhône, 224.4. Nord, 213.4. Haute-Rhône, 123. Pas de Calais, 108.6. Loire, 106.38. Manche, 100.2. Bouches du Rhône, 92.27. Landes, 33.8. Lozère, 27.39. Hautes Alpes, 23.4. Basses Alpes, 21.9. A table is displayed on the previous page, displaying mountainous departments compared with 6 factors tabulated. Listed as the stature in 1831 to 60, progressive degree of exemptions, progressive degree of great talent among 1,000 inhabitants, goitrous among 1,000 inhabitants, cretins among 1,000 inhabitants, deaf mutes among 1,000 inhabitants, stammerers among 1,000 inhabitants. The list is as follows: Haute-Vienna, stature 86, progressive degree of talent among 1,000 inhabitants 54, goitrous among 1,000 inhabitants 17, cretins among 1,000 inhabitants 2, deaf mutes 0.61, stammerers 2.23. Hautes Alpes, stature 81, progressive degree of great talent 49, goitrous 111, cretins 2.2, deaf mutes 2.2, stammerers 2.8. Corrèze, stature 85, progressive degree of talent 50, goitrous 17, cretins 4.3, deaf mutes 1.5, stammerers 2.4. Pays de Dôme, stature 84, progressive degree of talent 51, goitrous 44, cretins 3.6, deaf mutes 1.2, stammerers 1.9. Ardèche, stature 80, progressive degree of talent 58, goitrous 29, cretins 6.8, deaf mutes 1.3, stammerers 3.9. Ariège, stature 60, progressive degree of talent 79, goitrous 82, cretins 4.5, deaf mutes 0.7, stammerers 4.1. Lozère, stature 74,
Progressive degree of great talent, 76. Goitrous, 29. Cretins, 6.8. Deaf mutes, 2.1. Stammerers, 3.4. Bases Alps. Stature, 71. Progressive degree of great talent, 22. Goitrous, 76. Cretins, 6.3. Deaf mutes, 0.6. Stammerers, 7.5. Avirun. Stature, 65. Progressive degree of great talent, 44. Goitrous, 17. Cretins, 4.9. Deaf mutes, 1.5. Stammerers, 2. Bases Pyrenees. Stature, 51. Progressive degree of great talent, 61. Goitrous, 21. Cretins, 3.2. Deaf mutes, 0.6. Stammerers, 2.9. Pyrenees Orientales. Stature, 50. Progressive degree of great talent, 57. Goitrous, 24. Cretins, 3.5. Deaf mutes, 1.8. Stammerers, 2. Hautes Pyrenees. Stature, 37. Progressive degree of great talent, 72. Goitrous, 62. Cretins, 6.2. Deaf mutes, 0.7. Stammerers, 4. Vosges. Stature, 25. Progressive degree of great talent, 46. Goitrous, 56. Cretins, 3.9. Deaf mutes, 1.1. Stammerers, 2.5. Ardennes. Stature, 8. Progressive degree of great talent, 30. Goitrous, 17. Cretins, 0.5. Deaf mutes, 0.8. Stammerers, 5.2. Jura. Stature, progressive, 3. Progressive degree of great talent, 10. Goitrous, 58. Cretins, 2. Deaf mutes, 0.6. Stammerers, 3. Côte d'Or. Stature, progressive, 2. Progressive degree of great talent, 5. Goitrous, 11. Cretins, 3.1. Deaf mutes, 0.8. Stammerers, 1.7. Daubes. Stature, progressive, 1. Progressive degree of great talent, 2. Goitrous, 22. Cretins, 2.9. Deaf mutes, 0.6. Stammerers, 1. The nature of the soil has no influence whatever in the production of genius. For we find the highest figures in the Côte d'Or, the Meuse, and the Moselle, where the soil is calcareous, and the lowest figures in the Nord and Deux-Sèvres, where the soil is of the same character. Other high figures are the Daubes, the Jura, and the Meurthe, where the soil is Jurassic, while the same soil offers very low figures in the Hautes-Alpes, the Charente, and the Saône-et-Loire. The influence of race is also very slight. The descendants of the Burgundians produced numerous men of genius in the Jura and the Doubs, very few in the Saône-et-Loire. The Haute-Garonne, with the same race, produced 10 times as many men of genius as Ariège, twice as many as Gers, 5 times as many as the Landes. In Guyenne, the Gironde gives twice as many as Lot, and in Languedoc, Hérault gives 7 times more than Lozère. Explanation. The relation that we have found between genius and climate has been caught sight of long since by the people of the learned, who agree in admitting a frequency of genius in regions which, being hilly, offer mild temperature. The Tuscan proverb says, "Mountaineers, great boots and keen heads." Vegetius wrote that climate influences not only the strength of the body, but also that of the mind. Plaga ceole non solum ad robur corporum sed etiam animorum facit. Lib. 1 cap 2. Athens, the same author remarks, was chosen by Minerva for its subtle air which produces men of sagacity. Cicero said repeatedly that the keen air of Athens gave birth to wise men, the thick air of Thebes only to torpid natures. And Petrarch, in his Epistolarium, which is a kind of summary of his life, remarks with great emphasis that all his chief works were composed, or at all events meditated, among the mild hills of Vaucluse. Michelangelo said to Vasari, "Giorgio, if anything good has come out of my brain, I owe it to the subtle air of your Arezzo." Zingarelli, when asked how he had composed the melody of Giulietta et Romeo, replied, Look at that sky and tell me if you don't feel capable of doing as much. Muratori, in a letter to an inhabitant of Siena, wrote, "Your air is admirable, really producing fruitful minds." Macaulay remarks that Scotland, though one of the poorest countries in Europe, stands in the first rank for richest in men of genius. It is sufficient to name Michael Scott, Napier, the inventor of logarithms, Buchanan, Ben Jonson, and one may perhaps add Newton. On plains, on the other hand, men of genius are rare. Of ancient Egypt, a country of plains, Renan writes, "No revolutionary, no reformer, no great poet, no artist, no man of science, no philosopher, not even a great minister can be met in the history of Egypt. In this sad valley of eternal slavery, for thousands of years they cultivated the fields, carried stones on their backs, and were good officials, living well without glory. There was the same level of moral and intellectual mediocrity everywhere, and the same may be said in our days." At first it seems surprising to see a condition of degeneration, such as genius may be called, developing at spots of maximum salubrity. But if there are anaerobic microbes, some are aerobic. Many forms of degeneration, such as goitre, malaria, and leprosy, have a special habitat. It is evident that we have to reckon with the dynamogenic influence of light, with the stimulating action of the ozonized air of the hills and of a warm temperature. We may understand this the better, since we have already seen that heat augments the creative power of men of genius, and the need of the brain for oxidated blood in order to work is well known. This is confirmed by the fact that in mountains above an elevation of 3,000 meters, no man of genius has ever been produced. The great Mexican and Peruvian civilizations flourished in the high tablelands, but, as Nibby has well shown, they were not born there. In fact, the Mexican civilization is owing to the Toltecas, who came from the east, and the pretended great men of Mexico, including its 60 presidents, were not born on the tableland. The same may be said of many men who were not quite justly termed illustrious, such as Echevarria in painting, Moisés and Cervantes in botany, and Ixtlilxochitl. Some men of true genius, as Garcilaso de la Vega and Alvarez de Vera, were born something below 3,000 meters at Quito and Bogota. There is here again a parallelism between genius and insanity. Those who live in mountainous regions are more liable to insanity than the inhabitants of the plains, a fact which has long been embodied in proverbs concerning the air of Monte Baldo and the madmen of Collio and Telio. We may recall also the epidemics of Monte Amietta, Lazaretti, of Busca and Montenero, of Versignis, and we may remember too that the hills of Judea and of Scotland have produced prophets and half-insane persons gifted with second sight. End of Chapter 2 and end of Section 6. Section 7 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 3. The Influence of Race and Hereditary on Genius and Insanity. Race, Insanity, the Influence of Sex, the Hereditary of Genius, Criminal and Insane Parentage and Descent of Genius, Age of Parents, Conception. Race. We have seen that in Italy, the Greek and the Etruscan racial elements combine with the temperate and mountainous climate to produce men of genius. The influence of race calling forth genius even when the climate is not happy. We cannot otherwise explain the genius produced at Modena, Mantua, and Lucca, which possesses the Etruscan origin, although not the delicious climate of Florence. The Jews again offer us an eloquent example. I have elsewhere shown Uomo bianca e l'uomo di colore, and Pesero el Mettore, how, owing to the bloody selection of medieval persecutions, and owing also to the influence of temperate climate, the Jews of Europe have risen above those of Africa and the East, and have often surpassed the Aryans. It is not only a difference in general culture, but we find more precocious and extended mental work applied to different sciences. It is certainly thus in music, the drama, satirical and humorous literature, journalism, and in various branches of science. This has been statistically proved by various writers, as by Jacobs in a very careful study on the ability of the Jews in Western Europe and of Jews in general. A table is displayed on the page, tabulating professions with a comparison of Europeans and Jews within 100,000 celebrities. The professions listed are actors, agriculture, antiquaries, architects, artists, authors, divines, engineers, engravers, lawyers, medicals, merchants, military, miscellaneous, metaphysics, musicians, natural science, naval, philologists, poets, political economy, science, sculptors, sovereigns, statesmen, travellers. The two lists are approximately equal in antiquaries, architects, artists, lawyers, natural science, political economy, science, sculptors. Jews seem to have superiority as actors, chess players, doctors, merchants, chiefly financiers, in metaphysics, music, poetry, and philology. Of course, Jews have no Darwin. It took England 180 years after Newton before she could produce a Darwin, and as Britishers are 5 times the number of Jews, even including those of Russia, it would take, on the same showing, 900 years before they produce another Spinoza, or even supposing the double superiority to be true, 450 years would be needed. Jews have given to the world musicians like Meyerbeer, Halevi, Gutzkow, Mendelssohn, Offenbach, Rubinstein, Joachim, Benedict, Moscheles, Cowan, Sullivan, Goldmark, Strauss. Poets, novelists, humorists, etc., like Heine, Sefer, Camerini, Revere, Jung, Wheel, Fortis, Gozlan, Moritz Hartmann, Auerbach, Born, Ratisbonne, Compert, Grace Aguilar, Franzos, Masserani, Lindau, Catull Menz, linguists like Ascoli, Benfi, Monk, Fiorentino, Luzzatto, Oppert, Bernhardi, Friedland, Wheel, Lazarus, Stenthal, physicians like Valentin, Hermann, Heidetain, Schiff, Casper, Stilling, Gluge, Traub, Frankel, Kahn, Konheim, Hirsch, Lieberich, Bernstein, Remarque, Weigert, Meyernert, Hitzig, Westphal, Mendel, Leidersdorf, Benedict, philosophers like Spinoza, Maimon, Sommerhausen, Moses, Mendelssohn, naturalists like Kohn, economists like Ricardo, Lassalle, Karl Marx, jurists, and statesmen like Stahl, Gans, Beaconsfield. Even in sciences in which the Semite formerly showed no ability, such as mathematics and astronomy, we find such men as Goldschmidt, Beer, Sylvester, Kronecker, and Jacobi. It must be observed that a very large proportion of these men of genius have been radically creative, revolutionary in politics and in religion, and in science. Jews indeed initiated nihilism and socialism on the one hand, Mosaism and Christianity on the other. Commerce owes to them the bill of exchange, philosophy owes to them positivism, literature the neo-humorism. Jacob shows that this abundance of Jewish men of genius of the first order is allied with a deficiency in men of the second order of intellect. He explains the superiority by the higher level of education among the Jews, the devotion to family life, the almost complete absence of priests and dogmas, the facilities in which the study of Hebrew offers for investigations in philosophy and for that kind of music which forms part of their religious ceremonies. It is difficult, however, to find a relationship between this rhythmical caterwauling and the sublime notes of Meyerbeer and Mendelssohn, and Jews possess more than enough of priests and dogmas. I would add that if the Jews had not yet produced men like Newton, Darwin, and Michelangelo, it is because they have not yet accomplished their ethnic evolution, as they show by the obstinacy with which they cling to their ancient beliefs. It is strange that among the factors of Jewish superiority in genius, Jacobs does not mention the neurotic tendency, the existence of which, as we shall see, he has himself shown. This would also well explain the deficiency of Jews in intellect of medium quality, in which the morbid element is always less marked. Insanity. It is curious to note that the Jewish elements in the population furnish 4 or even 6 times as many lunatics as the rest of the population. Jacobs, who as we have seen does not suspect the correlation between genius and insanity,
gives a remarkable proof of it by pointing out that while Englishmen have 3,050 per million afflicted with mental disease, Scotchmen have 3,400 and Jews 3,900. The proportion of insanity in the three races being related to the proportion of genius. And while, according to Galton, there are 256,000 of the mediocre class among a million Englishmen, Jacobs reckons that there are only 239,000 among Scotsmen and 222 among Jews. Survey found 1 lunatic to 391 Jews in Italy, nearly 4 times as many as among Catholics. This fact has been made still clearer by Verga, who in 1870 found the proportions of lunatics among Catholics to be 1 in 1,775 and against 1 in 384 among Jews. Mayer in 1871 gives the proportion of lunatics in Germany as follows. Prussia, 8.7 per 10,000 Christians, 14.1 per 10,000 Jews. Bavaria, 9.8 per 10,000 Christians, 25.2 per 10,000 Jews. All Germany, 8.6 per 10,000 Christians, 16.1 per 10,000 Jews. This is a singular proportion or disproportion in a population among which the age who supply so large a number of cases of senile dementia are numerous, but where alcoholism is rare. This fatal privilege has not attracted the attention of the leaders of that anti-Semitic movement, which is one of the shames of contemporary Germany. They would be less irritated at the success of this race if they had thought of all the sorrows that are the price of it, even in our epoch. For if the tragedies of the past were more bloody, the victims are not now less unhappy, struck at the source of their glory, and because of it, deprived even of the consolation of being able, as formerly, to contribute to the most noble among the selections of species. This is not true of the Jews alone. Beard, in his American Nervousness, remarks that the neurotic tendency which dominates North America makes of the country a land of great orators. The influence of race is as visible in genius as in insanity. Education counts for little, heredity for much. By education, says Helvetius, you can make bears dance, but never create a man of genius. Influence of sex. In the history of genius, women have but a small place. Women of genius are rare exceptions in the world. It is an old observation that while thousands of women apply themselves to music for every 100 men, there has not been a single great woman composer. Yet the sexual difference here offers no obstacle. Out of 600 women doctors in North America, not one has made any discovery of importance, and with few exceptions the same may be said of the Russians. In physical science it is true. Mary Somerville emerges, and in literature we have George Eliot, George Sand, Daniel Stern, and Madame de Stael. In the fine arts, Rosa Bonheur, Lebrun, Mariani, Sappho, and Mrs. Browning open new paths for poetry. Eleonora de Arborea, it is said, but the assertion is contested, initiated at the beginning of the 15th century legal reforms of almost modern character. Catherine of Siena influenced the politics and religion of her time. Sarah Martin, a poor dressmaker, influenced prison reform. Mrs. Beecher Stowe played a large part in the abolition of slavery in the United States. But of all these, none touched the summits reached by Michelangelo or Newton or Balzac. Even J.S. Mill, who is very partial to the cause of women, confessed they lacked originality. They are above all conservators. Even the few who emerge have, on near examination, something virile about them. As Goncourt said, there are no women of genius. The women of genius are men. Pulcheria, Mary de Medici, Louise, mother of Francis I, Maria Christina, Maria Theresa, Catherine II, Elizabeth, displayed eminent political ability as rulers, as in the field of democracy, Madame Roland, Fonseca, G. Sand, Madame Adam. Mill affirms that when an Indian state is ruled with vigor and vigilance, 3 times out of 4 the ruler is a woman. At the same time, it is noted that when women rule, men command, just as when men rule, women command. In any case, their number is too limited to compare them with masculine rulers. As in politics, so admirable examples of valor were given by Caterina Sforza and Joan of Arc, Annetta Garibaldi, Enrica Castiglione, and many others. These facts become more notable because unexpected and exceptional. It may be said that the disparity would be much less if the predominance of men, depriving women of the vote in politics and of action in war, and not taking away from women the opportunity of manifesting their capacities.
But if there had been in women a really great ability in politics, science, etc., it would have shown itself in overcoming the difficulties opposed to it. Nor would arms have been lacking, nor allies in the enemy's camp. In revolutions, except in religion, women have always been in a small minority, not being found, for example, in the English Revolution, or in that of the Low Countries, or of the United States. They never created a new religion, nor were they ever at the head of great political, artistic, or scientific movements. On the contrary, women have often stood in the way of progressive movements. Like children, they are notoriously Misoneistic. They preserve ancient habits and customs and religions. In America, there are tribes in which women keep alive ancient languages which the men have lost. In Sardinia, Sicily, and some remote valleys of Umbria, many ancient prejudices and pagan rites, perhaps of a prehistoric character, superstitious cures, for instance, are preserved by women. As Goncourt remarks, they only see persons in everything. They are, as Spencer observes, more merciful than just. The heredity of genius. According to Galton and Ribot, genius is often hereditary, especially in the musical art which furnishes so large a contingent to insanity. Thus Palestrina, Benda, Dussek, Hiller, Eichhorn had sons who were very distinguished in music. Andrea Amati was the most illustrious of a family of violinists at Cremona. Beethoven's father was a tenor at the Elector of Cologne's chapel, and his grandfather had been a singer and then maestro at the same chapel. Bellini was a son and nephew of musicians. Haydn had a brother who was an excellent organist and composer of religious music. In Mendelssohn's family there were several musical amateurs. Mozart was the son of a maestro of the chapel of the Prince Archbishop of Salzburg. Palestrina had sons who died young, but who left praiseworthy compositions preserved among their father's works. The Bach family perhaps presented the finest example of mental hereditary. It began in 1550 and passed through 8 generations, the last known member being Wilhelm Friedrich Ernst, Kapellmeister to the Queen of Prussia, who died in 1845. During 2 centuries, his family produced a crowd of musicians of high rank. The founder of the family was Weitbach, a Pressburg baker, who amused himself with singing and playing. He had 2 sons who were followed by an uninterrupted succession of musicians who inundated Thuringia, Saxony, and Franconia during 2 centuries. They were all organists or church singers. When they became too numerous to live together, they had to disperse. They agreed to reunite on a fixed day once a year. The custom was preserved up to the middle of the 18th century, and sometimes 120 persons of the name of Bach made the same spot. Fettes counts among them 29 musicians of eminence. Among musicians may be named the Adams, the Caustens, the Sangallos, among painters the Van der Welds, the Kuipels, the Van Eycks, the Murillos, the Veroneses, the Bellinis, the Correcchis, the Correggios, the Meyeris, the Bassanos, the Tintorettos, the Calares, the Van Loos, the Teniers, the Vernets, and especially the Titians, who produced a race of painters, as shown in the following genealogy taken from Ribot's excellent book. A table is displayed on the page, displaying the family tree of Tiziano Veselio. Among poets may be noted Beccarides, the nephew of Simonides, and uncle of Aetius, who again had sons and nephews who were poets. Manzoni, the nephew of Beccaria, Lucan, the nephew of Seneca, Tasso, the son of Bernardo, Ariosto, were the brother and nephew poets. Aristophanes, with 2 sons who wrote comedies, Corneille, Racine, Sophocles, Coleridge, who had sons and nephews who were poets, the Dumas, father and son, the brothers Joseph and André Chenier, Alphonse and Ernest Daudet. In the natural sciences, we find the 2 Plinies, uncle and nephew, the families of Darwin, Euler, de Candolle, Hooker, Herschel, Jussieu, Saussure, Geoffroy, St. Hilaire. Among philosophers we find the Scaligers, the Voissiers, the Fichtes, and the brothers Humboldt, Schlegel and Grimm. Among statesmen, the Pitts, Foxes, Cannings, Walpoles, Peels, the Disraelis. Among archaeologists, the Viscontis. Aristotle, himself the son of a scientific physician, had sons and nephews who were men of science. Cassini, an astronomer, had a son who was a celebrated astronomer, a grandson who was a member of the Academy of Science at the age of 22, and a more remote relation who was a distinguished naturalist and philologist. Here is the genealogical tree of the Brunelli family. Table is displayed on the page with the family tree of Jacques Bernoulli. Descending is Jacques, Jean, and Nicholas. Descending from Jean is Nicholas, Daniel, and Jean. And descending from Jean is Jean and Jacques. All the members of this family were distinguished in some science. At the beginning of this century, there was Bernoulli, who was a chemist of some distinction. In 1863, there still lived at Bâle Christophe Bernoulli, a professor of the natural sciences. Galton, in a work of great value, but in which he often commits the mistake, for which I also cannot free myself, of confusing talent with genius, calculates a proportion of 425 men of ability to 1,000,000 among the male population over 50 years of age, and the more select part of them as 250 to 1,000,000, dealing with 300 families containing 1,000 eminent men. He concludes that the percentage of eminent kinsmen in these families would be as follows: 48 sons, 18 uncles, 41 brothers, 13 cousins, 31 fathers, 17 grandfathers, 14 grandsons, 3 great-grandfathers, 22 nephews, 5 great-uncles. The probabilities of kinsmen of illustrious men rising to eminence are 15.5 to 100 in the case of fathers, 13.5 to 100 in the case of brothers, 24 to 100 in the case of sons. Galton remarks that these figures vary according as we are concerned with artists, diplomats, soldiers, etc. I am not, however, inclined to believe that this immense accumulation of facts authorizes us to accept a hereditary influence in genius as complete as in insanity. In the first place, in insanity, the hereditary influence is exercised in a more intense, decisive manner, as 48 to 80. And then if Galton's law applies to judges and statesmen among whom adulation and the fetishistic adoration of a party or a caste can raise the son or grandson of a great man far above his merits. It is quite otherwise with artists and poets, who present an exaggerated hereditary action in brothers and sons, and especially nephews, but very little in grandparents and uncles. And while in the hereditary of genius the masculine sex prevails over the feminine in the proportion of 70 to 30, in the hereditary of insanity there is scarcely any difference between the two sexes. Many men of genius have been thought to inherit from their mothers, such as Cicero, Condorcet, Cuvier, Buffon, Goethe, Sidney Smith, Cowper, Napoleon, Cromwell, Chateaubriand, Scott, Byron, Lamartine, St. Augustine, Gray, Swift, Fontenelle, Ballanche, Manzoni, Kant, Wellington, Foscolo. On the other hand, Bacon, Raphael, Weber, Schiller, Milton, Alberti, Tasso are said to inherit from their fathers. Yet it may be asked, what was the celebrity of these fathers and mothers that one can feel assured they transmitted any genius to their children? Among most men of genius, also, there can be no hereditary, because of the predominance of sterility and of degeneration, of which the aristocracy furnishes us with a remarkable proof. With a few exceptions, then, such as the Darwins, the Cassinis, the Bernoullis, the St. Hilairs, the Herschels, men of genius only transmit to their descendants a slight tendency magnified in our eyes by the prestige of a great name. Rare volturisune per l'irami, la umana probiate. Who thinks of Tizianello beside Titian, of Nicomanchus beside Aristotle, of Orazio Ariosto beside his great-uncle, or of the worthy Professor Christophe beside his great ancestor Jacques Bernoulli? Insanity, on the other hand, is often completely transmitted, or even with greater intensity, to succeeding generations. Cases of hereditary insanity in children and grandchildren, the form of insanity often being the same as in the ancestor, are very numerous. All the descendants of a Hamburg noble, whom history registers as a great soldier, were struck by insanity at the age of 40. At Connecticut Asylum, 11 members of the same family have arrived in succession. A watchmaker, having recovered from an attack of insanity caused by the Revolution of 1789, finally poisoned himself. Later on, his daughter became insane and fell into a state of dementia. One of his brothers struck a knife in his own abdomen. Another became a drunkard and died on the roadside. A third refused food and perished from starvation. His sister, who was of good health, had a son who was an epileptic lunatic. A daughter became insane after her confinement to rejected food. An infant who refused to be suckled, and 2 others who died of cerebral diseases. In a family studied by Berti, In 4 generations of about 80 individuals descended from an insane melancholiac. We find 10 subject to insanity, nearly always melancholia, 19 who were neurotic, 3 who had special ability, and 3 with criminal tendencies. The disorder was aggravated in the later generations developed at an earlier age. In the 3rd and 4th branches, the insane neurotic appeared in every generation. In the others, the hereditary influence passed over 1 generation in the men and 2 in the women. The history of the so-called Jukes family shows that such an influence may be still more powerfully developed, especially in association with alcoholism. From the head of the family, Max Jukes, a great drunkard, descended in 75 years 200 thieves and murderers, 280 invalids attacked by blindness, idiocy, or consumption, 90 prostitutes, and 300 children who died prematurely. The various members of this family cost the state more than $1 million. These are not isolated facts, but in what families can we find genius so fatally and progressively fruitful? Fleming and Demau, again, have shown that not only do drunkards transmit to their descendants tendencies to insanity and crime, but that even habitually sober parents, who at the moment of conception are in a temporary state of drunkenness, beget children who are epileptic or paralytic, idiotic or insane, very often microcephalic, or with a remarkable weakness of mind, which at the first favourable occasion is transformed into insanity. Thus a single embrace given in a moment of drunkenness may be fatal to an entire generation. What analogy can we find here with the rare, nearly always incomplete hereditary of genius? The criminal and insane parentage and descent of genius. The parallelism of genius to insanity is, however, still present. We find that many lunatics had parents of genius, and that many men of genius had parents or sons who were epileptic, mad, or above all criminal. It is sufficient to study the history of the Caesars, of Charles V, of Peter the Great. We see a progressive degeneration in crime and insanity in relations with children, rather than a conservation or increase of genius. This fact confirms, a posteriori, the degenerative character of genius, and at the same time reveals the relationship which it generally has with moral insanity. Commodus, son of the virtuous Marcus Aurelius, was a monster of cruelty. The son of Scipio Africanus was an imbecile. The son of Cicero a drunkard. Luther's son was insubordinate and violent. William Penn's was a debauched scoundrel. Themistocles, Aristides, Pericles, Thucydides were unhappy in their children. Cardan had 2 sons who were criminals. One of great ability was condemned to death for poisoning. The other, given up to gaming, drinking, and thieving, was successfully imprisoned at Pavia, Milan, Cremona, Bologna, Piacenza, Naples. When arrested, he would promise reformation, but as soon as he was free, he at once returned to his old habits. He even calumniated his father and attempted to get him imprisoned. Cardan's father was eccentric and stammered. He did not dress like other people and pursued various strange studies. He had lost some part of his skull in consequence of a wound received in youth, and he believed that he was guided by a spirit. His mother was irascible. When pregnant with him, she attempted to abort. It appears that Aretino's mother was a prostitute. Petrarch had a lazy and vicious son, the most refractory to letters that man of letters ever had. He died at the age of 24. Rembrandt brought up his son Titus with great care to be an artist, but in spite of all efforts he could make nothing of him. Walter Scott's son, a cavalry officer, was ashamed of his father's literary celebrity and boasted that he had never read one of his novels. Mozart's son, when asked by Bianchini if he liked music, replied by throwing a handful of gold on the table. "That is the only music I like." Sophocles' son tried to represent his old father as imbecile. Frederick the Great's father was morally insane and a drunkard. Peter the Great had a son who was a drunkard and maniacal. Raquelu's sister imagined that her back was made of crystal. His brother thought he was God the Father. Niccolini's sister thought she was damned because of her brother's heresy and attempted to kill him. Hegel's sister was insane and also was Diderot's. Lamb's sister killed her mother during a maniacal attack. Gray's father was a worthless scoundrel. He used to beat his wife, by whose exertions the children were supported. Thomas Campbell's only son was hopelessly imbecile. Charles V's mother suffered from melancholia. His grandchildren and great-grandchildren were also insane. Don Carlos, brutal, cruel, and turbulent. Philip III, subject to convulsions. Charles II, an imbecile epileptic with whom the race was extinguished. And Alexander Farnese, a bastard grandson of eccentric genius. The drunkenness of Beethoven's father was notorious. Byron's mother was half mad. His father, known as Mad Jack Byron, was dissolute and eccentric, and is said to have committed suicide. It has been said of Byron that if ever there was a case in which hereditary influence could justify eccentricity of character, it was his, for he was descended from individuals in whom everything seemed calculated to destroy harmony of character and domestic peace. Alexander had a dissolute and perverse mother, and drunkard father. Plutarch's grandfather was much given to wine, of which he delighted to celebrate the virtues, and Symonds was a drunkard and debaucher. Kerner had a maternal uncle who was mad. His sister was melancholic, and had 2 children, of whom one was insane, the other was somnambulist. The sons of Tacitus, Carlini, Bernardin di Saint Pierre, Mercandante, Donizetti, Volta, Manzoni, a daughter of Victor Hugo, the father and brothers of Villemain, the sister of Kant, the brothers of Zimmermann, Bertaccari, and Pusinotti were all insane. D'Azeglio, who had a grandfather and a brother more than eccentric, records as saying current at Turin, "Ai taperi a la annen le gremella pot." The origins of Renan's neurosis, of which I have already spoken, he has himself indicated in speaking of his religious and prematurely sacerdotal education. That education of the seminary, which when it once takes hold of a man, never more leaves him, and which is so productive of insanity. The alienist will find other sources of neurosis and atavism in the little town of Tourguière in which Renan was born. On account of the frequency of consanguineous marriages and of the preponderance of the ecclesiastical element, the place swarmed with the insane and semi-insane. These inoffensive lunatics, he writes, were a sort of institution, a municipal affair. We said, our lunatics, as at Venice they say, nostre carampane. One met them nearly everywhere. They saluted you, greeted you with some nauseous pleasantry, which yet raised a smile. They were light, and they were useful. I shall always remember the good lunatic Brian, who imagined that he was a priest, and passed part of the day in church, imitating the ceremonies of the Mass. All the afternoon the cathedral was filled with a nasal murmur. It was a poor lunatic's prayer, well worth any other. A still greater influence on Renan's psychosis must be attributed to the insanity in his own family. His paternal uncle, semi-insane, passed his days and nights at inns telling stories and legends to the peasants with whom he was a great favourite. One night he was found dead on the roadside. His grandfather, an ardent and honest patriot, lost his reason in 1815 through grief, and used to walk about with an enormous tricoloured cockade, exclaiming, "I should like to know who you would dare to snatch from me this cockade." He himself, a 7 months' child, remained for a long time small awake, and for his reason was the more easily disturbed by a sacerdotal education, which inflames like a hot iron even the most tranquil spirits. In Schopenhauer, also, the insane and neurotic hereditary tendency was well marked. On his father's side he was descended from an old family of Danzig merchants. His great-grandfather was a man of very strong and energetic character. His grandfather, a man of quiet business habits, seems to have brought the property into his family, but the grandmother had an aunt and a grandmother who were insane. Schopenhauer's father seems to have been a skilled man of business, a Republican. He possessed the native arrogance of a democratic patrician. Inclined to deafness from childhood, he had attacks of rage from which even the domestic dog and cat fed terrified. With an increase in his deafness, he became more irritable, and suffered, if not from actual insanity, at least from morbid fears. It was suspected that he committed suicide. He presented various characters of degeneration: large ears, very prominent eyes, thick lips, a short upturned nose. He was, however, of considerable height. Schopenhauer's mother, married at the age of 19, was witty and ambitious, and, as he himself said, very frivolous. His brother was imbecile from childhood. This influence of insane hereditary can today be controlled by statistics. The Prussian statistics for 1877 show that among 10,676 lunatics. Morbid heredity may be traced in 6,369. They're divided as follows. A table is displayed on the page with the categories insanity, serious neurosis, crime, alcoholism, suicide, extraordinary talent, compared with 3 columns of father or mother percent, grandparents or uncles percent, and sisters or brothers percent. The data is listed as follows. Insanity, father or mother 89%, grandparents or uncles 86%, sisters or brothers 76.1%. Serious neurosis, father or mother 12.4%, grandparents or uncles 6.7%, sisters or brothers 13.1%. Crime, father or mother 1%, grandparents or uncles 0.1%, sisters or brothers 0.1%. Alcoholism, father or mother 18%, grandparents or uncles 3.1%, sisters or brothers 3.3%. Suicide, father or mother 1.7%, grandparents or uncles 2.7%, sisters or brothers 2.3%. Extraordinary talent, father or mother 6.3%, grandparents or uncles 1.3%, sisters or brothers 3.6%. This seems to show that a considerable number of lunatics are descended from men of ability. The number of brothers and sisters of lunatics endowed with ability surpassing that of suicidal, alcoholistic, or criminal brothers confirms the influence. In 22 cases of hereditary insanity, Obono and Thiore observed 2 cases of sons of ability. These facts were not unknown to old observers. Tassoni, a very original writer, in his Pensieri Diversi, 1621, discusses the question, how it happens to wise fathers to have very foolish children, and to very foolish fathers to have very wise children. Among the former he mentions the sons of Scipio Africanus, Anthony Cicero, Agrippa Posthumus, Claudius the son of Drusus, Caligula of Germanicus, Commodus of Marcus Aurelius, Lemprocles of Socrates, Arrhidaeus of Philip. Among many opinions, more or less extravagant, of learned men of his time, he reports one to the effect that, in great men the vital spirits assemble at the brain to fortify and give vigour to the powers of the intelligence. It happens in consequence that the blood and sperm remain cold and languid, and the children of such men, especially the males, are inclined to stupidity. Age of parents. This is one of the hereditary influences which often escape from view, and are at present not clearly seen. Marrow has shown the great influence of the advanced age of the parents of the intelligence or the insanity of the children. Very great is the number of men of genius and even of talent issued from aged fathers. Frederick II, Napoleon I, Sciassi, Bizzozero, Rochefort, Dumas, Pierre, Jussieu, Balzac, J. Cassini, C. Vernet, Beaconsfield, Horace Walpole, William Pitt, Racine, Oetler, Aurillac, Beclard, Schopenhauer. From the young fathers I have, on the other hand, only found Victor Hugo, de Guerandin, Arneth, Barrel, Bertillon, Séguier. This influence may explain the longevity of men of genius. Conception. De Candolle speaks of the influence of his strong passion on the part of the parents that conception may have on the offspring, and recalls a considerable number of bastards of genius. Erasmus boasted that he was not the fruit of wearisome conjugal duty. Isaac Disraeli wrote in his Memoirs of Toland that birth outside marriage creates strong and resolute characters. Among illegitimate sons were Themistocles, Charles Martel, William the Conqueror, a Duke of Berwick, whom Montesquieu called the perfect man, Leonardo da Vinci, Boccaccio, A. Dumas, Cardan de Albert, Savage, Prior, de Girardin, the Harpe, Alexander Farnese, Dupanloup. Newton was conceived after his parents had spent 2 years of forced continence. It will be seen from these and other facts how far we are yet from having exhausted the numerous sources of hereditary genius. Those who recall how many men of genius have been born of consumptive and drunken parents, and who know how these 2 forms of degeneration are often transformed in the children into moral insanity, will perceive there can be other hereditary causes of genius which escape ordinary observers, and are therefore little known. End of Chapter 3 and end of Section 7. Section 8 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 4. The Influence of Disease on Genius. Spinal diseases, fevers, injuries to the head and their relation to genius. Gerard de Nerval, in his book Le Rêve et la Vie, after having confessed that he often wrote in a state of morbid exaltation, adds that the old saying, mens sana in corpore sano, is false, for many powerful minds have been allied to weak and diseased bodies. Connolly treated a man whose intelligence was aroused by the use of blisters, and another whose ability was called forth during the initial periods of phthisis and gout. Cabanis, Tissot, and Pomme observed that certain febrile conditions provoked extraordinary mental activity. Sylvester remarks that during the nocturnal fever of what he describes as a fortunate attack of bronchitis, he was enabled to reach the solution of a mathematical problem. A man of genius, Maine de Baron, who was always ill, well expressed the influence of infirmities on genius. The feeling of existence, he writes, is not found among the majority of men, because of them it is continuous. When a man does not suffer, he does not think of himself. Disease alone and the habit of reflection enable us to distinguish ourselves. It has frequently happened that injuries to the head and acute diseases, those frequent causes of insanity, have changed a very ordinary individual into a man of genius. Vico, when a child, fell from a high staircase and fractured his right parietal bone. Gratry, a mediocre singer, became a great master after Bayham had fractured his skull. Mabillon, almost an idiot from childhood, fell down a stone staircase at the age of 26 and so badly injured his skull that it had to be trepaned. From that time he displayed the characteristics of genius. Gall, who narrates this fact, knew a Dane who had been half idiotic, and who became intelligent at the age of 13, after having rolled head foremost down a staircase. Wallenstein was looked upon as a fool until one day he fell out of a window, and henceforth began to show remarkable ability. Some years ago, a cretin of Savoy, having been bitten by a mad dog, became very intelligent during the last days of his life. Cases have been recorded in which ordinary persons have displayed extraordinary intelligence after diseases of the spinal cord. It is possible that my disease of the spinal cord may have been a morbid character to my later compositions, wrote with true divination the unfortunate Heine, and the remark does not apply to his later writing only. My mental excitement, he wrote, some months before his condition had become aggravated, is the effect of disease rather than of genius. I have written verses to appease my suffering a little. In this horrible night of senseless pain, my poor head is flung backwards and forwards, shaking with pitiless gaiety the bells on my jester's cap. Leclerc turned from mere theories to experiment after a stroke of apoplexy. Pasteur's greatest discoveries were made after a stroke of apoplexy. Bicat and Schroeder van der Kolk had observed that men with acollosis of the neck possessed remarkably bright intelligence. It is a common saying that the humpbacked are keen and malicious. Rokitansky sought to explain this by the resulting curve of the aorta, after giving origin to the vessels which supply the brain. The volume of the heart and the arterial pressure in the head being thus augmented. End of Chapter 4. Section 9 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Harvey. Chapter 5. The Influence of Civilization and of Opportunity. Large towns, large schools, accidents, misery, power, education. However clearly such laws as we have examined may seem to be ascertained, the conclusions deduced from them must be accepted with a certain reserve, since there exists a series of factors almost impossible to seize, which intercept and confound all these influences, not excepting even the orographic. We have already seen how great agglomerations of individuals, whatever the climate and race, are sufficient to increase the number of artists and of talents. But might not this be a purely factitious effect, as for instance when individuals who have left their birthplace for some great capital, as often happens in the case of infants and invalids, are looked upon as natives of the latter. This becomes certain if we remember the pernicious influence of great towns, and consider with smiles that the life of large towns is not favourable to intellectual work. The men who have had a great influence on their age have been brought up in solitude, and that all the great men of England, and even of London, were born in the country, though this fact is often ignored on account of their having fixed their residence in the capital. Carlyle says that a man born in London seems but the fraction of a man. We read, in the lives of the engineers, that all great English engineers had been country-bred. The establishment of a school of painting, even when it is the result of an importation, makes an artistic centre of a place which is not so previously, and, if the establishment goes back to a very distant time, the number of artists becomes very large. Let us look, for example, at Piedmont, where assuredly a military education reinforced by climate and race, and to a still greater degree by clerical influence, retarded for a long time the development of the fine arts, and especially of music. Up to 1460, celebrated painters were not numerous in Piedmont, and the only ones to be found there were of foreign origin, such as Bono and Bondefort. But Bondefort, who had been sent for from Milan, was immediately followed by Sodoma, Martini, Giovannone, Vercellese. Ferro di Valduggia was followed by Lanini, and Tanzi by Valduggia, in the same way as Viotti's example attracted thither, with a short time, 5 celebrated violinists. Scarcely had a few distinguished painters, such as Macrino and Gaudenzio Ferrari, shown themselves at Novara, at Alba, and at Vercelli, than others were immediately seen to appear, and in our own day, wherever military influence has been entirely superseded by social, this province has furnished, in proportion to its size, as many artists as the rest, or even more, and those of quite equal standing, e.g. Gastaldi, Mosso, Petara, etc. Had anyone undertaken 300 years ago to draw up the statistics of Scotch thought, he would scarcely have found a single name to include in his list. Yet Scotland, delivered from the leaden mantle of religious intolerance, has become, as we have seen, one of the richest centres in Europe for bold and original thinkers. On the other hand, Greece, placed in ancient times by race and nature in the first rank as regards intellectual creation, no longer shows any trace of her superiority. Nature and the race have not changed, but slavery, political struggles, and hard living have exhausted all her strength. For a nation does not afford itself the luxury of art and high thinking till its existence is assured and easy. Thus the influences of agglomeration might often have been disguised by the influence of national well-being. Not that the action of race and climate disappears, but its manifestations remain latent. The mighty intellect due to the Tuscan race and climate reveals itself at the present day, after the enervating influence of the Medici, the priests, and the linguistic pedants has done its work, in the improvisations of Pistian peasant women and the subtle epigrams of the Florentine populace. Genius such as that of Pacini, Carrara, Betti, Gusti, Guerrazzi, Carducci is no longer endemic, but occurs sporadically. It appears to me that, in many cases, social influences are more apparent than real, analogous rather to the peck of the chicken which cracks the eggshell than to the spermatozoid which generates the embryo. We see that Florence, like Athens, supplied at the epoch of republican agitations the maximum of Italian genius. But similar agitations in South America and in France, 1789, did not yield as many great men, but simply a number of men who, being useful in the emergency of the time, passed for great. One might even be inclined to suspect that the numerous great men who appeared at Florence were themselves the cause of her revolutions. The same assertion holds good of opportunity. Opportunity appears sometimes to have assisted the development of genius. Thus, Mutius Scaevola, having been reproached by Servius Sulpicius with ignorance of his country's laws, became a great jurisconsult. It has often happened that stone-cutters and the crows of Florence, in the old republican times, have become celebrated sculptors, like Meno di Fiesole, Desiderio da Setignano, and Cronaca. Canova and Vincenzo Villa were also quarrymen, and Hugh Miller, from working as a mason, became a highly esteemed geologist. Andrea del Castagno,
a shepherd of Mugello, one day, when overtaken by a storm, took refuge in an oratory where a house painter was daubing a picture of the Virgin. From thenceforth he felt an irresistible desire to imitate him, and practised drawing figures in charcoal whenever he could, so much so that his fame soon spread among the peasants, and afterwards, by the assistance of Bernardo de Medici, who enabled him to study, he became a celebrated painter. Vespasino di Bisticci, a Florentine papermaker whose profession involved the handling of many books and contact with a great number of literary and learned men, took to literature himself. More frequently, however, opportunity is only the last drop which makes the vessel run over. This is so true that the cases in which genius has manifested itself in spite of adverse circumstances and even violent opposition are innumerable. It is sufficient to recall Boccaccio, Goldini, Muratori, Leopardi, Ascoli, Cellini, Cavour, Petrarch, Metastasio, and finally Socrates, who was obliged to cut and carve stones. All our recent great musicians, Wagner, Rossini, Verdi, were misunderstood in their youth. Long ago it was said, "He to whom nature would not tell it would not be told by 1,000 Athens and 1,000 Romes." Circumstances then, and a certain degree of civilization, gained acceptance and tolerance for genius and its discoveries which under other conditions would have either passed unnoticed or met with ridicule and even persecution. History shows that great discoveries are rarely absolute novelties, and they have long existed as toys or curiosities. Steam, says Fournier, was a plaything for children in the time of Hero of Alexandria, and Anthemius of Tralles. The human mind and the needs of our race have to work by experience 1,000,000 times over before deducing all the consequences of a fact. In 1765, Spedding offered portable gas, prepared and ready for use, to the Corporation of Whitehaven, and was refused. At a later date came Chasseur, Minkellers, Lebon, and Windsor, who had no other merit than that of appropriating his discovery. Coal had been known ever since the 15th century. In 1543, Blasco de Garay appears to have propelled a vessel by steam and paddles in the port of Barcelona. The screw steamer was inventable in 1790. When Papin experimented with steam navigation, he met with nothing but derision, and was treated as a charlatan. When the screw was at last applied, Savage, who had invented it, never sought an action except from the prison where he was confined for debt. Daguerreotypy was guessed at in Russia during the 16th century and again in Italy by Fabricius in 1566. It was afterwards discovered anew by Fifaigne de la Roche. Galvanism was also discovered by Cotugno and by Duvernay. The theory of natural selection itself does not belong exclusively to Darwin. Existing species, it was already said by Lucretius, have only been able to maintain themselves by their cunning, strength, or swiftness. Others have succumbed, and Plutarch, remarking that horses which have been pursued by wolves are swifter than others, gives this reason, that the solid ones of the band having been overtaken and devoured, only the more agile survived. Newton's law of attraction was already foreshadowed in works of the 16th century, more particularly of those of Copernicus and Kepler, and was nearly completed by Hooke. It has been the same with magnetism, chemistry, and even criminal anthropology. Civilization, therefore, does not produce men of genius and discoveries, but it assists their development, or more correctly speaking, determines their acceptance. It may therefore be admitted that genius can exist in any age and any country, but as in the struggle for existence, the greater number of beings are only born to become the prey of others, so many men of genius, if they do not meet with a favourable moment, either remain unknown or are misunderstood. While there are some civilizations which assist the development of genius, others are injurious to it. In those parts of Italy, for instance, where civilization is most ancient, and where it has been frequently renewed, becoming stronger at each renewal, though the temper of the people is more open, the formation of genius is of rare occurrence. In general, when the average culture of a nation is of earlier date, novelties are less eagerly received. On the contrary, in countries where civilization is recent, as in Russia, new ideas are accepted with the greatest favour. When the repetition of the same observation renders a new truth less difficult to accept, then genius is not only recognized as useful and even necessary, but received with acclamations. The public, perceiving the coincidence between a given civilization and the manifestation of genius, thinks that the two are connected, confusing the slight influence which determines the hatching of the chicks with the act of fecundation. which on the contrary depends on race, atmospheric influences, nutrition, etc. This too is what takes place in our own day. Hypnotism exists to prove how many times, even under our very eyes, a scientific notion may be renewed, and each time taken for a new discovery. Every age is not equally ripe for the inventions of our precedents, or with too few, and those which are not ripe are incapable of perceiving their inaptitude for adopting them. In Italy for 20 years, the man who had discovered peligrazine was looked upon by the authorities as a madman. At the present day, the academic world, always composed of intelligent mediocrities, laughs at criminal anthropology, is mildly sarcastic towards hypnotism, and looks on homeopathy as a joke. Perhaps even my friends and myself, in laughing at spiritualism, are misled by the Misoneism latent in us all, and like hypnotized persons are utterly unable even to perceive that such is the case. Misery is often the stimulus of genius. It was necessity rather than natural inclination which drove Dryden to become an author. Goldsmith, when he had knocked at every door in vain, took to writing, and so again and again. It is true also that extreme misery frequently ruins genius. It placed immense difficulties in the way of Columbus. George Stephenson's steam engine would have been an abortion if he had not been enabled at great sacrifice to educate his son. Meyerbeer, who produced so laboriously and whose genius cannot be explained apart from his Italian journeys and life, would have been in a deplorable condition without wealth. Many men of genius, on the other hand, have been spoilt by wealth and power. Jacobi has shown that unlimited power hastens degeneration and tends to produce megalomania and dementia in those who possess it. The influence of education has been investigated less than it deserves. Without the school, many believe there would be no genius. What, it is said, would have become of Metastasio if he had not been picked up and educated? Giotto would merely have amazed the shepherds of his native valleys by daubing the walls of some chapel. Paganini would have been unheard of. Petre, in his admirable book Usi e Costumi della Sicilia, writes at length of certain wonderful poetasters who narrate fantastic lays of knighthood to the people of Palermo, yet they can neither read nor write. Who knows what they would do if they were educated? Those who have been among the mountains know the works produced by certain shepherds. They are made with coarse instruments, yet they reveal marvellous taste and delicacy. Such men give us the impression of so many aborted Michelangelos. They are men of genius who have lacked the opportunity to manifest themselves. But these facts do not neutralize others, which show the pernicious influence of the school of genius. Has it well said that whoever has passed through all the grades of classical instruction without having become a fool may consider himself to have escaped by miracle. Darwin feared to send his sons to school. Who can describe the martyrdom of the child of genius compelled to spend his brains over a quagmire of things in which he will succeed the less, the more he is attracted in other directions? Here rebels then begins a fierce struggle between the pupil of genius and the professor of mediocrity, who cannot understand his fury and his instincts, and who represses and punishes them. Balzac, who proved this, and was driven away from school after school, has minutely analysed this bitterness of fine college in his wonderful study, Louis Lambert. One shudders on thinking of the youth of such lofty and serene intelligence, treating with contempt as stupid and idle, and his discourse on will, which had cost him so much labour, destroyed unread by an ignorant master. And so also it was with Wales. Verdi was unanimously rejected at the Conservatorio of Milan in 1832, even as a paying pupil. Rossini was regarded as an idiot by his fellow pupils and by his teacher, who also was Wagner. Coleridge has written with the bitterness of his school days, when he says his nature was always repressed. Howard was considered so stupid at school that he was sent to a druggist's. Pestalozzi was looked upon as a silly and incapable boy, whose spelling and writing were incorrigibly bad. Cribellin, as a youth, was regarded as roguish and lazy, and when he left the university he was labelled pure ingenioses sed insignis nubello. Cabanis, as a boy, showed very early signs of uncommon intelligence, but the severe discipline of school only served to make him a dissembler, and he was finally expelled. Diderot was regarded as the shame of his house. Verdi, Rossini, Howard, Cabanis were all allowed themselves to be defeated, but how many discouraged have lost faith in themselves? It is used to say that this struggle for existence results in the survival of the fittest, for even the weakest men of genius are worth more than mediocrities, and it is a sin to lose a single one.
We are not here dealing with a phenomenon like that presented by the struggling of lower organisms. The case is even opposed, since a great sensibility renders men of genius more fragile. The persecutions of the school, tormenting those beings when they are in their first youth and most sensitive, cause us to lose those who, being more fragile, are better. Here, therefore, the struggle for existence suppresses the strongest, or at all events, the greatest. The worst of this is that there is no remedy. Teachers are not men of genius. In any case, they cannot, and should not, look to anything but the manufacture of mediocrity. At all events, let no obstacles be put in the way of genius. End of Chapter 5, and end of Part 2, and the end of Section 9. Section 10 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Part 3. Genius in the Insane. Chapter 1. Insane Genius in Literature. Periodicals published in lunatic asylums. Synthesis. Passion. Atavism. Conclusion. The connection which, as we have seen, exists between genius and insanity is confirmed by the overexcitement of the intelligence and the temporary appearance of real genius frequently observed among the insane. It seems, writes Charles Nodier, as if the divergent and scattered rays of the diseased intellect were suddenly concentrated, like those of the sun in a lens, and then lent to the speech of the poor madman so much brilliancy that one may be permitted to doubt whether he had ever been more learned, clear, persuasive, while in full possession of his reason. Madness, writes Théophile Gautier, which creates such enormous gaps, does not always suspend all the faculties. Poems written during complete dementia often observe the rules of quantity extremely well. Domenico Theotocopuli, the Greek painter, whose masterpieces are admired in the Spanish churches, was insane. We have seen in England scenes of lions and stallions fighting, the work of an insane patient, done on a board with a red-hot iron, which looked like some of Géricault's sketches rubbed in with bitumen. Under the influence of insanity, an ignorant peasant will make Latin verses, another will suddenly speak in an idiom which he has never learnt, and of which he will not know a word after his recovery. A woman will sing Latin hymns and poems entirely unknown to her. A child wounded in the head constructs syllogisms in German, and is unable, when no longer ill, to utter a single expression in that language. Winslow knew a gentleman, incapable in his normal condition of doing a simple addition sum, who became an excellent mathematician during his attacks of mania. In the same way, a woman who wrote poetry while in the asylum, after her cure, became once more a peaceable and prosaic housekeeper. A monomaniac at the Precocity lamented his detention in the following striking verse: Ah, li poète di Florence, n'y avait pas dans son chant sacré, rive l'abîme de souffrance, de tes murs by centre, etc. Esquirol gives an account of a maniac who invented, during an acute period of his malady, a new kind of cannon, which was afterwards adopted. Morel, and under his care a madman, subject to intermediate states in which all his faculties were more or less blunted, if not actually lost, who during his lucid intervals composed fine comedies. John Clare, who wrote nonsense as soon as he began to express himself in prose, and some of his tender and melancholy elegies rose to rare perfection of style and the choicest ideas. Lyrit says, in speaking of mania, it has happened to me more than once to form too favourable an idea of the intellectual capacity of some persons, when I could only judge of it by what they said or did during an attack of mania. A patient whose conversation and flashes of wit had struck me sometimes turned out, after his recovery, to be a very ordinary man, far inferior to the opinion I conceived of him. Mars has recorded the case of a young married woman of cultivated mind, but merely ordinary intelligence, who during the course of an attack of mania, in which ideas of jealousy predominated, wrote to her husband letters which, for their eloquence and the passionate energy of their style, might easily be placed inside the most fervent passages of the Nouvelle Héroïse. When the attack was over, her letters became simple and modest, and no one, on comparing them with the others, would have believed that the two sets came from the same pen. Excessive activity of the intellect, writes Dagonet, is also sometimes observed in the depressive forms of mental aberration, but much less frequently than the expansive forms. As a proof of this, it is sufficient to cite the following letter, written by a patient affected with melancholic delusion, to her husband, a country schoolmaster. The letter was full of mistakes in spelling. The woman who wrote it had no education, and her normal condition no eloquence, but disease had transformed her by developing her intellectual faculties. Why did not the Master of the Universe open the tomb to me in my brilliant youth? Why, at the same time, did he not remove me from you, since you do not love me, and I am making you unhappy? Why did I become a mother, to be unhappy, more than unhappy to leave the children who are so dear to me? Why do you hate me? Though I stood with my feet in boiling oil, I should still say, I love you. Why do you not let me die? You would be happy, and my troubles would be over. My dear children would come and play by my grave. I should still be near them. I should still, in the darkness of the grave, hear them say, There is our mother. If this woman had fed her mind on the works of Chateaubriand, she could not have expressed herself with more poetry or imagination. It has been known, says Diderot, that a young man whose tutor had never been able to teach him anything, and who, is the saying is, could not put a noun and adjective together, spoke Latin fluently, after some days of malignant fever, and developed ideas which till then had not struck him. Among other examples of what Leccas calls learned frenzies, he cites Mademoiselle Anthemane, who during her delirium was of smiling countenance and agreeable humour. Having lost the use of her right hand through paralysis, she painted and embroidered with her left, with incredible dexterity, and the productions of her mind were no less surprising than those of her hands. She recited verse which showed the greatest possible vivacity and delicacy, though they were the first she had ever composed. I am going to try, says Gerard de Nerval, in his book entitled Le Rêve et la Vie, to transcribe the impressions of a long illness which ran its course entirely in the mysteries of my mind. I do not know why I make use of the term illness, for never, as far as I am concerned, did I feel better. Sometimes I thought my strength and activity were doubled. It seemed that I knew and understood everything. Imagination gave me infinite delight in recovering what men call reason. Shall I regret the loss of this? What mental practitioner has not heard similar words over and over again from the mouth of unhappy patients who, after recovering their reason, regretted their past state, that new life, that vita nuova, which Gerard defines as l'impachement du sens dans la vie réelle. Increase of mental activity, says Dr. Pachape, is directly met with insanity. It is even one of the most salient characteristics of this disease in its acute period. The Annals of Science, adds the same author, contains a certain number of well-authenticated facts which have contributed to confirm the superstition of a supernatural heightening of the intellectual faculties, and which explain, up to a certain point, how the love of the marvellous and credulous observers, by exaggerating and distorting analogous facts, has been able to gain credit for the wonderful tales which abound in history of religious sects at all epochs, and more especially in the history of diabolical possessions in the Middle Ages. Van Swieten, comment 1121, relates that he had seen a woman who, during her attacks of mania, only spoke in verse, which she composed with admirable facility, although in health she had never shown the least poetic talent. Laurie cites the case of a lady of rank, of very ordinary intellect, who was subject to attacks of melancholy, during which her intelligence was so far developed as to enable her to discuss the most difficult questions with eloquence. A young girl of the people, aged 14, attacked with insanity in consequence of religious revival, talked on theological subjects as if she had devoted herself to this study. She spoke like a preacher, of God and of Christian duties, and gave sagacious answers to the objections which were made. I have had occasion, writes Morel, to remark in some hypochondriac, hysteric, and epileptic patients an extraordinary intellectual activity at the critical periods of the disease. It is not rarely observed that the attacks of exasperation to which they are subject are preceded by abnormal manifestation of the intellectual forces. A young hypochondriacal patient, confided to my care, often astonished those who saw him by the facility of his elocution, and the brilliancy with which he expressed his ideas. At certain times he would compose, in the course of a single night, a piece of music or a play which possessed remarkable traits, and some beauties of the first order. But knowing the patient, I was never mistaken in my prognostications from this state of things. I knew that after 3 or 4 days of excitement, this young man would fall into a dull stupor and become a prey to a torpid apathy which prevented him from feeling the instinct of his greatest natural necessities. The case ended in a complete dementia. In the case of a hysterical patient with a predominance of exalted religious ideas, I have also observed remarkable phenomena of intellectual reminiscence. She had heard a great number of sermons and read still more. I have heard her repeat word for word what she had read or what had been delivered in her presence. We were able to follow her, book in hand, when under the influence of a nervous excitement which quickened her memory, she recited sermons by well-known Christian orators. She was quite unable to repeat this phenomenon in her ordinary condition, but, as in the preceding case, we knew what view to take of a fact of this nature, not to mention that it resembled a large number of other cases, by means of which, at different times, the public credulity has been exploited. In this woman, the phenomenon always preceded a crisis of exasperation followed by stupor. Let us now pass to the extreme concentration of the attention in a hypochondriacal patient relating her own sensations. The following extracts are from a diary left to me by the patient in question. It summarizes all that is experienced in this class of patients. September 6, 1852, 9 p.m. This evening on going to bed, sharp pain in the sacral regions and in the thighs, tearing pains of the left ear and eye while falling asleep. I was overpowered by the feeling of fear. I seemed to be rolling into bottomless abysses, and to have, as it were, an iron hook fixed in my skull and heart, and dragging them out. September 7th, 1852, 7 a.m. Lancinating pain in the eyes, acute suffering in the eyelids, pressure on the temples, principally on the left, eyes constantly watering, limbs contracted, a horrible never-ceasing devouring hunger which seems to make me start. I am seized by an anger which makes me seem mad in the eyes of others. If I could still cry out, that would relieve me. I am boiling over with anger, and I look wild. It is as though I had a little saw inside my head, always in motion of sawing, of a wheel which keeps turning and carries me with it. My bones feel to me like dead wood, which burns like logwood. September 8th, 1852. The whole day without having been able to do anything, my forehead seemed encircled with a tight iron band. I went to bed with a feeling of deep depression. Fear overpowers me. Sometimes a feeling of hatred. A very little exhaustible jealousy of those who can act freely and work. I have in my back something like little strings pulling in all directions, making music like an accordion. It is torturing. The strongest man will fall dead with terror if he could see the reality of a person in my state of health, and they laugh at me. The doctors refuse to believe in my sufferings. There are moments when all that I have ever seen in my life is before my eyes at once. I feel myself lifted into the air, but up to the roots. I feel a horror of myself. It is like an old painting by Rembrandt etched in aqua fortis. Dreams. Dead horses, headless, dismembered, horrors of all kinds. Then there are members of my family who appear to me, but everything I see is distorted and reduced in size. There is, as it were, a camera obscura in me, and the reflector shows me everything in miniature. I admit that I may be insane, but you two must admit at least that I am very ill, etc. It is known, says Polhan, that with some dementia patients certain faculties remain intact. They can, for instance, play at cards or draughts, though their mind in general may be quite disorganized. The same is found to be the case with idiots. Grisinger saw, in the Oswald Asylum, a young man who had made, all by himself, a remarkable model of a man of war. This individual's intelligence was very limited. He had no idea whatever of numbers. It more frequently happens, as the author, that complete idiots execute fairly good work in drawing or painting. In such cases it is, of course, only a mechanical talent. Esquirel reports the case of a general suffering from mania, whose delusions persist throughout the summer, with some lucid intervals during which the patient writes comedies and vaudevilles which betray the incoherence of his ideas. In spite of the confusion of his mind, the general conceives an idea for the perfecting of a certain weapon, draws designs, and manifests a desire of getting a model constructed. One day he went to the foundry, and on his return was seized with agitation delirium. A while later he paid a second visit to the foundry, and the model having been executed, gave an order for 50,000. This order was the only act which gave the founder reason to suspect the general's malady. His invention was afterwards officially adopted. Thus, in the midst of general incoherence, an important series of ideas was maintained and carried out to the end. A writer not practised in mental disease, Esquiros, whom we have already had occasion to quote, mentions the following facts, which are very significant. Dr. Lorette, he says, related to us the history of a patient in the Bicêtre, who during his malady had shown a remarkable talent for writing, though when in good health he would have been quite incapable of doing as much. I am not quite cured, he said to the physician, who thought him convalescent. I am still too clever for that. When I am well, I take a week to write a letter. In my natural condition I am stupid. Wait till I become so again. The same observer also cites a case of a merchant whose affairs were in danger. During his illness, this man found means to re-establish them. The result of each of his attacks was perfecting of some mechanism, or the invention of some means for facilitating his industry. And at the end of this invaluable insanity, he was found to have recovered both his reason and his fortune. We have been shown at Montmartre, in Dr. Blanche's establishment, traces of charcoal drawings on a wall. These half-effaced figures, one of which represents the Queen of Sheba and the other some king, were the work of a distinguished young author who has since recovered his reason. This illness had developed a new talent, which was non-existent, or at least played a most insignificant part, while he was in health. It is said that Marion Delorme met, in a madhouse, with the first man who conceived the idea of applying the forces of steam to the needs of industry, Solomon de Coas. Talents created by disease forsake the individual for the most part at the same time as the disease itself. I had under treatment at Pavia a peasant lad, aged 12, who composed extremely original musical melodies and bestowed on his companions in misfortune nicknames which fitted so well that they always kept them. With him was a little old man afflicted with rickets and pellagra, who, when asked whether he was happy, replied, like a philosopher of ancient Greece, all men are happy, even the rich, if they are only willing. Many of my pupils still remember B, by turns musician, servant, porter, keeper of a cookshop, tinman, soldier, public letter writer, but always unfortunate. He left us an autobiography, which apart from a few orthographical mistakes in spelling, would be quite worth printing, and he asked me for his discharge in terms which, for an uneducated working man, were wanting neither in beauty nor in originality. Not long ago I heard a poor hawker of sponges went insane, thus conjecture and sum up the cardinal idea of the circulation of life. We do not die. When the soul is worn out it melts, and is turned into another shape. In fact, when my father had buried a dead mule, we afterwards saw mushrooms growing in great numbers on the same spot, and the potatoes in the same place, which were formerly very small, grew to twice their usual size. Thus a vulgar mind, enlightened by the energy of mania, stumbles on theories which the greatest thinkers arrive at with difficulty. G.B., a maniac, nephew of a celebrated author, and to me one day, when I hesitated before permitting him to ride a somewhat skittish horse, no fear, doctor, similia similibus. M.G., a merchant suffering from melancholia, said to someone who called him Count by mistake, "What Count? I have kept plenty of accounts. I know no others." "Well, will you not shake hands with me?" I asked Madame M., a sufferer from mortal insanity, one morning. "Are you angry with me?" "Bellidia virgo culpit rubicanda recusant," she replied. Another time I asked her, "Do you hope to leave this establishment soon?" She answered, "I shall leave it when those outside have recovered their reason." V., a thief and insane, made his escape during a walk which had been permitted him. When overtaken and reproached with having betrayed the confidence reposed in him, he replied, "I only wanted to try whether my knees were stiff or not." B., a maniac woman, over 17 years of age, who had lost all her teeth, made obscene remarks. When remonstrated with for using expressions so unbecoming to her age, she said, "Old, old, why do you not see that I have not yet cut my teeth?" N.B., who became a poet through insanity, writes with much subtlety, but his verses do not scan. His companion G.R. once told us that he lengthened the feet on purpose, that, being well planted, they should not be able to escape his memory.
Synthesis. The most original and general characteristic of the poets who are the product of insanity is precisely the forcing of the mind to a state so at variance with previous conditions of life and culture. In many, it is true, the only result of this effect is a continuous flow of epigrams, plays upon words, and assonances, puns, in short, such as are praised in society as evidences of wit, though it is no wonder that they should abound in lunatic asylums, being as they are the very negative of truth and logic. This tendency, or at least the tendency to alliteration and rhyme, is evident in all their works, even those written in prose. Yet on the other hand, we are not rarely met with improvised philosophers, who in their utterances reproduce parts of the systems of the positivists of Epicurus and Comte. The brain, quickened by insanity, being able to seize up those salient points of truth from which the systems named took their rise, and that because these men have less hatred of novelty and more originality than normal people. The most salient characteristic, originality heightened to the point of absurdity, is due to the overflowing of the imagination which can no longer be restrained within the bounds of logic and common sense. It is natural that the mind which has been most injured, or is by nature the most deficient, should exceed most in this respect. We need only refer now to the pretended metamorphosis and journeyings of the soul of P. of Siena and the works of M. of Pesaro, who had carried his passion for the Greek language so far as to invent a new idiom, in which gravel was called lithiasis, the sea equor, convictions agonies, the world a vase. Their more rapid association of ideas and livelier imagination often enable them to solve problems which more cultivated but normal intellects can scarcely attack with success. Another peculiarity characteristic of them, but which, be it noted, is often found also in the writings of criminals, is a tendency to speak of themselves or their companions, and to write autobiographies, abandoning themselves without restraint to the torrent of ambition or love. But with insane persons the form of expression is much less artificial than that used by criminals, in whose writings one finds more coherence but less creative power and originality. The use of assonances in place of reasoning is entirely peculiar to the insane, as also use of special words or words used in a particular sense and the exaggerated importance attributed to the most trifling things. C'est le travail des faux de plusieurs les cavaliers sur des reins fatigants sur quelques bagatelles, said Hecate in his Golana, which by the way is only the work of a matoid. Many of them, though fewer than among the matoids, mingle drawing and poetry, as though neither art by itself was sufficient for the impetus of their ideas. Their style lacks the polish which comes of much elaboration, but abounds in incisive and vigorous sentences, so that often in course it even surpasses the production of calmer and more refined art. Passion. This should not cause surprise any more than the tendency to versification in individuals who, before losing their reason, were ignorant of prosody, when it is remembered that poetry, as Byron well said and demonstrated in his own person, is the expression of passion under excitement, and grows in vigour and effectiveness as the excitement increases. The rhythm can relieve and express abnormal psychic excitement much better than prose can be deduced from the poetic inspirations of drunkards, as well as from the spontaneous affirmations of insane poets. Je vous écris en vers, ne en soyez point choqués. En prose je ne sais exprimer ma pensée. An insane criminal wrote to Arbeau, clearly explaining this tendency. A lunatic at Pesaro gave this reason for some of his verses. Poetry is a spontaneous emanation from the mind. Poetry is the cry of the soul pierced by 1,000 griefs. Atavism. Vico had already guessed, and Buckle, at a later date, has admirably explained that among primitive peoples, all thinkers and sages were poets. In fact, the earliest histories were put into a fixed form and handed down by the bards of Gaul, or by the Tool Kolos of Tibet, likewise in America, the Deccan, Africa, and Oceania. Ellis writes that the Polynesians have recourse to their ballads as to historical documents,
when any question arises regarding the deeds of their ancestors. And as in ancient India, so also in medieval Europe, the sciences were explained in verse. Montecla speaks of a mathematical treatise of the 13th century written in verse. An Englishman versified the Institutes of Justinian, and a Pole wrote a rhyming work on heraldry. History, properly so called, though written in prose, was in the Middle Ages no less fabulous and full of fantastic absurdities and puns than poetry. Troyes was derived from Troy, Nuremberg from Nero, the Saracens from Sarah, Mohammed was a cardinal, Naples was built on the foundations of eggs. After certain victories of the Turks, there were children born with 22 or 23 instead of 32 teeth. Turpin, the Macaulay of those times, relates in his chronicle that the walls of Pampeluna fell as soon as the followers of Charlemagne had begun to pray. Ferrant was 20 cubits in height, and had a face a cubit in length. In short, the history of those days was the same as the fairy tales still told at rustic firesides, for which we can gather nothing but the uniform quality of human imbecility, which becomes more fantastic the more ignorant it is. A tendency to revert to ancestral conditions appears even in the prose of the Matoid or insane. Thus Tansey and River, speaking of some works by monomaniacs, write as follows. For the demoniacs of 100 years ago, belated representatives of medieval mysticism, who typified the ancient form of paranoia, are now substituted the modern paranoiacs, new alchemists who, with their pseudo-scientific delusions and their vainglorious phrases, revive our day the style and thoughts of Trithemius, Agrippa, Paracelsus, and other men in the 16th century who were strange but learned and venerated students of occult science and magic. Paranoia follows the path of humanity through the centuries, undergoing with a certain delay all its changes, though often separated from it only by a slight interval. As an example of this later kind, we may take the following passage from an extremely long autobiography written by a paranoiac, in which the acute and accurate account of his own adventures is found in company with insane statements like the following. It ought to be known that the aristocracy or persons descended from them secrete a certain, as yet undefined substance which produces electricity. In this way it is easy to understand how there can be communication between one nobly born person and another, if one thinks for a moment of the telegraph and its electric batteries. In this manner, two nobles, being placed in communication, act upon each other as electric batteries, transmitting every movement and thought by means of a thread, as if the idea and way of thinking were so many strokes on the part of the manipulator of the telegraphic instrument. The system, as may be understood, is infinitesimal, for thought transmitted from one side forms on the other as many infinitesimal points as there are atoms forming the idea. M. River and Tansey observe that many of the ancient alchemists express themselves in precisely the same way. So, they continue, nothing could be easier than to recognize a born paranoiac in the King of Bavaria, misanthropic, vain, ambitious, mystical, romantic, voluble, subject to hallucinations, eccentric in his acts, his habits, his judgment, and his conduct, perverted in his aesthetic tastes, in love, in the ethical sentiments, exaggerated, unbalanced in everything. He was so profoundly impressed with the stamp of medieval atavism that political journalism, hitting the mark of unconsciously scientific correctness, designated him as a Sir Percival come to life again. The pathologic and atavistic origin of many of the literary productions of the insane explains the frequent inequalities of the style, which is as feeble and slovenly when the excitement ceases, as it was at first splendid and vigorous, and the abrupt transition from stanzas worthy of a classic author to the scribbling of an idiot. This origin also accounts for the extreme contradictions to be found in the writings of one and the same author, as is seen in Farina and Lazzaretti, their fondness for aphorisms and detached periods, the abrupt and disconnected character of their style, which is both primitive and childish, and the monotonous repetition of certain words or phrases, recalling the verses of the Bible or the surahs of the Quran. It also explains their propensity for continually dwelling on the same subject, nearly always connected with matters out of the line of their own studies, and, what is more important, of no advantage to themselves or others. Their works are nearly always autobiographical. Conclusion. Summing up what has been said, there is a special organization in all the writings of madmen, even the absurdest, a true finality, as Paulhan calls it. I understand by this, he says, that as soon as one psychic element exists, it tends to call forth others. It is not the totality of the mind, if it is not itself coordinated, which determines the appearance of phenomena, but the elements. That is to say, what is already systematized in the mind tends to acquire a more complete systemization. If it is a sensation, it will tend to awaken particular, precise, and appropriate ideas or acts. If it is a general tendency, a pre-established mental organization, it will tend to make the mind interpret in such or such a manner the sensations which reach it. As every psychic element is systematic, and as when finality is not to be found in the totality of a psychic organism, or of a series of actions, or a theory, or an argument, or a passion, and in this case, all these facts are not really psychic elements, it exists in the elements. This tendency on the part of the elements to systematic association, exercising itself without higher control, without general direction, ends in producing numerous discords in the totality of psychic operations. The result is somewhat as though all the musicians in an orchestra were to play different tunes in as many different keys. When in constitution of society and association is dissolved, a law of finality is broken and the elements, the human beings which form the association, are restored to individual life. They then enter upon new forms of social activity. If, for example, a factory is closed, the men and women who worked there and were united by a systematic association go to work again, each on his or her own account, either separately or in new associations in which some of them may chance to meet again. The same thing takes place with the psychic elements. Wherever, from one cause or another, the bond which united them is broken, they enter into new associations where they work, each on its own account, at the risk of producing nothing but incoherence. This isolated activity of the elements is met with a striking manner in mental disease. The pun is a form of this disorder. On analysing it, we find that it consists essentially in this: a sound employed in a particular complexus, consisting of the sound, the ideas, and the systematized images, constituting the signification of the sound. Itself forming part of a more complex system, separates itself at least partially from these two systems and becomes associated with other systems of ideas and images. The association through a resemblance between certain parts of the words, for example by means of rhyme, is an essentially a noteless fact. Here it is a sound which, systematically associated with other sounds, allies itself at the same time with different sounds, in order to form simultaneously, or at short intervals, systems which do not harmonize together. Among the latter class may be reckoned the greater number of lapsus linguae and lapsus calamae. Examples of this abound. M. Regnard has cited several pieces of verse written by madmen, which show in a high degree the mode of elementary systematic association. Sometimes one observes a remnant of intellectual coordination, as in the following lines, in which, however, incoherence is also abundantly manifested. J'aime les feux de la fougère, ni de rampas mais pétillants. Le fumée est sacré du côte, mais des cendres de la fougère, on peut traire en s'amusant. Duxus un seul qui left out, de sud un seul qui left out. At other times sense disappear altogether, as in these lines also quoted by M. Regnard, and composed by a patient whose mania was that of self-conceit, and who had been insane for 25 years. Magnan a mon sohet, medicien magnin in me, adore de mon sota la force qui ta me. Admirant son bucrain, autre remord de fedre, narger le grand du sol, et sus un grand du cetre. A good example of this phenomenon is afforded by the patient observed by Cesare, who wrote down more than 500 pages of words connected with one another by assonance or sense. Chat, chapeau, peau, mancon, main, manches, robe, rose, jupon, pompon, bouquet, bouquetoir, cimetière, bière, etc. One need not be insane or imbecile to make puns and associate words together on account of superficial resemblances. In this case, instead of being a permanent disassociation of the more complex systems, it is a momentary disassociation which gives rise to the phenomenon. Nothing is more natural when one feels a need of unbending one's mind than to restore to themselves the psychic elements retained in complex systems not necessary to life, and to allow them a liberty which they sometimes abuse. To continue the above comparison, which may be carried a long way, the workmen in the factory are not always at work. They have their moments of rest and recreation, and then usually occupy themselves with less complex systems. Those most prone to these rhythmic manifestations are, in my opinion, which is borne out by Adriani and Torricelli, chronic maniacs, alcoholic maniacs, and paralytics in the early stage, in whom, however, there is apt to be more rhyme than verse, and more verse than sense. Melancholy patients would take the next place, owing to the small number of these found in asylums. They seem to find in verification or relief from their habitual silence, or defense against imaginary persecutions. This is a much more important fact than would appear at first sight, were connected with another already well known, viz., that all great thinkers and poets are constitutionally inclined to melancholy. End of Chapter 1 and end of Section 10. Section 11 of The Man of Genius by Cesare LOMBROSO. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Leon Harvey. Chapter 2. Art in the Insane. Geographical distribution. Profession. Influence of the special form on alienation. Originality. Eccentricity. Symbolism. Obscenity. Criminality and moral insanity. Uselessness. Insanity as a subject. Absurdity. Uniformity. Summary. Music among the insane. Though the artistic tendency is very pronounced, and might almost be called a general characteristic in some varieties of insanity, few authors have paid sufficient attention to it. The only exceptions are Tardau, who in his Études médico-légales sur la folie remarks that the drawings of the insane are of great importance from the point of view of forensic medicine. Simon, who in speaking of drawing among megalomaniacs observes that the imagination appears in them in inverse proportions to the intellect, and Fragerio, who some time later gave a survey of the subject an excellent essay published in the Diario del Manicomo di Pesaro. Since then I have been able to make a completer examination of this subject, thanks to curious documents supplied to me by M. Riva, Torricelli, Lolli, Fragerio, Tamburini, Maragliano, and Maxime Ducamp. By comparing their observations with my own, I find a total of 108 mental patients with artistic tendencies, of which 46 went towards painting, 10 sculpture, 11 engraving, 8 music, 5 architecture, 28 poetry. The prevailing psychopathic forms in these 108 cases were, in 25, sensatorial monomania and that of persecution, 21 dementia, 16 megalomania, 14 acute or intermittent mania, 8 melancholia, 8 general paralysis, 5 moral insanity, 2 epilepsy. It is evident that those which predominate are the congenital and least readily curable forms, monomania and moral insanity, together with dementia, and those forms which it accompanies, or in which it is latent, megalomania and paralysis. Let us now consider the special characteristics of the insane artists. Geographical distribution. In the districts where the artistic tendency is more marked among the sane, the number of insane artists is also higher. In fact, I have found very few of the latter at Turin, Pavia, or Reggio, while at Perugia, Lucca, and Siena they abound. Profession. Only in a few cases could the tendency be explained by professional habits acquired before the appearance of the disease. We find among the insane artists mentioned above 8 ex-painters or sculptors, 10 ex-architects, carpenters or cabinet makers, 10 former schoolmasters or priests, 1 telegraphist, 2 students, 6 sailors, soldiers, or officers of engineers. Among modern painters affected with insanity we may note Gill, Cham, Chirico, Mancini, and others. In some cases former tendencies were accentuated by insanity. Thus a mechanician made drawings of machines, two sailors constructed models of ships. A major domo traced on the floor pictures of tables prepared for a banquet, with pyramids of fruit. At Reggio, a cabinet maker carved some very fine foliage and ornaments. A naval officer at Genoa at first carved models of ships, afterwards was continually occupied in depicting, though he had never learned to paint, scenes at sea which, he said, consoled him for being debarred from his favourite element. Sometimes these men were inspired by insanity with a strange energy in their work, just as if, as M. Di Paoli Negriani wrote to me, they have been paid for it. They cover the walls, the tables, and even the floor with painting. One of them, a painter who had formerly only reached mediocrity, attained such perfection through his malady that a copy of one of Raphael's Madonnas, executed by him during one of his attacks, gained a prize medal at the exhibition. Mignoni, the celebrated painter of Reggio, who became an inmate of the asylum at that town on account of dementia and megalomania, remained idle there for 14 years. At last, at the suggestion of Dr. Zani, he resumed his brush and covered the walls of the asylum with excellent frescoes. One of them represented the story of Count Ugolino so vividly that one of the patients began to throw meat at it, so that the father and children might not die of hunger, and the grease spots is still to be seen. Of 8 painters whose history Adriani has related to me, 4 kept their former skill while under the influence of acute or intermittent mania. In 2 others, it was so far weakened that one of them, after his recovery, sincerely deplored the work done during his illness. Influence of the special form of insanity. In many cases, the choice of subjects is inspired by the malady. A melancholiac was continually carving a figure of a man with a skull in his hand. A woman affected with megalomania was always working the word Dio, God, into her embroidery. Most monomaniacs habitually allude to their imaginary misfortunes by means of special emblems. A monomaniac, who laboured under the delusion that he was being persecuted, drew his enemies pursuing him on one side of the picture and justice defending him on the other. Alcoholic maniacs often make an excessive use of yellow in their pictures. One painter in whom alcohol had completely destroyed the sense of colour became very skilful in the rendering of white, and, between his drunken fits, became the best painter of snow scenes in France. An artist of note, C., when affected with general paralysis, lost his sense of proportion, e.g. he began to sketch a tree which, if drawn in its entirety, would have reached beyond the frame of the picture. He collected the poorest oleographs and admired them, and coloured everything green. It is more usual, however, for insanity to transform into painters persons who have never been accustomed to handle the brush, than for it to improve skilled artists. Sometimes the disease, while suppressing some qualities of value to art, causes the appearance of others which did not previously exist, and gives to all a peculiar character. Insanity changed Luke Clennell from a painter to a poet, while Memoir, a physician who fell into a state of dementia after the loss of his wife, who died on their wedding day, took to literature and lost his previous aptitudes. Exaggeration pushed to its extreme, to the improbable or even the impossible, says Regnard, is one characteristic of paralytics. One of these madmen painted a man touching the stars with his head and the earth with his feet. Daudet, in Jack, speaks of insane artists whose pictures seem to represent earthquakes, or the inside of a ship during a storm. Individuals who previously had not the remotest idea of art are impelled by disease to paint, especially at the periods of strongest excitement. B., a mason, became a painter while in the Pesaro asylum. His attacks of mania were always announced by an outbreak of his tendency to draw caricatures of the hospital staff, whom he condemned, in effigy, to the strangest punishments. For instance, he painted the cook, a stout and ruddy man, in the attitude of an ecce homo, being a grating which prevented him from touching the most appetizing viands. This was a penalty for having refused B., one of his favourite dishes. The grotesque apotheosis of himself, painted by the pederast and megalomaniac R., which he excretes and fecundates eggs which symbolize worlds, is characteristic of the boundless vanity and unbridled imagination of megalomaniacs and paralytics. Among the pictures executed by the patients at San Servolo, the most curious is one by a lunatic who, in his lucid intervals, paints fairly well, though with excessive minuteness of detail, but during his attacks his minutiae is so far exaggerated as to become grotesque. Nothing but an intense religious monomania could have inspired the singular self-crucifixion of the Venetian shoemaker Matteo Levat. I have been able to procure an authentic picture of this strange performance, which is reproduced below. Shortly afterwards, Levat died in an asylum. The picture in reference is displayed on the page. One patient, G, was a poor peasant woman, utterly uneducated, and whose family pellagra and sanity were both hereditary. In the long isolation required by her state, she developed great skill, quite unknown before her illness, in embroidering in Leiden. With coloured threads pulled from her clothing, an extraordinary number of figures, which were faithful representations of her delusions. Her autobiography is, so to speak, traced in this embroidery. In every piece of work she has represented herself, sometimes struggling with the nurses or the nuns, sometimes herding cows, or occupied in other rustic work. Elsewhere she would depict tables spread for meals, with an infinite variety of accessories. But the most singular thing is that the outlines are drawn with a clearness which would be the envy of a professional caricaturist. No shading whatever, 4 stitches representing nose, eyes and mouth were arranged with so much artistic judgment as to show clearly the individual expression on each face. Another artist in the same line, though less striking gifts, is a certain I, suffering from moral insanity, who shows numerous degenerative symptoms. She too embroiders figures of men and women with considerable skill, but always in harmony with her perverted sexual tendencies. Originality. Disease often develops, as we have already seen in the case of insane authors, an originality of invention which may also be observed in metoids, because their imagination, freed from all restraint, allows of creations on which a more calculating mind would shrink, for fear of absurdity, and because intensity of conviction supports and perfects the work. At Pesaro there was a woman who drew, or embroidered, by a method peculiar to herself, unravelling cloth, and fastened threads on paper by means of saliva. Another embroideress, formerly given to drink, executed butterflies which seemed to be alive. She had applied to white embroidery the methods of coloured work, and was able to produce marvellous effects of light and shade. At Macerata, a patient with a number of pipe stems constructed a model of the front of the asylum. Another had the idea of representing a song in sculpture. At Genoa, a dementia patient carved pipes out of coal. One Zanini at Reggio constructed a boot which was unique of its kind, so that, as he said, no one else should be able to put it on. This exceptional footgear was open on one side and tied up with string. Its edges were ornamental and worked with hieroglyphs. M.L. of Pesaro was constantly making requests to leave the asylum. When told that there was no means of transporting him to his home, he set about constructing one for himself. This was a 4-wheeled cart, with an upright pole, at the top of which was a pulley with a rope running through it. One end of the rope was fastened to the axle of the 4 wheels, the other to that of the hind wheels. An elastic cord was attached to the rope for a distance of 4 or 5 centimeters, and by pulling this, first at one end and then at the other, a person standing on the cart was able to make the wheels go round. In many arabesques drawn by a megalomaniac, one can trace, carefully hidden among the curves, sometimes a ship, sometimes an animal, a human head, or a railway train, or even landscapes and towns, though the essential character of arabesques is the absence of the human figure. The best asylums of Italy have sent to the exhibitions of Siena and Voghera models in relief of their respective buildings, admirably executed by some of the patients. That of the Asylum Reggio could be taken to pieces and shown the inside arrangements, staircases, rooms, with their furniture, etc., all carefully furnished. Even the trees, I am told, were copied accurately from nature. A canon, who had no technical knowledge of architecture, began, after an attack of melancholia, to construct with cardboard and papier-mâché models of temples and amphitheatres, which excited great admiration. Dr. Virgilio has made me a present of some portraits of Italian specialists, nearly all of them exceedingly lifelike, the work of a melancholia patient. The note of originality only comes out in some accessory introduced into each picture, such as a fly or a butterfly, repeated persistently in every copy, or a way in which the artist's name is worked into the painting, in vertical lines, so as to form some sort of decorative ornament. A work of extreme, though useless skill and originality is the self-crucifixion of Lovat, already mentioned. The monomaniac King Louis of Bavaria was the first who entirely understood Wagner. His prodigality in spending money and the creation of the theatre of Bayreuth, one of the most original conceptions, has been known for years, but the greatest manifestation of his genius is known only to a few. 3 castles, 3 palaces of splendid and indescribable beauty rose from the earth, as if by enchantment. He superintended even the minute details himself. King Louis's madness was a dream with his eyes open. By himself, in the space of 10 years, he accomplished more than any 20 sovereigns, aided by the artistic genius of the best ages. Certainly no one at the present day could produce another such hall, 75 metres in length, without counting the 2 rooms at either end, which would bring the length up to 100 metres, a gallery illuminated by 17 great windows, 33 rock crystal chandeliers, 44 candelabra, and who knows what else. Eccentricity. But even originality ends by degenerating, in all, or nearly all, into mere eccentricity, which only seems logical when one enters into the idea of the delusion. Simon remarks that, in manias of persecution, and in paralytic megalomania, the greater the mental disturbance, the livelier the imagination, and the more grotesque the fancies engendered by it. He mentions the case of a painter who declared that he could see the interior of the earth, filled with houses of crystal, illuminated by electric light, and pervaded by sweet odours. He described the city of Emma, whose inhabitants have 2 noses and 2 mouths, one for ordinary food, the other for sweet things, a silver chin, golden hair, 3 or 4 arms, and only 1 leg resting on a little wheel. These bizarre creations arise in great part from the strange hallucinations to which the patients are subject. We may see an example of this in the 4-legged and 7-headed beast painted by Lazaretti on his banners. A melancholiac made himself a cuirass of stones to defend himself against his enemies. Another would continue all day drawing the map of the stars left by damp on the walls of his room. Later on it was discovered that he believed those lines to represent the topography of the regions which God had given him to rule over the earth. This is one of the reasons why sometimes greater excellence in art is found in cases of dementia than in those of mania or melancholia. Symbolism. Another characteristic trait of art in the insane is a mingling of inscriptions and drawings, and in the latter, the abundance of symbols and hieroglyphs. All this closely recalls Japanese and Indian pictures and the ancient wall paintings of Egypt, and is due in part to the same cause at work in these, the need of helping out speech or picture, each powerless by itself to express a given idea with the requisite energy. The cause is very evident in a case communicated to me by Dr. Monti, in which an architectural design, though well and accurately drawn, was rendered incomprehensible by the numerous inscriptions, often in rhyme, which had been crowded into it by its author, an aphasiac who had suffered from dementia for 15 years. In some megalomaniacs this happens through the fancy they have for expressing their ideas in a language different from that of ordinary human beings. Such was the case of the Master of the World, fully treated elsewhere by M. Torselli and myself. The patient in question was a peasant named G. L., 63 years of age, with an easy and confident bearing, prominent cheekbones, spacious forehead, and expressive and penetrating look. Cranial capacity 1544, index 82, temperature 37 degrees 6 minutes. In the autumn of 1871, he became noted for vagrancy and excessive loquacity. He stopped the most notable persons of the village in public places, complaining of injustice which he alleged himself to have suffered. He destroyed the vines, devastated the fields, and rushed about the streets, threatening terrible vengeance. Gradually, he began to identify himself with the deity and believe himself ruler of the universe, and preached in the cathedral of Alba on his lofty destiny. In the asylum he remained calm as long as he was able to believe that his power was recognized by everyone. By the first show of opposition he threatened, in the character of ruler and personification of the elements, calling himself sometimes the sun, sometimes the brother, or at others the father of the sun, to convulse the world with earthquakes, overthrow kingdoms and empires, and erect his throne on the ruins. He was tired, he said, of keeping up so many armies, and providing for so many idle persons. It would be just if the authorities and the rich were at least to send him a large sum of money to redeem themselves from what he called the depths of death. In return for this payment he would allow them to live forever. The poor ought all to die, as useless persons, and was preposterous that he had to support so many madmen in his own palace. He therefore suggested to the doctor that it would be well to cut their heads off. Yet he waited on them, with the greatest unselfishness when they were ill, and inconsistency which is among the characteristics of paranoia. He usually bestowed his scanty earnings on some rogue whom he entrusted with letters and commissions for the other world, addressed to the sun, the stars, the weather, death, the lightning, the other powers whose help he was in the habit of invoking, and with whom he held confidential conversations at night. He was quite pleased when some calamity had desolated the country, thus being the beginning of the judgments threatened by him, and a sign that the weather, the sun, or the lightning had obeyed him. He kept in a trunk some roughly furnished crowns, which he said were the true royal and imperial crowns of Italy, France, and other states. Those worn by the actual sovereigns of these states were no longer of any value, having been usurped by wretched men, doomed to speedy destruction unless they paid him their debts of death and letters of exchange to the amount of several hundred millions. But his most characteristic eccentricities were the writings in which his delusion was manifested. Although able to read and write, he scorned the use of the ordinary kind of writing, and, in a character of his own, scrawled letters, orders, and cheques to the sun, to death, or to the civil and military authorities. He always had his pockets full of these documents. His writings consisted mainly of large capital letters mixed at intervals with signs and figures indicating objects or persons. The words are usually separated by one or two large dots, and he only wrote some of the letters of each word, nearly always the consonants, without any respect for the laws of assimilation. In some of his writings, the alphabet almost entirely disappears. For instance, in order to demonstrate his effective power, he sketched a series of rough figures representing the elements and powers which were his favourite spirits, the army ready at a sign from him to make war on all terrestrial powers contending with him for the dominion of the world. These are 1. The Eternal Father, 2. The Holy Spirit, 3. St. Martin, 4. Death, 5. Time, 6. Thunder, 7. Lightning, 8. Earthquake, 9. The Sun, 10. The Moon, 11. Fire, his Minister of War, 12. A very powerful man who has lived ever since the beginning of the world, and is GL's brother, 13. The Lion of Hell, 14. Bread, 15. Wine. The whole is followed of his usual signature, a two-headed eagle. Each of these powers is also indicated by letters placed beneath the figures, thus the first, PDE, second, LSPS, etc. This mixture of letters, hieroglyphs, and figurative signs constitutes a kind of writing recalling the phonetico-ideographic stage through which primitive peoples, the Mexicans and Chinese certainly, passed before the discovery of alphabetic writing. Among the savages of America and Australia, writing consists in a more or less rough kind of painting, e.g. to indicate, would that I had the swiftness of a bird, they depict a man with wings instead of arms. These characters are not so much writing as aids to memory, still further connected together and vivified by traditional songs or stories. Some tribes, however, have attained to a somewhat less imperfect mode which resembles our rebus. For instance, the Maya of America, to signify a physician, painted a man with a herb in his hand and wings to his feet, an evident allusion to the rapidity with which he is obliged to hasten to those who require him. Rain is represented by a bucket. The ancient Chinese represented malice by means of 3 women, light by the sun and moon, and the verb to listen by an ear between 2 doors. This primitive writing shows us that the rhetorical tropes and figures of which our pedants are so proud are expressions of poverty rather than wealth on the part of the intellect. In fact, they are frequently found in the speech of idiots and of educated deaf mutes. After having used this system for a considerable time, some more civilized races, such as the Chinese and Mexicans, took another step forward. They classified the more or less picturesque figures referred to above and succeeded in forming ingenious combinations which, without directly representing the idea, indirectly suggested reminiscence of it, as in our charades. Besides this, to prevent any uncertainty on the reader's part, they place either before or after these signs a sketch of the object to be expressed, a scanty remnant of the actual picture writing of a previous age. This certainly took place at a time when, the language once being fixed, it was observed how some people, in writing down a given sign, recalled the sound of the words which is suggested. Thus, Itzicotl, the name of the Mexican king, was written by drawing a serpent, Cotl in Mexican, and a lance, Itzli. Thus too in Chinese the character Shen represents boat, lance, and table. A megalomaniac, by reviving this custom, affords one more proof that,
in the visible manifestations of their thoughts, the insane frequently revert, as also do criminals, to the prehistoric stage of civilization. In the present case, it is quite easy to understand by what mental process G came to use this mode of writing. Under the megalomaniac delusion, believing himself lord of the elements, superior to all known or imaginable forces, he could not make himself properly understood with the common words of ignorant and incredulous men. Neither could ordinary writing suffice to express ideas so new and marvellous. The lion's claws, the eagle's beak, the serpent's tongue, the lightning flash, the sun's rays, the arms of the savage, were much worthier of him, and more calculated to inspire men with fear and respect for his person. Nor is this an isolated case. One quite analogous to it is described by Raggi in his excellent study of the writings of the insane. Professor Morselli has furnished me with another and still more interesting instance. The patient A.T., he writes, was a joiner and cabinet maker. He had a certain skill in wood carving and his furniture was much sought after. About 7 years ago he was attacked with mental disease, apparently melancholia, and tried to commit suicide by throwing himself on the roof of the town hall. He is now subject to attacks of excitement with systematized delusions. His predominant ideas are political, republican and anarchist, on a certain groundwork of ambition. He fancies himself changed into some great criminal. Sometimes he is Gasperon, sometimes Il Pastore, and others Passanante. He is always drawing or carving, and his work generally takes the form of trophies or allegorical figures. The most curious of all these is a piece of carving which represents a man dressed as a soldier, provided with wings, and standing on an inlaid pedestal covered with allegorical inscriptions. This figure has a trophy on its head, and other objects are carved on or around it, each of which express emblematically some one of T's delusions. For instance, the wings recall the fact that when his first attack came on, he was in the square at Porto Recanati selling his carvings, among which were several figures of angels, at a soldo apiece. The medal of the Order of the Pig is a token of contempt, wherewith he would like to decorate all the rich and powerful of the earth. The helmet with a lantern hanging to a visor, a reminiscence of Offenbach's brigands, symbolizes the gendarmes who escorted him to the asylum. The cigar, placed crosswise, note the position, represents his disdain for kings and tyrants, and the position of the leg recalls a fracture of that limb sustained by him in his attempt at suicide. The inscriptions of the pedestal are scraps of verse or extracts from newspapers which T is always quoting, and to which he attaches some mysterious significance. They always, however, refer to the state of slavery to which he is reduced, i.e. his detention in the asylum, and the vengeance he will one day wreak on his captors. The most remarkable thing, however, is the trophy resting on the head of the figure, which is a graphic expression, so to speak, of a song, either written by him or adapted from other popular poetry. Each phrase of the song has a symbol in the trophy. Thus the word poison in the first verse is represented by the cup. The 2 daggers are likewise present. The end of life and the tomb are figured by a kind of sarcophagus or closed chest. Love by 2 sprays of flowers. The bell of the second stanza is easily recognizable. The funeral music are the 2 trumpets crossed lower down. The cross of the third stanza and the priest, represented by a clerical hat, are not forgotten. It is curious that the gallows should be wanting to complete this trophy. The spoon and fork, by the by, are T's favourite implements. They denote that he eats and drinks in slavery, or, as he says, in a convict prison, and for this reason he always wears a set, carved in wood by himself, in the buttonhole of his coat or in his cap. We may once more remind the reader that savages hand down their history by associating picture signs with poetry. A more interesting example of elaborate symbolic faculty is a monomaniac combined with higher artistic power than is usually found among the insane, has been recorded with very full illustrations by Dr. William Noyes. This patient studied art at Paris under Jerome and returned to America to become an illustrator of books and magazines. He developed systematic religious delusions and frequently worked them out in very beautiful and artistic shapes, 9 of which, all executed in the asylum at which he was confined, are here reproduced. The circular design is one of a series of 12 charts, one for each of the tribes of Israel, illustrating the progress of the Holy Spirit. They were all delicately coloured in watercolours, the fine shading making it very difficult to give in black and white an adequate idea of the beauty of the original.
An illustration is displayed on the page. In the center is the dove representing the Holy Spirit, and surrounding it are 7 different crosses: St. Andrew, St. Columba, St. George, St. Michael, the Prophet, St. Evangelii, Royal Priesthood, and a close study will show the 7 crosses most ingeniously work together. It is probable that in looking at the design closely for the first time, one will suddenly see a new cross take shape before his eyes. And this indeed is what the patient says occurs to him. In describing the crosses he will say, for example, that in drawing the cross of St. Andrew, the line suddenly took a new shape, and he found he had also made a cross of St. Michael. This to him is a matter of deep significance, and he feels that his work is directly controlled by a high power, and the work of his fancy is really inspired. Outside these central crosses are the names of 3 ancient deities who were each characterized by some special attribute, and under these the parts of the body that the artist conceives these deities especially to have represented, and then comes the name of the biblical personage in whom these elements were finally exemplified and embodied. To the left of the dove is Venus, representing blood, exemplified in Moses. Above is Osiris, representing flesh, embodied in Adam, and to the right Psyche, representing water, typified in Noah. These 3 are but the gross material parts of man, representing indeed necessary steps in his progress through life, but secondary and subordinate to the high part of his nature represented by truth and the spirit, which receive their ultimate embodiment in Christ. The lion denotes might, and the eagle signifies emulation, but it is uncertain just what symbolism is connected with the serpent twining round the cross, and the open book crossed by a sword and pen, unless indeed the last may mean the Bible, with the emblems of peace and war lying quietly within it, and it seems not unlikely that the serpent is emblematic of the betrayal. For the rest of the design, however, we need make no inferences, as it corresponds closely with this description. Outside the circle enclosing the crosses are the seals sealing the Holy Spirit. In the large light triangles, or rather rays of the sun, are given the names of the 12 apostles, forming the seal of the prophet. Above these, in the same space, are the signs of the zodiac, and the extreme points of the triangle, with the names of the parts of the body underneath, and these signs correspond to in the ancient mythology. This forms the seal of the zodiac. Between these large light-coloured triangles are the 12 holy stones, represented as ovals, and with their names plainly distinguished in the cut, making the seal of the holy stones. In the small triangles directly above the holy stones are given the names of the 12 tribes of Israel, but the colour of these in the chart, vermilion, is such that the lettering does not come out in the photographic negative. This gives the seal of the 12 tribes. Directly beneath the holy stones, filling in the space between the bottom of each large triangle, is the seal of the germ, coloured dark green, and running down on each side of the top of these large triangles are small triangles, coloured dark red and forming the seal of the Akeldama, or bloody seal. On the circumference are the names of the constellations of the zodiac, and directly under these the names of the corresponding months of the year, and under these again are the mythological representations of the constellations, Leo, July, being at the top, and then in order to the right come Virgo, August, Libra, September, Scorpio, October, Sagittarius, November, Capricornus, December, Aquarius, January, Pisces, February, Aries, March, Taurus, April, Gemini, May, Cancer, June. This gives the last sealing of the seed and the seal of the sun. It will be seen that beginning at the circumference at any point and going towards the center there is a complete astronomical representation of the season of the year. First the name of the constellation, then is the session of the month, the constellation depicted pictorially, the sign of the zodiac, and the part of the human body corresponding in the old astronomy to this sign of the zodiac. Of the 4 designs reproduced together, the first, the Sheshina, or light of love, represents the miraculous light or visible glory which was, to the Jews, a symbol of the divine presence. The second represents the angel Sandalphon with a holy grail, at the side of the letters Alpha and Omega at top. The design must be inverted to make out the Omega. The third, Sub Rosa, and the fourth, Imp and Frogs, are graceful fancies which sufficiently explain themselves, as does the witch. While working on the sketches, he made, at the same time, the design for a bookplate representing Cupid learning the alphabet, and the entire design, he says, is full of symbolism. A favourite word with him. Cupid has his fingers on Alpha, signifying the beginning of his education. Above the book is Cupid's target, with the heart for the centre, that he is pierced with an arrow, while the full quiver stands to the right. The curious fish under the Veritas represents the ichthus of the early Christians, while 3 crosses, symbolic of the Christian religion, in the upper left-hand corner, brought out by a heavy shading of the cross lines. On the book of knowledge is perched the dove, emblematic of purity, while the olive branch at the left of the book and the palm under the fool's bowl gives still other religious symbols. The lamp of knowledge is burning brightly in front of Cupid, while at his feet are the square, compass, triangle, and pencils, symbolizing the designer's profession. Minuteness of detail. In some insane artists, especially monomaniacs, we find an opposite characteristic: the exaggeration of particular details, the general effect being lost in obscurity through their excessive efforts at verisimilitude. Thus, in a landscape exhibited among those rejected from the Turin Salon, not only was a general view of the country given, but every separate blade of grass could be distinguished. In another picture, indeed to be very imposing, the strokes of the brush produced the effect of pencil shading. Atavism. Both minuteness and symbolism are themselves atavistic phenomena, but in addition to them, there may be noted, in a large number of cases, a total absence of perspective, while the rest of the execution shows clearly enough that the author is not wanting in artistic sense. One would take him to be a true artist, or one brought up in China or ancient Egypt. Here we have evidently a kind of atavism explicable by arrested development of some one organ, and corresponding backwardness in the products of that organ. A French captain suffering from paralysis drew figures stiff as Egyptian profiles. A megalomaniac of Reggio executed a coloured bas-relief in which the disproportionate size of the feet and hands, the extreme smallness of the faces, and stiffness of the limbs completely recalled the work of the 13th century. Another patient, at Genoa, carved bas-reliefs on pipes and on vases, exactly similar to those of the Neolithic age. Raggi has sent me some flints carved by a monomaniac entirely ignorant of archaeology, which in the choice of figures and emblems recall the style of Egyptian and Phoenician amulets. In these instances, we see the influence of similar psychical conditions at work. Arabesques. In some few patients, M. Torselius called my attention to a singular predilection for arabesques and ornaments which tend to assume a purely geometric form without loss of elegance. This is the case with monomaniacs. In cases of dementia and acute mania, there prevails a chaotic confusion, which however does not always imply absence of taste. I have seen an instance of this in A Kind of Ship, the work of a dementia patient, composed of an enormous number of little slips of wood, brilliantly coloured, very thin, and intertwined in an infinite variety of ways, the general effect being very graceful. Obscenity. In some work done by erotomaniacs, paralytics, and demented patients, the salient characteristic both of the drawings and of the verses is the most shameless indecency. Thus a cabinet maker would carve virile members at every corner of a piece of furniture, or at the summits of trees. This too recalls many works of savages and of ancient races, in which the organs of sex are everywhere prominent. A captain at Genoa was fond of drawing scenes in a brothel. In many, the obscene character is marked by the most singular pretexts, as though were demanded by artistic requirements. A monomaniac priest used to sketch his figures nude, and then artfully drape them by means of lines which revealed their generative organs. He defended himself against criticism by saying that his figures could only appear indecent to those who were in search of evil. M. illustrated his strange, often beautiful verses with innumerable daubs, and representing animals of monstrous forms struggling with men and women, or monks and nuns, naked, in the most shameless attitudes. In others the indecency is, if possible, still more evident, especially in case of paralytic dementia. I remember an old man who used to draw a vulva on the address of his letters to his wife, surrounding it with obscene couplets in dialect. It is a curious coincidence that 2 artists, one at Turin and the other at Reggio, who were both megalomaniacs, should both have had sodomitic instincts, which they combined with the delusion of being deities and lords of the world, which they created and emitted from their bodies. One of them, who nevertheless had a real artistic sense, painted a full-length picture of himself, naked, among women, ejecting worlds, and surrounded by all the symbols of power. This repeats, and at the same time explains, the epiphalic divinity of the Egyptians. Criminality and moral insanity.
In this connection, it is important to notice that the greater number of these artists show, in addition to their other forms of mania, a marked tendency to moral insanity, especially in the form of unnatural vice. The painter who produced a picture of delirium was a pederast. The man who constructed the marvellous model of the Reggio Asylum, already alluded to, was neither draughtsman, sculptor, nor engineer. He was a madman, and in addition a thief with unnatural tendencies. This man, whenever the fancy took him, escaped from the asylum, wandered about for some days, began to steal when he had exhausted the small amount of money he had about him, and when in prison declared himself a lunatic, and so got acquitted and sent back to Reggio, when after a short interval he would repeat the same line of conduct. Dr. Tamburini told me that he too had been struck by the coexistence of artistic faculty and moral insanity in these patients. Uselessness. A characteristic common to many is the complete uselessness of the work to which they devote themselves, and here I call once more Hecat's dictum: Si est le travail des fous d'imposer leurs cavaliers, sur des reins fatigants, sur quelques bagatelles. A Genevan, affected by persecutory monomania, spent years embroidering on eggshells and lemons. Though her work was most beautiful, it could be of no advantage to her, for she kept it jealously concealed, and I myself, though she was very fond of me, never saw any of it till after her death. Here we have, as in the case of artists of genius, the love of truth and beauty for their own sake alone, only that the aim is reversed. Sometimes the work done, though very useful in itself, is of no advantage to the artist, and has no connection with his profession. As the captain who became insane presented me with the model of a bed for violent patients, which I believe would be extremely useful in practice. Two other patients together made out of a piece of beef bone some very neat matchboxes, ornamented with carvings in relief, which could be of no profit to themselves, since they refused to part with them for money. There are, however, some exemptions. A melancholic patient with homicidal and suicidal tendencies manufactured himself a very serviceable knife, fork, and spoon, later ones not being allowed him, out of the bones which remained over from his dinner. A cafe keeper and Coligno, a megalomaniac, compounded excellent liqueurs out of the scraps left over from meals, though the most different kinds of food. A criminal lunatic constructed himself a key out of a number of small pieces of wood joined together. I do not count among these examples those who have prepared themselves real cuirasses of iron and stone, a piece of work in relation to the special delusion of persecutions, and applying an amount of labour out of proportion to the advantage obtained. Insanity as a subject. Many choose insanity as a subject of their paintings. Professor Ferguglio has furnished me with a very curious portrait of an insane patient at the moment of attack, the eyes rolling, the hair on end, the arms extended. Under his feet is the epigraph, Deliria, he is raving. This is the work of an alcoholic pederast. I think that a sane artist would have some difficulty in painting a closer likeness of delirium. This reminds me how frequently I have found among the poets of asylums the tendency to describe insanity has been a favourite theme with great poets who have suffered from ill health. Tasso, Linau, Barbera, Musset. Mancini, immediately after his recovery, painted a woman offering for sale the picture executed by a madman, and Gil, in the hospital of St. Anne, painted a raving maniac with terrible truth to nature. Absurdity. One of the most salient characteristics of insane art is, as might be expected, absurdity either in drawing or colouring. This is especially noteworthy in some maniacs, owing to the exaggerated association of ideas, through which the connecting links, which would serve to explain the author's conception, are totally lost. Thus an artist painted a marriage at Cana, with all the figures of the apostles exceedingly well drawn, but in place of the figure of Christ was a large bunch of flowers. Paralytic patients draw objects without any sense of proportion. Their hens are the size of horses, and their cherries of melons. Or, while striving after perfection in the design, the execution is merely childish. One who believed himself a second Horace Vernet drew horses by means of 4 straight strokes and a tail. Another drew all his figures upside down. Other dementia patients, owing to the same amnesia which is apparent in their speech, leave out the most essential points of their conception, like M. at Pesaro, who made an excellent drawing of a general seated, but forgot the chair. Frigerio. Imitation.
There are some who are very successful in imitation, but can produce nothing original. They will, for instance, copy the facade of the asylum, or heads of animals, with the minute accuracy of detail which characterizes primitive art. In this branch I have seen successful work done by cretins and idiots, the latter drawing in exactly the same manner as primitive man. Uniformity. Many continually repeat the same idea. Thus one, mentioned by Frigerio, filled sheets of paper with a bee gnawing the head of an ant. Another, who believed that he had been shot, would paint nothing but firearms. A third confined himself to arabesques. Summary. These traits explain the instance of partial perfection to be found in dementia patients, for a repetition of the same movement tends to bring it nearer and nearer to perfection. At other times, as we have seen in the extempore of poets and authors of the asylum, it is the tendency and energy of the hallucinations which makes a painter of a man who was never one before. Blake was able to picture to himself, as living and present, persons already dead, angels, etc. This was the case also with the strange and sane poet John Clare, who believed himself a spectator of the Battle of the Nile and the death of Nelson, and was firmly convinced that he had been present at the death of Charles I. In fact, he described these events with such remarkable fidelity and accuracy that it is scarcely probable he could have done it so well had he been in full possession of his reason, the more so as he was entirely without culture. This explains why insane painters and poets are so numerous. It is easy to reproduce clearly what one sees clearly. Moreover, the imagination is most unrestrained when reason is least dominant, for the latter, by repressing hallucinations and illusions, deprives the average man of a true source of artistic and literary inspiration. For the same reason, too, art itself may, in its turn, encourage the development of mental disease. Vasari relates that one Spinelli, a painter of Arezzo, having attempted to paint the deformity of Lucifer, the latter appeared to him in a dream and reproached him with having made him so ugly. The painter was so affected by this apparition as to fall seriously ill, and it continued to haunt him for years. Music in the insane. Musical ability is often diminished in those who, previous to their illness, cultivated this art with passion. Dr. Adriani observed that musicians, under his care for insanity, almost entirely lost their powers. They could still play any piece, but it was done quite mechanically and without expression. Other dementia patients would play the same piece, sometimes even a few phrases, over and over again. Donizetti, in the last stage of dementia, no longer recognized his favorite melodies. His last works show traces of that fatal influence which critics have also observed in Schumann's Symphony of the Bride of Messina, composed during his attacks of insanity. These facts, however, do not contradict our assertion that insanity awakens new artistic qualities in persons not previously gifted in that way. They only show that, as we have seen in the case of professional painters, they can give no additional power or skill to those who already possess them when attacked by disease. A megalomaniac, formerly a syphilitic patient, under the care of Dr. Tamburini, sang beautiful airs when under excitement. At the same time, instead of playing an accompaniment, she improvised, on the pianoforte, two distinct motifs which had no connection with each other or the air she was singing. This fact confirms the observations of Lies as to the independent action of the cerebral hemispheres. A young man attacked by Peligara, who recovered in my hospital, composed expressive and original melodies. Emragi told me that he had under his care a melancholic patient who, during her attacks, played without enthusiasm and even with repugnance, but when the fit passed off, would spend whole days at the piano and execute the most difficult partitions with a truly artistic enthusiasm. In the same way, a paralytic showed through the whole course of his illness a genuine musical mania, during which he imitated all instruments and agitated himself in frantic enthusiasm at the piano passages. Reggie also observed a paralytic dementia patient who, after breaking his thigh bone by a leap from a window, rendered every bandage which could be devised useless by singing. For days together, motives from Il Trovatore at the top of his voice, and accompanying his singing with abrupt rhythmical movements of the pelvis. A fancy for monotonous chanting also showed itself in another paralytic who believed himself to be a great admiral. In maniacs, acute and joyous notes predominate, and still more, the repetition of the rhythm. Everyone who has paid even a short visit to an asylum has noticed the frequency of singing and shouting and high, thin voices, and with them a sound of hands. Nor is it hard to understand this if we remember how Spencer and Adrico have shown that the law of rhythm is the most general form under which, in the whole of nature, energy is manifested from the crystal to the star or to the animal organism. Man, therefore, only follows a general organic law in giving way to this impulse, which he does the more readily, the less he is controlled by reason. This explains the number of poets of the new school who are found in asylums. This is the reason why savage nations have a natural inclination for music, and a missionary told Spencer that many to whom he taught the psalms with music in the evening could repeat them by heart on the following day. Savages, in speaking, make use of a sort of monotonous chant analogous to our recitative. Primitive poetry was always sung, whence all the different words connected with singing applied to poetry and poets. The mysterious magic formulas and recipes of the ancients were also sung or chanted, whence the word enchantment. Even at the present day, in the neighbourhoods of Nove and Aux, I have heard peasant women, in making inquiries of one another, modulate their voices in true musical rhythm. Modern improvisatori do not seem able to produce their verses except when singing and agitating all their muscles. It must be remembered that, according to the observations of Herbert Spencer, the act of singing employs the exaggerates the sign of the natural language of passion. Mental excitement is transformed into muscular energy. An infant will laugh and bound in its nurse's arms at the sight of a brilliant colour or the hearing of a new sound. Strong sensations or painful emotions cause us to gesticulate. In short, they excite the muscular system, which is acted upon in proportion to the intensity of the sensations. Slight pain calls forth a groan, greater pain a cry. The pitch of the voice varies with the force of the emotion, so that in the strongest emotions it rises to the octave, or higher, and singing is always involuntarily accompanied by tremors and agitations of the muscles. What could be more natural than that? In the conditions in which the emotions are most energetic and so frequently atavistic, as is the case in insanity, these tendencies should be reproduced on a larger scale. This too explains why so many morbid men of genius should be musicians. Mozart, Schumann, Beethoven, Donizetti, Pergolese, Venetia, Ricci, Rocchi, Roussel, Handel, Dussek, Hoffmann, Gluck, Petrella. Musical creation is the most sensitive manifestation of thought, the one most intimately connected with the affective emotions, and having less relation to the external world than any other, which causes it to stand more in need of the fervent but exhausting emotions of inspiration. Perhaps to study these peculiarities of art in the insane, besides showing us a new phase in this mysterious disease, might be useful in aesthetics, or at any rate in art criticism, by showing that the exaggerated predilection for symbols, and for minuteness of detail, however accurate, the complication of inscriptions, the excessive prominence given to any one colour, it is well known that some of our foremost painters are great sinners in this respect, the choice of licentious subjects, and even an exaggerated degree of originality, are points which belong to the pathology of art. End of Chapter 2.